Hello, everybody. It is Wobbleline here, Wob for short. Hope y'all having a fantastic morning, afternoon, evening. We're here with another episode of Final Fantasy XIV's Walk Down Memory Lane. Joining me today is Iggy. Hi, Iggy.
Hi.
How's it
Iggy.
going? It do.
It's
Yes.
It's going good.
It's going good. That's good. Very, very good. All right. So, we got some. We're gonna start off with some introductory questions, so everybody gets to know you. The first thing I want to ask is, when did you happen to start playing Final Fantasy XIV?
When I started playing Final Fantasy XIV was roughly around Heaven's Sword, towards not really the cusp end. I would really call it kind of like 3/4 of the way through. The best way to describe it is Alexander Savage, the last tier of Alexander Savage, had just been uncapped, so you could just do it whenever. I had no idea what Alexander Savage was at the time frame, so that was really funny to me. But I know that there was like an announcement for it. People were like, "Oh yeah, there was a bunch of party finders up for it." And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck a party finder is. I looked at that.
I see. So I guess the question I could ask here, though, so is 14 happen to be your first MMO?
No, surprisingly not. Okay, this is where the list gets a little obscure, but I'm happy enough to discuss these. So, my first ever MMO that I ever played in my entire life was MapleStory. Yes, I played MapleStory.
MapleStory. Okay.
And then I started playing this other MMO that my current fiance found called Trickster Online. And that is a dead MMO, by the way. That is straight up dead. Deader than dust.
Yeah, I never heard of it before till you said something today. I'm like, okay. I went through a bunch of different MMOs, so hearing that's a first. Wow, I'd never heard of that ever.
Yeah, it straight up actually, like, the original company like killed it off completely. So it kind of gives me if Ragnarok Online gives you any incentivize, it's kind of in the same kind of ordeal.
Okay.
Like character design wise and all that stuff, and just basic MMO.
Okay.
But then after that died, I went kind of on and off MMOs. Played some once again, like on off MapleStory, blah blah blah. 14 was not on my radar, and I was like, I want to say I was either 12 or 11 when 11 came out.
Okay.
I had no idea about 11 in my vicinity. We had PS2. We saw the advertisements for Final Fantasy 11, and me and my brothers all just went, I don't know what that is. It's a thing.
Oh boy, that's a story, because actually that's my first MMO is Final Fantasy 11.
There you go.
And I was 11 years old when I played it. So, and that was back in 2004. So that says anything. That's been like my first delve into MMOs in general.
Yeah, no, I remember we had a PS2, and I kept seeing the advertisement for it, and I would ask my older brothers about it. I was like, hey, what is this? And my eldest brother, I'll just say his name as it is, Bootleg Willie. That's the username he goes by.
Okay.
But he also does buy that in 14, because he also plays 14 on and off. He looked at me and literally went, we're not getting anything that has to connect to the internet. Dad won't let us. Yeah, all right.
Oh my goodness, that sounds like, well, that's honestly the opposite story, because basically my dad actually got me set up, because he's the one that got me into it, because he was into it because of a friend, saw I wanted to play, so he got me into it. But I'll definitely love to talk about that more, but I'll get more down the line, because we do have, that's something relevant to talk about later on. Yeah. Go ahead.
Basically, it led up to how I found leading up to now playing 14, and I think it's the only active MMO that I really like play nowadays. Like on and off. People will be like, "Hey, you want to get on 14?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'll get on 14," because it's actually something that I spent time in and put the effort into.
Okay. So. Yeah, that's awesome. Very, very good. So next question I do have to ask is, when you first started playing, what did you start playing as? Is it still your favorite race?
So the first thing I ever played as was a Makote.
Okay.
And I still remember this character's name, by the way. It was no, it was very, very old. His name was Rain Harvard. I don't know why I named him Harvard. I don't know why. It was a name. I was like, fuck it, it's a name. But
Okay.
I got into it because a friend of mine,
Uh-huh.
a couple of friends of mine had convinced me, like, hey, yo, you should try out this MMO. It's really fun. You get to do all kinds of stuff. It's Final Fantasy. And I was like, I'll try it.
Yeah.
So I did, and I made him a Kote. I made him a Kote boy and started a 1.0. Like, Realm Reborn. I was just like, this is a game.
So yeah, we're gonna talk about 1.1 technically is 2.0. 1.0 was actually way before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So yeah,
Correct.
because basically it became 2.0 because basically we'll get into details here shortly about 1.0. But yeah. But it's still cool.
Came in during Realm Reborn, essentially,
Yeah.
and I was just like, oh, this is a game.
Yes.
This is a game that isn't. So let it be known again that my experience with MMOs was solely through MapleStory. So my brain immediately went, I gotta go kill mobs.
That's fair, and that's completely fair and understandable. So next I have to ask here is, what job did you start off with in 14?
Legal answer. Decided to play Dragoon because my friend at the time frame was kind of like walking me through the opening bits of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, yeah, I play this class called Dragoon and all that stuff, and it's like super fun and all that stuff. Like, I was like, oh, that's neat. Then they pulled it out and started doing all this crazy stuff, and I was like, I like that. When do I get that? I want to do that. She's just like, oh yeah, you gotta level and all that stuff. Like, you gotta do all the leveling and do all these quests and other stuff. Please let it be known, lo and behold, not a single person in that friend group told me that dailies are the best way to gain levels.
Oh no!
I did not know that until way later.
That's fair. That's fair because it reminds me of a time that I played World of Warcraft, and when I first got into it, because mind you, I did play Final Fantasy XI, and when I got into World of Warcraft, they had what was called a dungeon finder. And I actually didn't even know that really existed because it used to be in 11, you used to have to look through parties, and the way to find parties was going online and just like shouting if you're like looking for party or putting your comments that you were looking for party, and then people will come and get you and invite you and you go out to level. Well,
yeah,
I went through World of Warcraft. I think my first character was a rogue dwarf, and I got all the way to level 80 without going to a single dungeon. And I found out about Dungeon Finder right as I hit level 80, and I felt so dumb and stupid. I was like, wait. This is back when I played by Cataclysm, so that's when I started playing. So I hit level 80, and I went, oh. I didn't know this was a thing. I didn't know this existed. And so I was really under-geared going into dungeons. All because I did not do the Dungeon Finder prior. I went,
man.
I did learn a lot of story stuff, which was cool, but I was like mindlessly grinding quests because I didn't even know that it was a thing. And now I learned that. I went, now I know.
Yep, that's how I am when I come into this. It's like, now I know. Now I know these things, and then you can do your hunt logs.
Thankfully, yeah. Well, that's why thankfully that's why thankfully I learned it in WoW. And then when 14 were introduced, and now I was like, okay, cool. I remember this from WoW. This should be easy to pick up.
It's funny that you mentioned WoW, because I forgot to mention the factor that I lied. My first MMO, actually, I wouldn't even call it my first MMO at this point, was playing World of Warcraft, the very first classic edition of World of Warcraft, when you got it actually as a PC CD case.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I played that, but I was like young. So young at the time. And that game was so bugged.
Yeah.
I'm talking next level bugged. I was like, oh.
Oh no.
I crouched down to go get this thing. Oh, my character's stuck, and I'm moving, and I'm still stuck, and
Oh
okay.
no. That's rough, dude. That's
I had no
rough.
clue what the fuck I was doing. It was mainly, again, most of the time, it was my brothers that were playing those cats of games.
Gotcha. So
I just stuck to basics.
So the other question on top of the question I talked about, because I was using main Dragoon, do you still consider that kind of
Yes.
like your main these days, or?
So is a it holds a special place in my heart. I do love Dragoon. I loved it. I loved it since I started playing it.
Hmm.
I will switch on and off to Dragoon so often because I do love the class. Like, I think it's the coolest thing ever. If I'm going to be real honest, my first when I was a kid, more when I was a kid, my brother, my boot, he had gotten Final Fantasy IV Advance for the Game Boy SP.
Okay.
Because I had an SP, he had an SP. One of my first crushes that I really had was Kane, because I thought he was the coolest dude ever, and I was like, oh yo, this man slaps. He's so cool. It's like so cool. And then when coming to find out, like, oh, he's a Dragoon, and I'm like, oh yo, that's cool. And then coming into playing this game, I was just like, oh my god, I could live out my dumb fantasies again. Oh no.
Yes. Meanwhile, I actually never knew Dragoon was the way it was until playing 14, because Final Fantasy 11 introduced where in which you still played with a lance and whatnot, but you ended up having a pet wyvern. So I jumped into 14 1.0, which we'll talk about here briefly, and I thought, like, where's my pet wyvern? I had no other knowledge of the other Final Fantasies. And I'm like, oh. And I made a whole ass story, but we'll talk about that shortly. Oh, God.
Completely fair.
So next up is the final introductory question I have here is, what kind of content do you focus on the most in 14?
Okay. So 14-wise, I really like to focus on... so throughout my years, I greatly focus on doing story. I really like the story in 14. I think it's great. I have my gripes left and right, but I will save them for later with certain story remarks, but that's fine.
Right.
Other than that, like, side things that I like to do is I really like doing the tribal quests because I think they're really fun. Or the society quests. My apologies, they're called society quests.
Yeah.
And the other things, and you know me for this,
yeah,
I really liked doing hardcore content. I was really into doing extremes and savages. Like, once I got the taste of doing it, it was really hard to break.
Yeah.
Until I realized how bad it was for my actual health. And I was like, I'm gonna take a break.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. No, I totally get you. I totally feel on that. Because, I pretty much do a lot of raiding. I try to do a lot of the content where I can. But I do consider myself mostly a raider. But I still do love MSQ. I still love doing all sorts of content. With that, though, we're going to go ahead and talk briefly about 1.0. Okay, there we go. The only thing I have to ask is, have you had stories from friends about 1.0?
Yes, and mainly Luki, actually. As you know, Luki is one of my good friends that I met back in Stormblood when we were doing Shinryu.
Okay.
He claims that he played Port 1.0, and fair enough. He probably played it and then just kind of gave up on it. He's way older than both of us by a long shot at this point.
Okay.
But I can't really put my finger on certain things that he told me. I've seen videos of how 1.0 looked, and it looks so dang similar to 11. Like, side-by-side comparisons, I'm just like, why did these almost look the same?
Yes.
And then, of course, Yoshi P just nuking the ever-living crap out of it, and then just being like,
yeah.
Start from the beginning.
So,
but
yeah, good.
To review, to by what he has told me, at least if I can remember it properly, because it has been a while since we talked about this stuff. It was mainly the factor of how how different everything plays, and how he had to get used to everything in A Realm Reborn, and how, like, okay, here's how buttons work in this, here's how buttons work in. It was a lot of trying to figure out certain things for him.
Right.
But that's probably an old ass story at this point that Lord knows if he remembers it.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
That's about all I know about 1.0.
That's fair. So the kind of, like I said, I like to enlighten people from my experiences, because I did very briefly touch 1.0. And basically, in a sense, yeah, we does have similarities, because originally Final Fantasy 14 was supposed to basically act like a Final Fantasy 11 2.0, from the original director around that. They really wanted to make Final Fantasy 11, but they wanted to do a 2.0 version of it. And yeah, it was pretty bad. I remember my dad playing it, and my dad was struggling, and when I saw my dad struggle, I was like, alright, Dad, I'll go make a character, and I'll try this myself, too. And he let me. So I went on this PC, because this PC could run at the time. And when I went to go try it, yeah, I remember how bad it was. I was like, no wonder why he was struggling. Because it felt like when you're hitting command, it took forever, and I mean forever for it to, like, go through. And
that's one of the things that Luffy mentioned was a lot of the input commands.
Yeah, the inputs was just terrible.
They would drag.
It would take forever. It was like, dude, I'm trying to just attack the buddy in front of me, and it just was like, nope. So I got to Lancer level 7 and Blacksmith level 3, and never played it again, because in my mind at that point, well, one, I was junior in high school, so I'm about ready just to wrap up my junior year, get into senior year, get ready to try and do stuff for college when I was going to college. And I was to that point, just said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and put this, I'll go back to Final Fantasy 11. I'm ready as it is. If I'm already invested in another MMO, I'm just going to 11. And I never really looked back until much later, which we'll go ahead and get into. Here is A Realm Reborn. We're gonna go ahead and take a little small break. So we'll be right back. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are now starting in A Realm Reborn. That is when, Yoshi P has brought Final Fantasy XIV back on its feet from the disaster of 1.0. But of course, we always want to recognize 1.0 because it is the starting stone to basically what we have today. Yeah, so, the very first question I do want to hear from you is, have you heard, since I know you when we played towards, even though we just played towards the ends of Heaven's Ward, have you had stories about, like, before Party Finder existed? Because Party Finder didn't exactly exist till basically a patch after 2.0. Have you heard stories about someone shouting in order to do content in 2.0?
Actually, yes. A lot of the time that happened when this leads into when my friends introduced me to Palace of the Dead, I parked my ass there. I
Uh-huh.
parked my ass and just do Palace of the Dead. Because Palace
Uh-huh.
of the Dead helped me understand other classes. So I was like, okay,
Uh-huh.
let's just run through Palace of the Dead multitude of times. I swear to you, I had people shouting so much in that chat, looking for like wanting to do content. Like
Okay.
it was a known factor.
Uh-huh.
Because I asked Luffy this question. It's like, hey, is it normal, like during Stormblood? We'll get to that. Hey, is it normal for people to like constantly like shout in this area where the Palace of the Dead is? And he's like, yes, straight up, always normal. People are always wanting to do stuff, and lo and behold, it kind of still continues, but not as much anymore because a lot of
Yeah.
people could just go into Party Finder and just go there, and it's
Yeah.
relatively easy. But
Mhm.
when I was first learning Dragoon and Summoner, which were
Mhm.
my other class that I really liked, I would park myself at the area for Palace of the Dead, and I would just see the shout chat like going off, and it wasn't for Odin. For Odin.
Right.
It was always people being like, "Hey, we need a person to go into Palace of the Dead," or "Hey, we're wanting to find another person to do this and that and this," and I was
Yeah.
like, "You could just do that." And then I
Right.
remember back to Maple Story days, and I was just like, "Oh wait, this just reminds me of the people when you would go into a town and they would just shout at you to buy their stuff." And I was like, "Okay, it's
Right.
giving me the
Like,
similar vibes."
similar vibes, exactly. Oh, right, yeah. Because I know Final Fantasy XI
Yeah.
had that going system. But yeah, I do remember back in the day in 2.0. Mind, this is 2.0 era. Right before the patch, they gave us Party Finder. Because Party Finder didn't exist until literally 2.1. You had to go and shout chat in order to basically find content. Or you had a group of FC, if you're part of an FC friend, a group of friends who would run the content for you. And I know for the time, my group I was in was already kind of in their own static and doing their own thing. So I would have to find a group that would take me in. And I did do like coils through shout chat, and I remember that because we got to Tanya and we could never beat it. And I was back in the day, and I'm like, man,
I
I
remember
never,
hearing the
yeah.
horrors of Titania.
But later on, as we talk about coils, I did find a group eventually that I was able to get through Titania, but not on Paladin. I ended up doing it on the only because I ended up doing it on Bard, and that was because nobody else wanted to play Bard.
Oh, that's really upsetting.
I was like, oh well, it is what it is. At least we got through the content. I was like, okay. I was like, I didn't want to because I was the only one that had leveled. I was like, okay, fine, I'll play Bard.
A factor that I had seen, like, you know, when you go into YouTube and you type in like the 14 soundtrack, and you can look up like people's like they showcase the video like a gameplay while the music is playing in the background.
Yeah.
I remember seeing one of the fights from Coil, and I literally had to actually crack my head over, and I just looked. I kind of not even in game. I just kind of looked, and I was like, "Hey, Luffy, was this also normal? Of having 5 summoners, a marauder, maybe?"
Yeah.
And 2.
Just so you know, Eggy, you are cutting out a bit.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm kind of going a little too loud,
Okay.
possibly, or my microphone's not catching me.
It's all good. Because I hear it, and then I hear cut.
Cut, no.
Yeah, it's okay.
The things that I've noticed along the ways is the biggest things that I've noticed from 2.0 in general is how much party composition has changed. Because that video that I saw when I asked Luffy, hey, is it normal to have 5 summoners back in a Realm Reborn? Was that normal? And he said yes. Summoner was broken as shit back then.
Oh,
and
yeah.
so was Bard.
Yeah.
So it
Okay.
was normal to have an entire party of like
Yeah.
summoners and bards.
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
Huh. Interesting. Because I know,
Yeah.
I definitely, well, from my perspective, like I said, definitely know, like, we definitely had a really good summoner in our group, but I know he changed warrior eventually when we played together. Because it can be a really powerful class. There's a lot of classes can be powerful with that, right? But before we get too crazy into that coil stuff, I do want to ask, so obviously you had to play during the time in which you could skip the cutscenes in Castrum Meridium and Praetorium. So when you got to go through them for the first time, were you lucky enough to be able to watch the cutscenes in full while everybody was pulling, or were you told to watch them at the end?
I got lucky enough because the group I was with told me, or like shouted it at the beginning of everything when I got into Castrum. They were like, "We have a new person here who has never played this game before. They are watching cutscenes," and that was my saving grace.
It's awesome.
Because I had a group of friends. One of them is sadly no longer with us.
And
she rests in peace. She was one of the people who also helped me get into the game, and basically was like, "Yeah, no, you are watching cutscenes. We'll fool around in the background. You just watch cutscenes."
Okay.
I was like, "Okay, I will watch cutscenes."
Awesome. That's very good, because I played when it was in 2.0. So unfortunately, my Castrum run was not so lucky. I remember that I was told to skip and had to watch him at the end. But I was POW'd at the time as well, so I was one of the other tanks. So they pushed that pretty hard, and then, but for Praetorium, my sister and one of my FC mates were like one of my saving graces, because they said, "You enjoyed the cutscene," and then they told the other people like, "Hey, this person's watching cutscene," and literally just told them, "If you don't like them, fuck off."
That's like, how it should be approached. It's like, this person's watching cutscenes. Leave them the fuck alone.
Yeah, exactly. Just leave them alone. Leave it be, man.
Let me do my thing.
Yeah, let me just watch the cutscenes, man. Man. So next on here, all right. So you told us earlier that you do Allied Society quests. What were your feelings about all the Society quests, specifically in A Realm Reborn? So Yamalja, Ixali.
So I have a cardinal sin confession to make about that.
Okay.
I am not done with any of them. I started them and realized how long they needed to take. I think the only one that I'm relatively like actually invested in, despite my better judgment, is indeed the Ixali.
Okay.
And I hate them. I really
Damn.
I hate that quest.
Damn, so even though they got you probably to get your crafters, maybe some leveling or whatever, you know, they still hate them to passion, eh?
I do. It's the factor that I had to wear that stupid glove.
Oh, yeah, the Ixtal gloves.
It's that stupid fucking glove. Excuse my language, but that glove, I hate that glove. The factor that I would be at, like, I would be a level 50 carpenter or like a level 50 blacksmith. I would be like, yeah, I don't need to wear no stupid glove. No, you have to put on the glove.
Like, what? Yeah, right.
It's like, excuse me?
God, now you needed to get the little extra crafting and all that, you know?
Correct. And they're like, hey, guess what?
Yeah.
Put it on. I was like, no, don't make me, please.
No, you gotta put it on. You gotta do this now. You can't escape it. You must do this thing.
Pretty much.
I know that all too well, considering I was like, damn, I need that gloves for that slot, but fine, I suppose. But it got me at least level my crafters, because I usually dreaded it. I was like, oh, it's a daily I could do with these, and don't need to worry about like getting my materials. Sweet.
Yep,
I'll take as the advantage of that. Yeah, because that's the only one You're not the only one. That's the only one I really completed. Actually, no, that's a lie. I did complete the Amalja, and I completed the Ixali. But The Shahagins, Sylphs, and the Kobolds, well, the Shahagins I barely touched. The Kobolds I started, and the Sylphs, I got close. I think I'm almost to 3 with them. But other than that, yeah, like the only ones I really like fully completed from that was Amalja and the Exali. But I liked both. I actually did like the Amalja quest. So you get the list.
They're fun.
Yeah, you get the Drake, and if you finish it, yes, you must finish. It is a fun one.
Yeah, I need to go back and finish them. I've been, you know who I really like actually like sat down and actually did for once in my life?
What's that?
It was the Heavensward ones.
Okay, wow, we'll talk about that. Yeah, we'll talk about the next, because yeah.
Yep, those were the ones I actually sat down and did.
Okay.
Surprisingly.
Okay, because that's definitely a topic that'll be coming up. Before we get that far out, though, next we do have is, we talked about this actually pre-show. Remember how I told you I might ask you about leveling multiple jobs to get abilities? That's the question. What were your feelings on that?
I hated it. Okay. Hate is a strong word. I am not a fan of having to level into another class just to get an ability to use on my current class to make it better.
Okay.
I find it a little, like, I guess tedious, but also at the same time, when you're young and impressionable, you're just like, I just want to go. I just want to do this now. I want to kick butt now.
All right.
I come to find out when I first tried that's another thing, and moving on to freaking Heavensward. When I first tried Savage, I got told by people, like, hey, have you leveled this class yet? And I said, no. And they were like, oh, why not? And I was like, I still didn't think I needed it. And they're like, no, you need it.
Huh?
I was like, okay.
Yes. They have a struggle because you get certain abilities if you level that job. And that's something I totally understand too. Like, it is one of those things. Some people want to jump in and get right into the action and not think about it. Which I know they obviously changed that system much later on to make it more easier for everybody nowadays. But it definitely was interesting because back in Final Fantasy 11 days too, you did have to level another job as a support job, so you can give your main job a little more leverage, or it will cover its weak points. That was kind of like a main reason. I think because obviously the system was, they were still messing with the coding and whatnot, so they couldn't really at the time probably mess with it too much, to say. So, yeah, for the most part, it was still definitely a thing, and I know that they eventually finally removed that requirement. But there are moments, I won't lie. Paladin, I do miss having the ability to use Stone Skin and the ability to use cure myself, and if I really wanted to raise out of combat as a paladin, I could. Yep. There were moments of those things I do miss, but not little things I miss compared to what they how they do things now.
I mean, there's the whole bit. If we're talking about certain spells, I mean, I'll just throw in Stone Skin for a hot second. I'm sorry, Stone Skin? Like, really?
Yeah. Yeah, Stone Skin, come on. Yeah, if you have the ability to Stone Skin yourself, hell yeah. Paladin's like extra cooldown. Let me take that extra extra damage.
As a D&D player, I don't have a problem with Paladin knowing, like, healing skills. That's partial to the class. Again, D&D. You learn to heal. You get that fucking ability. But I always found it funny because, like, whenever I went into a dungeon, I would watch the healer start casting Protect. And then I'd watch the paladin immediately start casting Stone Skin. I was like, doing the healer's job. I just like look at him like, are you going to be a healer now? Oh boy. Boy.
It just reminds me of the time back when I played Paladin in WoW, and I went through a dungeon, and the healer was so bored, they're like, can I heal now? Because I literally kept healing myself and still kept hate. And I kept doing it all.
Yep.
Can I heal now?
Yep. Yeah, so like when I hear people talk about like oh well, I play this in WoW, and it's a combination of this, this, and this. And I'm like,
Yeah.
that sounds exhausting.
And so it can be
That's a
fun.
lot.
Well, as long as you know how, like, I guess it really just depends on your stamina, how much long you play the MMO, or like all
This
your
is
stuff.
true.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things
Yeah.
that kind of go into things like that. So,
Oh yeah, no,
yeah. So it's a few of this.
absolutely.
But yeah, there are
And I'm
moments.
just,
Yeah.
oh, sorry, I keep
Nah.
interrupting. Oh my gosh.
Hey, that's all good, Fendo. We're here for a good time.
Okay. We're here to yap. At least I hope we're here to yap.
Yeah, we're here to yap. But yeah, no, like. So yeah, it was like, but yeah, I do remember being you do Stone Skin from time to time, but then eventually they added Stone Skin 2, just because it was so it was so funny to that. Oh yeah, that's cast Stone Skin 2. Everybody has Stone Skin now.
God. Oh my God. Yeah. Now everybody has this. I'm like, okay.
Everyone gets a Stone Skin, and it's fine. You get a Stone Skin, you get a Stone Skin.
Literally sitting there like, okay, Janice, whatever you say.
Right. Alright, so next up, we're actually going to go ahead and jump into some of the story content. We actually, first we start off is we're going to talk about the Coils of Bahamut story.
Okay.
So, what are your feelings on that storyline?
Okay, so as somebody who actually kind of didn't do the storyline until later, surprise, didn't do it till later. I actually thought it was a great introduction to meeting Alizé, because I had no idea that Alphinaud had a twin at the time frame. When you first meet him, I was just like, that's a child. And then he mentions like, oh, I also have a twin sister. I'm like, there's another one. Oh, there's a second one.
I guess to be fair, you technically do meet Alizé in the main story, but she doesn't really play a part in the MSQ because mostly she's doing things in the Coils at the time. So you really don't learn about what happens with Alizé unless you do the Coils. So yeah, I can understand it. Like, but you did see Alizé, but she never really talks.
And that's where I was just like, there's another one? While doing main scenario, I was like, how do I meet this person? And my friends were like, oh, let's just speed run you through Coils. And I was like, excuse me, you're gonna speed run me through it. And they did exactly that.
Yeah.
It was level 60, you could just speed run it. Nobody cared. Everybody was just like, old content, do it.
Yeah, exactly, because at that point, for me, I did everything on content. So I did the stuff when, so fun fact about this is about the time basically Square was testing out the difficulty for normal raid content. So there was no such thing as Savage yet at the time. And so Coils of Bahamut were your raid. They're your 8-man raid. And and nobody knew what to expect of it, and it was all kind of like difficult content. I personally went through it as Paladin for most of it. But as I said earlier, one of my stories is that beating Titania, I ended up beating it on Bard because nobody else wanted to play Bard. Everybody wanted to be a tank or a healer, and I was like, oh, nobody, and play melee DPS. And they're like, oh, I'll play Bard, sure. I guess as I haven't leveled, why not? Yeah, I enjoyed it enough, sure, why not? And I'm a male row playing this Bard. I wanted to make this. I was a male row paladin, and I was like, I'm a paladin, I'm a tank, I'm a shield, and I remember racial, big boy with a racial shield, and yeah, when I got reduced to, a bard. I had to sing for my people, but it worked. We got the clear, and then I eventually went back to Savage with another group, and we cleared, well, not Savage, sorry. The Coil, the second tier, I cleared with my own raid team, and then the third tier, because here's the fun fact as well. So if you wanted to do the most current content, and obviously, you still, normals kind of follow that rhythm, which is better because, normals do have a similar, an easier difficulty. Yeah, Coils, yeah, you had to beat the hard fights in order to even get back to the current content. So if you were like, if you still haven't finished the first tier, you still have to finish the first tier before you got to the second tier. And if you want to get to the third tier, you gotta beat the second tier. And I remember Bahamut and Flattened. I hated my life.
Womp. Oh my god, getting all these memories of doing different parts of Coil because, and this will get mentioned in Heavensward, but in order to do all that farming that you have to do for a certain weapon, there was a way you could cheat it by doing a certain coil. Like, you could do one of the coils and just speed run it. You can just do it was the elevator one. It's the one where you're stuck in the elevator.
That would be turn 4.
Yep, you just stay there and you just farm.
Okay, yeah.
That's how we did it. I was like, oh, the elevator to hell.
The elevator, yes, the elevator. Yeah, I just kept going up, but it's fine.
But I think the only real time I ever truly went through like the Coils Extreme, or the extreme / whatever the heck you want to call it back then, was once again I was with Luffy and we just decided, hey, let's try and 2-man this.
Okay.
And I can't remember which patch it was in, but we just started running through it. And honestly, I had more enjoyability with just the two of us just figuring out old mechanics again. Oh, yeah. And I was like, huh, this is actually really interesting how this works.
Yeah, because you could always... Yeah, you don't have the whole group of people help you straight through it. You're kind of trying to like, oh, I see, this is how this mechanic works and that mechanic works.
Right. And that's how I got really, really good for Savage Raiding. I got really good at, and surprisingly enough, Criterion Dungeons. I got really good at discerning which effect does what.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that's really hard for me because, gonna get a little personal. With ADHD, it's really rough to have multitude of different mechanics going on and trying to focus on one thing at a time. Okay. I ran into that a lot during Savage, where I was like, I got frustrated because a mechanic would be happening, but another mechanic would also be simultaneously happening. Yeah. And I was like, which one do I focus on first? Crap, right. What am I doing? Example of that is in Shadowbringers. We'll bring that up later.
Yes.
I have a lot of examples of that, actually.
Yeah.
But no, it was really nice to just go through old content and look at how the mechanics have evolved over the years and how the names came to be for certain mechanics. And I always enjoyed that. I always enjoyed our old run-throughs whenever we do stuff like that. Because it just, to me, made it really easy for me to understand things and for just Luffy to tell me, like, okay, this is the name of this is what it's supposed to do when you have a full 8-man party. And I was like, neat. All right.
Okay.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. And the Coils also had a nice little thing to Louis Suave's story and having that cutscene that was so beautifully read. I was like, I went read through the Coils very recently on my alt character. Who has this house by who owns it? Is it all to mine? Yeah, we went through, and I was like, damn, that was a cutscene, and I barely remembered it. I rewatched it. I was like, wow, look at that. That was really cool to see kind of what happened after, Louis Suave was trying to, protect the dust, and he learned so much. Yeah, and he learned so much more how all came to be. I was like, this makes so much sense. Like, oh my god.
It's really fun, because when I was going through these cutscenes, sometimes, yes, people be like, oh, just skip the cutscene. I'm like, but I want to watch it. And they're like, let me introduce you to this piece of furniture that just lets you watch cutscenes. And I was like,
right.
Nice. I could just sit here and rewatch the whole story again.
Yes.
So now I sometimes catch myself going back and rewatching Coils just to get myself familiar with certain things, like certain tidbits that I missed.
Okay.
I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, this is it.
Gotcha. Okay.
This makes sense.
Yeah, hell yeah. Love that. So the next piece of story content we're gonna go over is the Crystal Tower raids. What are your feelings about the story and the mechanics and such?
So, I think my crash course introduction to Crystal Towers was this is actually a hilarious story. So when I first started, when I first made the new character, who I'm playing on now, actually. Okay. Hey, second relic of the evening. Hi, my character is my second actual made character, not my first. Okay. That one's dead.
Damn.
That one's gone.
That one's dead. It went to the ocean. It's fine. We threw it in the ocean.
It's okay. It's fine. He's fine. Anyway, the first thing that we did that my friends made me, I volunteered to do it because it was apparently a funny little thing that you did, was you would teleport to, oh god, what's that fort in Ishgard? It's the first area you go to
Foundation?
when you leave the Shroud. Yes, Foundation. Foundation. I think that's the first one.
Wait, are you talking about going to Querfus Central Highlands, or are you talking about where we're going to actually going into Ishgard itself?
Before Ishgard was even a
Oh, okay.
thing.
Querth, Western, is the Western Highlands then. Okay.
Yes.
No, Central. No, Central. Western was
Central?
Ishgard.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Central.
Yes.
I never realized.
So we would start there because there's a route that takes you to Mordona.
Yeah.
From that area. So what we do is we would all turn into level 1s, strip ourselves bare. I don't know why we did this, but we just walk. We just walk all the way to Mordona. Level 1s, walking to Mordona, not giving a fuck. If we died, oops. Oops. But it was a weird tradition where we would all walk to Mordona, butt stark naked. Level 1s, and we'd walk to Mordona, and they would have me get the Aether right there, so that I would have a teleport to Mordona. So that was what that led into. Okay, now you're at Mordona. Let's go to Crystal Towers. I was like, I'm sorry, what? And yes, I got dragged into the Crystal Towers. I thought it was a little kind of weird how fast everything was dying. I was like, is this normal? I had to actually ask the question of, hey, is it normal for everything to die so fast? And my friends were like, yeah, no, everything is like a cakewalk here. Everybody is like high-ass gear. Everything's gonna die super fast. I'm like, well, but what are the mechanics? It's like, don't worry about the mechanics. just fucking run. I was like, that's okay. A lot of my introduction during A Realm Reborn was ignore it, run. And I would just be confused the entire time. I was so... The entire time.
Oh my god, so basically, it was sort of Crystal Tower, so when you ran through it, yeah, everything died, you're like, what? And you're like, don't worry about it, it's fine. Oh god. Man.
Pretty much. The entire time, just run through it, you're fine.
Oh god. So to kind of bring up, so obviously I've been playing since beta phase 2, A Realm Reborn. And back when the Crystal Towers came out, it used to be 6 tanks. So you had 2 tanks in each party. You literally had 3 full parties. And for Labyrinth of the Ancients, it used to be that each tank would take a skeleton, and then you have 1 tank take the Bone Dragon. And basically kind of like this is how they handled that mechanic. And then for like Cerberus, you had 4 tanks, 1 on each tower, to soak like electricity, because if you didn't have a tank like do that, it could wipe the party. Then you also had an Iron Giant that had to be tanked by 1 tank, and then you had the main tank take Cerberus. So those are the things I remember so vividly, just because that I remember like, oh, I guess I'm the off tank. Okay, let me go grab this, I guess. You know, oh, I'm the tank that sits at a tower. Okay, cool. I'll go sit at a tower and look pretty.
Wow.
So, but obviously they changed that a lot since then. When they changed the Heaven's Ward and whatnot, they made it much easier and more accessible. So you could have an easier time with like the rest of them. And to be real, like the rest of them were like once they released like Circus Tower and whatnot, it definitely got easier. It definitely got easier to do mechanics and whatnot. I mean, granted, people were still dying, people were still having their issues, but that's not at this point. It's like queuing up for World of Darkness, and yeah, still seeing people like to it. So you know, it's still the same, you know. Do you have recalibration to the story, like about Grahatia or anything that sticks out to you for Crystal Tower, story-wise?
Just like about Grahatia in general, or like just what?
What about the storyline Crystal Tower about Graha, or like even Nero, or about anybody in the Crystal Tower?
So fun fact, I had played Final Fantasy III on the 3DS. So I had an idea on the 3 references. Like, I catch references like it's the fucking plague. When it
Okay.
comes to 14, I catch references so fast because I grew up playing Final Fantasy as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
But I was just like, oh my gosh, Final Fantasy 3, let's go. And I was so happy that we got a 3 reference. And Graha kind of gave me he gave me vibes of the I don't know if you've played 3 recently, but one of the main characters. He was giving me the his name starts with an L and it's escaping me. Gosh darn it.
Luneth?
Yeah, the main dude, right? The guy with the gray hair, blonde.
The long white / gray hair. Yeah, I think that's
Yes.
Luneth. That is
Luneth,
from
yes.
yeah.
He was giving me those vibes, and I was just like, I like this kid. I like him a lot. He's a no nonsense. Like, I'm just gonna do it, and I like that.
Okay.
And the more we did the story, like the more I watched the cutscenes, learned more about stuff, and got the references left and right. Of course, Nero being Nero. I grew to really like Grahatia's character in and of himself, like just as his own entity. Like I could differentiate the two at that point. Like my first impression versus my now impression. I was like, I really like this story. Like this story does a really good job of implementing stuff in its like in an original standpoint, but also keeping true to 3 as a whole. And I was like, I really appreciate that. I really appreciate if you're going to make a reference to another game, Final Fantasy wise, it can have its own element. Like that's perfectly fine. I also appreciate the little tidbits here and there that remind you of stuff when you played the game. And I'm just sitting there going, I love this. I really, really love this. Like in the Crystal Towers when we fought Eamon, who is one of the I hated that boss fight in 3. That boss fight actually pissed me off in 3 when I was fighting him in 3. I was like, I hate this man. I hate this man so much. And then when you do it in Crystal Towers, I was like, eat it, eat it, eat it. And I was so happy I got to beat him up and not get my ass killed. So it's stuff like that. Like this in the story, it makes sense, and I like how it's written. And I very much appreciate those types of stories. Like they're really, really good.
Yeah. There you go. That's
sorry, I'm reading
good.
I'm reading the chat. It's like
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Alrighty. So, to wrap the Realm Reborn portion of things, we're gonna talk about the MSQ. What were your feelings about the MSQ of 2.0?
Okay. Oh my god. Alright, hold on. We gotta wait a minute. Okay, so first and foremost, the first story, like the first bit of the story was very interesting. The problem was I have the attention span of a goldfish. So I had to be really hooked by things. And like the first few bits of story were like, I could live with that. But the more I progressed through it, the more I realized, oh, this is actually like a really cool, like, this is my story kind of ordeal. And I really liked that. So the more I played, the more better it got. I think the points that I kind of kept dropping in and out, unfortunately, was really just before you fought Ifrit. And I was like, oh, it's a big lizard. Okay, cool. And then like, okay, this is getting cool. We're getting into some conflicts with some of the local tribes. Okay, interesting. There's factions in these tribes. Like, oh, okay. And then here comes the Empire's there, but we don't have to worry about that yet. Yet. And as a 12 fan, I was like, oh, there's an Empire. That only means that's just bad news. Right then and there. Anything that involves an Empire in any Final Fantasy game is just asking for trouble.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And I was right. As witnessing, because then you get through Titan, and I really enjoyed Titan. I thought it was interesting. It was fun until you got knocked off and realized you couldn't be rezzed. And that happened multiple times. And you're like, oh,
Oh, okay.
I'll be on the floor.
I'll be on the floor. Okay, thanks.
I'll just be dead. So, and then Garuda, and when you first get introduced to the Empire, and I first saw Gaius, I was like, yo, this guy be looking like a magistrate judge. I want to punch his face in so bad, because I played Tactics. I played Tactics Advance. I know exactly what those fucking judges do to you in Tactics Advance. They'll throw fucking red cards at you. It makes me mad. Makes me mad.
Anyway, oh my god, dude.
So then he pulls out the Ultima weapon, and I'm like, the hell is this thing? It's a big, dumb, bipedal thing. What is this? And then we fought it. And then we got introduced to bread. La Habrea. And I was like, who?
Bread.
What? Bread. Yes. And it didn't dawn on me as a 12 fan until because the La Habrea had sounded very interesting, or it sounded familiar to me and then I started hearing all the other names of the Asians, and I just kind of sat there and went, hold on, I gotta look something up. So then I go and look up more 12 stuff, and then lo and behold, it's actually like, oh, these are the names of the Scions of Light versus Scions of Dark, blah blah blah. If you played 12, you know it.
Right.
And I literally sat there and just kind of was like, oh, they took the names of the good guys and slapped them on the bad guys. Okay. I see what you're fucking doing. So they did that. And then we move on to probably, I think, the weakest point of 2.0.
Okay.
Was the 100 quests afterwards.
Yes. Uh-huh.
So the first beginning part, amazing. Absolutely beautiful. Loved it.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. Oh, there's more quests I have to do. Okay, well, let's... Oh, it's 100. Oh, there's like 100 plus... Oh, no. I see. Yeah. Like 100 plus, and Ramu tells me that I'm bad at my job. Okay, cool. Thank you. I love getting progress reports from HR. Love this.
That's great. That's so
I love being told that I'm doing bad at my job.
Thanks, God.
Thanks, Grandpa.
Thanks, Grandpa. God.
And then you get told again by Shiva, hey, you're really bad at your job. I'm like, I need to be told a second time, man. I already got told.
Damn, this is a different HR rep at that point, you know?
More HR reps. And then you go to the manager, which I believe you go to not Racefogger. That's a different name. That's totally different. You go back to Mordona and you meet up with the big dragon daddy.
Oh, Midgar Sommer.
Midgar Sommer.
Midgar Sommer was towards the end of the expansion.
Yeah, because then he fires you.
Yes. He takes your crystals and says you're fired.
He says you're fired. I'm like, oh, I lost my stuff. Oh, I got Metroided, but not Metroided. No, I do like the part where they introduced Midgar Sommer.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was really interesting because I always wondered what the hell that thing was out in the middle of the lake. Right. I always did.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, that's a thing out in the middle of the lake.
It's a little thing.
I want to know I want to know what that thing is.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah. Exploratory. I want to know what it is. And this was, before you could fly in that area. So I was just like, grr, I can't reach it. Maybe next time.
Right. Nah, I got you.
Now you can. But
now you can.
I think for me, for 2.0, like the beginning part into when you beat up Gaius and he goes Super Saiyan, you beat him up, was really fun. I really liked that part with the whole Empire and like kind of dealing a massive blow to the Empire. It always feels good. Always feels good in a Final Fantasy game when you literally knock down the oppressors.
Yeah. No, definitely for sure.
I think the biggest letdown for me, and I think this is I've heard this voiced by a lot of people, was the quest line, like the amount of quests afterwards leading into Heavensward.
Right.
That like 100 quests actually made me want to like There were some days where I was just like, I don't know if I can do this no more, man. I don't think I can do this. It's just a bunch of menial quests.
Right, yeah, because after a while, it's so many. Because yeah, that's the biggest thing, and then remember eventually they finally cut down on it. But yeah, there was definitely a
Yeah,
there was definitely a
it was a
drag.
lot.
It was a
It was. I
lot to
think
get through.
that was the problem. It was so much, and my short attention span can only last for a good couple minutes before I'm like, okay, I'm gonna look at my phone now because this is boring me.
Yeah, no,
You know.
that's yeah, no, totally fair, understandable, considering. But yeah, because I say definitely for me, I think definitely the biggest moment impact for me was definitely when we got the moment where we had to go into right before we basically right as the banquet happened with Raban losing his
Yes.
arm and
That
all the shit that
was
happened.
peak.
Yes,
That was
like
peak
that
for me.
was
I
yeah. The story definitely picked up a lot more after that, and I thought for a moment, like, well, shit, to come back, like, because I said, this is before Heaven's Ward was even released, so we got to that point in the story, and we had to wait to find out more after, obviously, like, go through steps of faith and such,
yeah.
and so they're going, like, oh, are we, like, not allowed to go back to the city-state now? What's going on? Obviously, they had a workaround at the time, but, like, it's still one of those things, like, oh my god, how are we gonna, what?
Yeah, no, that is also exactly how I felt when I got to that cutscene.
Yeah.
I was actually really blown away by how cinematic it felt. I was like, yo, this is like the arching climax of a movie. This is so good. And then like Bimphilia doing her whole thing and Yustola doing her whole thing. I was like, oh my god, I'm losing everybody around me after I just rescued their asses.
Whoops.
Fuck me. Okay.
Yeah, goddamn. But
and now I'm left to babysit.
Right. Now, with that being said, though, we're gonna go ahead and get ready for the Heaven's Ward portion of our show. So we'll be right back. Alrighty, folks, we are returned. We are now on the Heaven's Ward portion of the show. Basically, one of the few things I'd like to tell people about Heaven's Ward is the song Dragon Song actually has a really big impact in my life, considering the time of where I was at the time. I basically kind of left a cult, and basically the words inside of it, what is the truth, really resonated with me. Considering what the song was really about, considering they would talk about the war itself, it still hits me to this day. when I hear it. I kind of want to tear up because I'm like, damn, you know, that was a point in my life where I wasn't sure what things were anymore. But here we are. Let's go ahead and we'll get started with some questions here. So we obviously know you started towards the end. This honestly was the time that actually Dark Knight, Astro, and Machinist were around. Did any of those jobs actually interest you at this time? When you
So the fun fact about Dark Knight and Machinist was I had no idea they existed. I kept going through as a Dragoon during that time frame, and I was just like, oh, these are classes you can pick up. Mainly because my friends during that time frame were literally like, hey, check out these classes that you can play. And I was like, okay. And I did. And I think the one that stuck with me the most out of all the classes was Dark Knight. I really liked Dark Knight. I played the class and I really liked it, like back before they made all the changes. Like you could no longer, kick people to stun them. Good old classic boot you in the leg and call it a day.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I really liked about, and don't get me wrong, I love Machinist. I do. Machinist is one of my all-time favorites. Back in jeez Louise, Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers was a really good one for Machinist. But if I had to pick like story-wise a story class that really stuck with me, it's got to be Dark Knight. Dark Knight had the way it was written. Shout out to the God, what's her name? She ended up writing Shadowbringers, and I'm just like applauding because her writing, impeccable, absolutely magnificent. I'm over the moon about it. I will praise about it for days to come, only because I really liked how during the entirety of like 30 to 50, Frey was not happy with you about, doing menial shit. He literally would just start bitching at you about it. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you wasting your time helping people that can easily do their own goddamn job? And that's like broad terms of how he put it, basically. But it sat with me for so long, just in general, just kind of like, he's right. We may be the warrior of light, but we're doing a lot of things for a lot of people. So it got me thinking. I was just like, huh. He's onto something. He's just this weirdo who doesn't show me his face is onto something.
Right.
He's onto things. Culminates up to when you get to the level 50. Ho, it turns out it's yourself. And I literally did a persona moment, and I just went, you're not me. You're not me. And then, I turned to find Persona 4 moment. Fuck. And I was like, oh, okay. Cool. And then you beat him, and then you accept yourself as like, okay, these are your actual, like, feelings. These are, like, your genuine ass feelings towards being shoved into the role of Warrior of Light without your true consent, I think, at this point. Because you wake up, and it's literally like the opening of freaking, Skyrim? It's just like, you're awake. And I'm just like, holy shit. You're just thrown into this. Because you wake up with Big Mama Crystal being like, she throws shit at you, and it's just like, go. And I'm like, huh? The entire time, I was confused. And then, you do the Dark Knight questline, and Frey is literally like, why do you keep doing this? Why do you keep doing this to yourself when you really don't want to? And I think that's what I took away from the questline. I don't know if other people's interpretations are different. From what I saw, it was, we were fighting ourselves with the factor of us wanting to do good deeds versus this is menial. What's the point in continuing to do this? What am I getting out of this? So it was it felt like a lot of duality going on that I resonated with really hard as somebody who always wants to do good deeds. But also at the same time, I question, why am I doing this? So it's a lot of like moral gray in the middle. And I think that's why I really really liked the Dark Knight storyline. Machinist was funny as hell. Let's just state that right now. Machinist is just funny. I just think it's hilarious.
Okay.
Could I remember the story? No. I could remember Dark Knight. Machinist, maybe. Maybe at best.
No,
But those were my feelings towards the two classes. Like, I adore Dark Knight. Oh, my poor minion. I adore Dark Knight with a fiery passion. Do I play the class religiously? No. I like the story. I think the story is what got me to really appreciate the class. And Machinist was just, oh my gosh. It felt like blown out of the water with a lot of like the job story updates. Because I will admit, Bards was kind of funny to me, but also at the same time really tragic. It's supposed to be tragic, but I've also kind of found it a little funny. The more you got into it, but I won't get into it. Paladin, I was just kind of like, it's okay. Rogue was, it's okay. It's kind of like a lot of it stemmed from the Realm Reborn classes were kind of meh. And then the minute you got into Heavensward, I was just like, yo, this is actually good writing. As silly as that sounds.
No,
I was like, oh, writing. I like it.
Yeah, that's totally fair and understandable. Like, considering that, like, with, no, like, I think a lot of people, like, so far I've talked to, really do like the dark storyline. And honestly, I couldn't, like, disagree, because the story's great. Like, the whole story in the Dark Knight storyline is fantastic. And the more you see in the writing, and especially later on in Stormblood, when the writing gets really good on there. And we could talk about that.
Oh my god, Stormbloods. Oh my god, Stormblood's freaking writing. Holy shit, I could go on for days about it.
But yeah.
In a good way.
Yeah, no, I figured. But like for the most part, as we talk about here, is that like, you know, all the stories usually intertwine pretty well. And you hit Paladin on the head. I thought Paladin was okay. Yeah, it was my main class when I first played it, but then like, later on I picked up Warrior, and Warrior was more fun anyway at that point.
I completely agree with that. I loved being introduced to the Warrior Brothers, and I thought they were the best thing ever. Like, it was peak comedy for me at that time frame. I was like, oh, this is silly. This is really, really silly. Yes. And I'm okay with silly. Because if you're going to have a game with Gilgamesh in it, you got to be silly. The man is a walking meme. Oh, that's the point.
Absolutely. No, I agree. So before we carry on to this one, we're going to talk about a bit more about the mechanics and such as the game at the time. So this is the time that we had was called the Fizz Range Caster. What were your feelings on that?
So during that time frame, I never played. Surprisingly enough, I never played Fizz Range, but I had heard about the horrors of Fizz Range. So during that time frame, during most of Heavensward, I was playing on and off as a Dragoon and Scholar, because I was trying to like get a hand at Scholar. I was like a mixture of Dragoon, Scholar, Summoner. I was like, okay, I'm gonna dip my feet into Scholar and see how well this works. Lo and behold, I had no idea how it worked. But I had heard about the dread that came from, hey, you have to stand still to cast as a bard and a machinist. And I was like, excuse me? Bard mage. Bard mage, because I would witness this while I was doing content. Was I would notice like every so often the bard would stop and then they would like do their ability, stop, do their ability, and I kind of had to sit there and I was like, isn't the point of playing a class like a bard that shoots arrows, like isn't the point that you have to move? Questions? I was asking multitude of questions to myself, like, I don't think the machinist should be standing still while they're casting. Why are they casting? Those were the other questions that came to mind, is why are they casting? What spells are they shooting out?
Yeah.
They shooting books? I hope.
Right, yeah, and that was like the biggest deal with that, is that with this, it is so funny because like I remember, well, we'll get into raids when we got to raids. I remember having we had a bard in our group, and it was getting kind of sad because I felt real bad because I would out DPS the bard as a warrior because of what the insanity of it was. It was like that poor caster, poor Fizz range. You should be able to move around. But yeah, I'll go ahead and bring up the next question here. Next on our list, I just had it up. Okay. So this is actually about the time, about the run you probably joined. Party Finder actually became available to cross-world, meaning that basically you went to Party Finder, you no longer had to deal with it just within your own server. You now could play with friends that were living on a different server. Of course, it's not required. This is not DC or anything yet, but it's still just in your DC. But you can now talk to your friends if you were on one server to another. What were your feelings when they? Well, I don't know if you were around before they added Crossworld or if it was an after fact.
So I'll be real with you. I didn't pay attention much to that stuff. The Party Finder, yes, because that's how I was able to find out actually about Savage. Was through Savages and Extremes was through Party Finder. I didn't know it existed until once again I get pointed out by my magical friends, being like, "There's this nice little thing if you press the start button, or in your case, the option button on your PS4 controller. And there's this lovely little thing called Party Finder." And I went, "Ooh, what does that do?" And they went, "Well, it's this magical thing where people will set up random parties for stuff that they need done that you can join." And I thought that was the coolest thing ever.
See.
But then I also realized, as the more I played this game, oh god, what a death trap that is. That is me speaking lightly about Party Finder, but Party Finder Hell is an actual place on Earth. And when I got introduced to Party Finder, I think I was really badly wanting, because I really was really good at doing extremes. I had gotten really good at doing all the Heavensward extremes, so I was looking to bird farm, the dreaded bird farm. But there was one in particular, one in particular bird that I wanted more than anything in the world.
Oh.
And that was Thornton's fucking bird. I wanted Thornton's bird so damn bad. I really liked the lilac color. It looked beautiful. Played my favorite theme because Thornton was cool. I really liked that fight. The amount of times that I did that extreme through Party Finder, and it was the most asinine thing I've ever been through, because it still occurs to this day, where it was the infamous loot and scoot. You'd get the bird drop, somebody would nab it, we would all leave, and then they immediately leave the PF. So I was like, great, okay, back to square one.
Very common, considering I've also seen a video of it was a Titan EX, it was an 8-bit video, and basically Dragoon falls off, and everyone finishes the fight, the mount drops, the Dragoon gets it, leaves, and just leaves the whole instance, and leaves the group.
Yes, I'm just like, what the I've seen that video, by the way. I know which one you're talking about. I'm like, oh my god, of course. Freaking course. The loot and scoot. But the fucking loot and scoot. Sorry. I have strong feelings towards loot and scoot. My feelings towards it are, if you are, now this is standpoint. This is for older content because they have buffed everything and they've buffed the raid drop. Understandable. But if you are a looter and a scooter, I'm not going to be nice to you because that's just rude. That's just mean. Because at that point, people have been waiting for they have been doing this for hours on end. And when the thing finally drops, it's like, okay, cool. We'll see who gets it, and you get the loot. If your immediate thing is to get out of there almost immediately and not help a little bit afterwards, help as much as you can to the point where you're just like, okay, I gotta go. I think that's incredibly rude, at least in my opinion. It's not against TOS. I mean, I get it. It's not against the terms of service. You don't have to stay in a Party Finder, but it leaves an impression.
No.
And I've seen a lot of it happen, and I've seen a lot of just like when people get the loot and they scoot, then the PF just starts falling apart at that point. Like other people just leave.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, wow. It took hours to put this together. We do like a couple fights. The loot drops, they get it, and then they leave. And then it's just like, okay. How many hours did I waste?
No, and I understand.
Yikes.
Yeah, and it's still, unfortunately, I think to this day, I don't think that's ever going away. Considering I've seen it kind of a couple of party finders before. I actually had one during my wings farming, which somebody joined, they got the wings, they left immediately, and it was just like, okay, dude, you could like, oh, I'm sorry, they said, oh, I have to go, I'm so sorry, got the wings, and didn't stay for like, I get you had to leave, and things like, it would have been nice to at least give them like at least one more pull before you left, because that would have been like a nice gesture to say like, oh, I appreciate you getting me these, I got the win, at least try to help, because I know what happened to me. I actually had a group for Speen, and I said I'll go into this later. But basically, yeah, I'm not a fan of people who loot and scoot, but it's one of those things I just go, oh, it's just a daily experience at this point. Okay. It's like those people that drop out of PF after, like, they're just trying to do, like, it's a learning party, and they drop out after 3 pulls. So, okay, whatever.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not a fan of that either. Like, I was with a group, and, like, I appreciate this group. Because when I was doing wing farming myself, I was doing the Zerulja one, because I really like those wings. Those wings are sick. But I was in a learning party. The people of this FC, absolutely fantastic. They literally went, okay, this is a learning party. This is a learning party where we will farm later, but we are learning mechanics. If you are not here to learn mechanics, you can leave. And I was just like, sign me up, please. I just want to learn these mechanics. Best, like, 5 hours of my life of just doing this fight, learning how it works, getting the best shoutouts I've ever had in my entire life. And actually, we ended up clearing it on the second run, and I felt extremely good, because normally when you go into learning parties, it's... God almighty. Lord only knows how many times like you have to do it before you finally get the clear. And that's no fault to anybody. I'm gonna make that clear. It's no fault to anybody. Sometimes it just happens. Sometimes people are just not paying attention. Sometimes I'm also not paying attention, and I apologize. I sometimes just don't pay attention because I think something's happening, and then I'm 5 steps ahead of myself. It happens. It happens.
That does me too.
Seabass has told me multiple times before, like, dude, you're on step 5. I need you on step 2. I'm like, shit, okay. Where he's just like, okay, you're, because this is something that I really learned, especially during Savage, is you cannot be 5 steps ahead. You can be, but you need to be thinking about the mechanics that are happening now. You can know what's going to happen in the future. You can keep that on the back burner, but you need to know what is happening at this very moment. You need to be on your job the moment things are happening. Because if you're not, it's going to go sideways. As I say, as I look at the Phoenix fight and cry a little bit inside, because that was the roughest tanking I've ever done in my entire life. And by rough, I mean, it wasn't on me and it wasn't on Bass's brother, because we were both fantastic tanks. I feel bad for Seabass's co-healer, because there were so many problems leading up into that fight that were going on. And I'm not here to spill tea about that, but if you are not in the mindset to know what's going on now, and also know, like, predate what's going to happen next, it's gonna go sideways.
Yeah.
Like,
no.
you just have to keep in mind, like, you keep your eye on the ball during this mechanic. Okay, let's move on. Now you know what's going on in the next one. It's good to remind yourself, but you gotta also keep an eye on what you're doing now.
Oh, definitely for sure. Because that's one of the few things that can get you. Because like it's happened to me too in the past as well. Like, oh, I'll be a couple mechanics. And I'm like, wait a minute, oh, that's not happening yet. Shit. Oh, this mechanic's happening. Oh God, gotta go the other way now. Oh God.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
No, that's happened to me multiple times where I have assumed that a mechanic was going to happen, And then it turns out I was way too early
Uh,
unassuming that mechanic. And I usually will end up getting myself killed when I assume that a mechanic is going to happen.
okay.
It's a common thing.
Yeah.
I think it's common at this point, and it's nobody's fault. Never feel like it's your fault if you mess up a mechanic that you thought was going to happen. Don't ever feel bad for messing up a mechanic. Do admit that you messed up a mechanic. Don't ever blame other people if you mess up a mechanic. Always admit to your faults, because that shows that you are a good person and that you admit to your faults.
Oh, that's definitely
Which is solid advice when playing 14.
Oh, absolutely.
9 out of 10, people will be more patient with a person who admits to their faults to a mechanic than a person who doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Correct. So there is something I'm going to ask here. Now, we know you kind of probably joined late within the Heaven's Ward cycle. So did you happen by chance to try out the relic grind before, I guess we could say 4-star Trek, but did you happen to touch it at all?
Yes, actually I did. So the first relic that I got because I got introduced to it after I had completed Heaven's Ward by my friends, because they were showing off their cool relic weapons, their cool animo weapons at that time frame. No, I did not do the Realm Reborn one, because that one had more extra steps, and you have to parallel park and also make a ham sandwich at the same time. You had a bunch of crap you had to do. It was like, okay, I'm not doing this one. So then my friends were like, try this one. And I was like, okay, what do I do? And they walked me through how to do the anima weapon. Took me almost 2 years to complete my anima weapon, because I am lazy and kind of forget that it kind of exists, especially afterwards. Went for the initial start of when I got started on my anima weapon. It took me 2 years to complete my first ever anima weapon, which was the Summoner book. Only because, again, lazy, kind of forgot about it. You had to do like X, Y, and Z to get it done. But I kind of liked that. I'm a big fan of grinding for something nice. Like, if it gets me something really, really nice in the end, yeah, I'm gonna freaking do it. Nowadays, I pace myself when it comes to these things. I have 3 anima weapons in total out of all the classes. I've only managed to do 3 because I don't want to go overboard and burn myself out trying to do these things, which leads into how I did other relics, because I kept that same mindset of I will take my time with these. There is no freaking rush to get these done. They look nice. You don't need them necessarily, unless for some reason it's BIS, then I guess rush it, but you can also just get away with not having it. So it's not like a huge game changer in my opinion. But to specifically state on the anima one, I really liked just broad terms of what I found with it. I liked the storyline with anima. I thought it was an interesting idea behind basically making a living weapon that then gained sentience and became a minion that you got. I was like, oh, this is neat. Okay, I like this. Just the steps to get there were a little it was a lot. And I'm sure everybody can agree it's a lot to light. We're mainly towards the cusp end when you have to do all the light grinding. That's where it gets rough. Because if you don't know the good like fights to light grind, it's gonna take you forever.
Yeah.
And I didn't figure that out.
Okay. I heard something.
Oh, that was probably my cat.
Oh, that was so funny. It was the time was great. I said,
Oh, you're so silly. Yes, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. My cat, Porchevant, who likes to scream at everybody. Say something. Now he won't.
Nah, he
won't say anything.
Nope. He said, nope, never mind. Yeah, so.
Oh, here we go.
Oh?
There you go. There, okay. Yeah, there he is.
I heard that. I heard that it was
He's
cute.
a baby. He's fine though. Anyway,
Baby.
so he's a baby. So recently, his name is Porchevant because he's baby. Hence why my love for Heavensward. I have a cat named Porchevant because he's my baby, and I will love that man till the day I die. Because I thought he was the best character in my opinion. Porchevant was my favorite character in all of Heavensward.
Gotcha.
Just the really, really nice golden retriever energy he gave you is something that I adore in a character.
We'll definitely talk about them more. But before we forget, so I'm gonna go back to the relic grind here for a second.
Yes. Sorry, we got on a side tangent.
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
So I recently found out that if you did the first, for light grinding, and I found this out just because I saw a party finder for it. Surprise, surprise. The first level of the Alexander Savage raids, if you do the very first one on a light grind, you're going to complete that thing in under like 10 rounds of that fight. I was like, oh, yo. I was like sitting there actually and that's been my light grind since, was just doing the first instance of Alexander Savage, the first tier. You do the first fight that you do, where you fight the big, what are they?
Pressers?
Yeah, because you fight the Jaggerdalls first, and then you go sliding down like a conveyor belt into the arena, and then when it gets down to like 15%, it summons another one.
Yep. The good
And you're
old
like,
pressers. Yeah. No,
But,
definitely want to do that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you want to light grind, if you do that fight during your light grind, you will be done in under 10 turns. It's either that one or you do Refurbisher. Those two fights will get you the fastest light grind, is what I have found. Because my light grind was none of those. My light grind was other shit that I will not go into.
Okay.
And it was not good.
Gotcha.
It was a lot of extremes that just did not work.
Gotcha. Oh, the extremes. Yeah, because meanwhile, I actually went through and I almost finished 2 relics during Heaven's Horde. And mostly the reason I didn't finish my second one was because at the time, I was going to become a scholar for my second raid. Let's say it this way. So I first started out as a warrior for my relic grind, and I went through and I completed, I pretty much got to the steps to where it was in content. Then I went ahead and I went over to Scholar because my friends wanted me to play Scholar for my raid team, since we needed like a healer since we had another tank coming in. So I was like, okay, cool. And I started that relic grind as well. I got to the same, I almost got to that same exact point, and then basically my group told me, hey, by the way, we actually need you back a warrior again. So I went back to warrior, I finished that grind, and I think most of mine, thankfully, was through my free company at the time, because we all were ecstatic. So we were all pretty much like doing a lot of the steps together, which helped out immensely. It was really good to have. Though I also was very lucky with the first relic. I could skip the first step because I technically did have a 2.0 relic. So,
yeah, no, you were basically like, meh, I don't have to do this.
I don't have to fate farm for those days. I could skip that step.
Yeah.
Which was a relief.
Don't get me started on that fate farming crap from 2.0. Oh my god.
You don't want to know what I dealt with. You don't want to deal with the dungeon grind I had to deal with also in the bubble board. I cried inside. I cried about Arwen Vale. That's why I hate that dungeon with passion.
I don't really blame you.
I could go on forever. I could go on.
I think that the thing that I really did not like about the 2.0, the Realm Reborn one, because I'm stuck on the part where you have to go fate grinding in each fucking location.
Yeah.
Each location, not just one. Each. I was like, oh my god, I'm not doing that with a probability of like 5% that it might drop. I'm like, no thanks.
Yep.
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, right.
I don't need that.
Right.
Which is why doing the Anima one was such a refresh to me. I was like, oh, I don't have to do this.
So
cool. I can do other things.
So
this is nice.
So before I forget here, next I'm going to ask about is actually, so it sounds like you played with a group of friends. I guess these were your group of friends a part of the FC, and if they were, did they have a house and were able to make airships?
So, okay, so the FC I was long ago a part of, no longer a part of, and I'm actually no longer friends with these groups of people except for one. My friend in Australia, she's still chill. We're still chill. She's cool. I never had a problem with her. The FC I was a part of was actually on Hyperion in the Mist. I knew exactly where it was at, but yes, we did. I never did the airships. I never did Diadem. That old Diadem. And I don't think they ever did Diadem ever again. I heard their horror stories of trying to do Diadem from people, and I was like with people, and I was like, uh-oh, this sounds like a fucking mess. Thank God I'm never gonna do it again in my entire life, or I'll never do it again. I'll never do it in my entire life. I never got to experience that stuff with the airships and going to Diadem and all that crap with your FC. Yeah, no, that was not something I had the pleasure of doing. Thank God, because the amount of people that would tell me, like, it's a shit show. It's such a shit show trying to coordinate. Or at least with them, they said it was a shit show trying to coordinate. And I was like, yikes.
Yeah, I remember back when I did, I mostly helped my FC basically do that. All I did was really the gathering because I wasn't a crafter. We had crafters for that. Probably I do not know if I still have it, but I do remember when doing the original Diadem, you used to get, like, pink pieces of gear. And I think I still have one of those pink pieces of gear you could get. That only was exclusive to original Diadem. And those stats were all randomized, too.
Oh my God, he still has the pink gear, everybody. Oh my God.
I always will tell people, if you don't believe the stories, I have the things to tell. And I still got the Keeper's Hymn from a Rumble Born that used to tell.
Oh my God.
That used to switch your stats around. Yep, those were still a thing.
Jeez Louise. I remember that.
I
remember that thing.
I'm a boomer when it comes to this game. You know, it's fine.
I remember that thing that switches your stats, because I remember back in the day, you had to pick how much like your elemental resistance stuff. I remember this. I remember when you first created your character, it was like, put these these into those numbers, or like into these stats. And I was just like, does this do anything? Is this supposed to help me? Nobody was explaining anything to me about this. I was like, why do I need my electric resistance so high? Why do I need my fire resist? What is going on? I felt so stupid because nobody was explaining jack shit to me.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, what are these? Why do I need elemental, like this elemental crap?
Yeah, it didn't really matter because basically a lot of this stuff didn't really make sense to have that back in the day, because a lot of this, there was nothing really like crazy about you kind of got like the damage like you did. So it's so weird.
One of them gave you a damage buff. I know one of them gave you a damage buff, and that's it. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, a little minor damage buff is fine.
Yeah, I was like,
So you pretty much actually answered my question too, one, because I was gonna ask you kind of touch the original Diadem. So, next I'm gonna ask about. We're gonna actually go ahead and start talking about some story content here. Side story content. We're gonna start off with. The Ally Society quest, the Vanu Vanu, the Voth, the Moogle.
yeah.
I believe you mentioned it earlier that you pretty much like solidified and did all of them.
Yeah, those were one of my favorites. It took me a bit on the Vadu Vadu and the I think the Moogles were the ones that I really went hard on, because I think back in that time frame, I was exploring, because I was tired of just doing the monotonous content of go into this dungeon, beat the shit out of this boss, gain XP, rinse, repeat. I was like, okay, I want to try something different. Hence, crafting and gathering. I got really good at blacksmith. Like, really good at blacksmith. It's still one of my classes that I do to this day was blacksmith. I was like, oh, I really like this class. And botanist. Now, first and foremost, let's address the elephant in the room. Let's address the major element. I went blacksmith and botanist.
Okay.
I should have gone blacksmith and miner, but I decided I'm gonna forage for berries. So I had a bunch of stuff in my inventory that I could not physically use because I was on blacksmith. And
it's okay.
You learn what you can.
See, it's funny because in my story and lore for Wobble-Eye, technically she's an alchemist. But I like, even though I know an alchemist, I kind of like mining, so I do mining.
No, it's pretty much how it is. Like, I really like cutting down weeds and stuff. Botanist is my second high, like, max level, like, gatherer class besides miner. Fuck fishing. I tried fishing, and oh god, Oh no. I remember asking Luhi. I literally legit asked Luhi. I was like, Luhi, what the hell is fishing for? Like, what does it help with? What does it help you with? And he just had to sit there for a hot minute and just goes, it really doesn't. You just do it for fun. If you're a masochist, you really want to go fishing, you can just sit there for hours on end, just wondering if the trout population is going to be okay.
Hi, I'm
I
I'm a masochist. Nice to meet you.
As you should. No, I've recently gotten back into fishing thanks to the new edition of Thank You Diadem for actually, making crafters and gatherers actually fucking fun. No, I just out of all the crafting, don't look at my crafting classes because they're absolute shit.
So
I actually used the Moogles to learn how to do combinations when it came to crafting and gathering. Like, yeah, I already knew how to do the other shit with the other two, with the bird people and the bug people. Yeah, I know how to do combat. That's fine. I want to learn how to make shit and make it efficiently.
Ah, yes. Yeah.
So that's where I got into doing those. That's where I actually found out the magic of macros.
Okay. So it's so funny for me. My story is that I actually still to this day do not even have the Moogles unlocked or done because I did not want to go through the trek of quests. Because I tended to skip a lot of side quests unless like I really needed to level or something, and I jumped and did it. But so like Moogles to this day are still not done for me. But I did do the But I have done the Vath and Vanu. And
like
so
Moogle.
that's why I don't like the Moogles.
I'm joking.
That trek, man. I don't want to go through that trek. It's a bit of a trek. You don't understand. That's a lot of quests to get just to get to that point, you know?
Listen here, man. You gotta please the King Moogle Mog. He's so cool, though.
Look, I beat out King Mog. What do you mean?
You gotta please the big. You gotta please the guy on the giant puff, because you get the puff. You get the best mount, which is literally the puff, but you have to pay for it, which I think is stupid. That was my downfall. I was like, oh, cool. You get because my friends were showing off, like, oh, yeah, if you do the Moogles, you get this cool puffball mount. Like, you get the little puffball on a string. And I was just like, oh, that's so cool. Okay. So then I, like, complete it. And then I go to, like, okay, so where do I get this cool mount? And I go and talk to the Moogle that they told me to. And I look at it, and I'm like, why is that 200K? Why do I have to buy?
Like money.
I know the Moogles like money. They also like alcohol. They like doing a lot of different things.
Yes, they do.
Not Moogle-like.
It's because they can't be seen, right? You know, only us, we can always see them. Nobody else can.
You can always see a Moogle because we're special.
We're special. As I said, we are special, but no one else sees them, so they can say the bottle like, oh. You know, like just in the beginning.
Crazy to me.
Like,
How the fuck did they not see the giant King Moogle with the curly mustache and the giant fucking crown?
Like,
excuse me, you blind?
I don't know, man. There's some kind of magic to it. It's like the Moogles taking drinking the beer bottle, you know, at the beginning of the scene, and he goes and goes, oh, there's none in there. He doesn't even know how.
Lord only knows what the heck the actual Moogles are doing. I'm onto those Moogles. I'm onto their conspiracy theories. I'm gonna be a Moogle conspiracy theorist at this point because I'm onto them. I'm onto those little shits.
All right, so you guys heard it here. Tyriasolitu is gonna be exclusively a Moogle conspiracist channel. Please look forward to it.
I'm gonna have my Peppa Silva board, and I'm just gonna be looking at Moogles from all over Final Fantasy and being like, these little fucks. They're onto something.
They're onto something. I don't know what they are, but they're onto something, man.
They're onto something. I'm gonna look at them and be like, those little fucks.
Since we
steal your booze, they steal your money.
God damn, those bastards.
What else are they gonna steal?
Right?
Your wife? Better hope they don't steal your wife.
Oh God, please no.
That might be bad.
That'd be real bad.
I'd feel bad too. Bad. I'm just waiting for the day a buff Moogle shows up, and I'm gonna be like, shit.
Right. So
it's like the big Sabatender. I'm like,
yeah.
As I get punched in the face. Yeah.
So we were talking about Moogles, and Moogles have steel crafting. So I do have to ask the question: did you happen to get into specialization crafting, like being able to get your own little crystal? I think it was. For...
So like, I guess go into detail about specialization crafting, because the specialization crafting did not cross my mind until Shadowbringers.
Completely fair.
So,
Okay.
like, those really special weapons that you get for crafting, like, 5 billion different versions of this one particular item.
Uh-huh.
And then you trade it in, you get a better version of your already equipped equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, your hammer
Right.
just becomes a little bit better. And then you have to do the same thing, rinse, repeat.
Yeah.
I saw, mainly because I started it in Shadowbringers. And then it was just like, here, make 50 of these different types, make 50 of these tea kettles. And I went, excuse me, what the fuck? Why am I making 50 tea kettles of the same variety just to improve my hammer? Explain. Explain why I had to do this.
I don't know, man.
I don't understand.
Okay. Good.
Was there specialty crafting in Heavensward? I didn't even notice.
So there is that's when they introduced the system. They added it to where you could have like up to 3. I think it was like 3 different types of specialization.
Oh, those things, those little plaques.
Yes.
Those. Here's my good boy star.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did get those. I had no idea what the fuck they were for.
Gotcha.
I'll be real.
Right,
I got them, and I was like, I got a paperweight. I'm gonna equip that.
Equip it.
Neat.
Yes.
Now I'm better at my job.
Yep.
It's like, oh, I'm good. I'm good at hitting some stuff.
Hitting the
Bang,
minions,
bang.
dude. Yes, dude. Yes.
But
So,
I had no clue what that was for. I did the quest. I think I blurred through it because I was just like, I'm just gonna get this done. I just need to get this done. Just get it done. Don't care. Whoops, mechanics.
That's fair. Yeah, so I didn't really get into that because again, I really only mostly got into it, I think, for at one point trying to get to the point where I could repair my own gear because it was easier just for the group, but like everything else, I never really could just get into it. Most I got into gathering. That was pretty much as far as I got.
No, that's completely fair. I didn't even you know what? In my stupor, I didn't even think I realized that, hey, if you do this, you can repair stuff. And I was like, oh. Because I was just so used to just going inside the house, repairing my stuff, saying I'm good, and then just getting dropped back into freaking the beaches of Normandy at that point. I was like, okay, let's just go back in. My gear is at like 1%. Let's fucking go.
We got we're back in again. We went here again.
I'm tired. Half the time yelling at my FC lead, I'm tired of this grandpa. Be like, that's too damn bad.
You'll be like, I'll do it again.
You can DPSing.
Alright. So, we're gonna go ahead and talk about a little bit more now more about the side story stuff here. The Warring Triad, which was basically Sophia, Sephiroth, and Zurban. What were your feelings about that quest line?
So funny enough, I actually have so fun fact, I never played 6. I've been meaning to. I never played 6 as a kid. I played 5. So I had no idea what the Warring Triads were until I did the story. And until somebody pointed out to me, oh, well actually no, it's when I heard the music from when you fight their first version, like the first phase, and then the second phase has their really cool music and all that shit. I had recognized the song. I just was like, oh, it's from that one game with the weird clown man from Final Fantasy. I never played that. Okay, this is interesting. I like this, but I like the story they took with it. So I had recently watched a synopsis of 6 and just kind of got an idea on, hey, this is what the Warring Triad was in 6. This is like the backstory for it. And I was like, okay, yeah, it's cool. 14's twist on it was relatively beautifully done because it was just a tribe. You had the Warring Triads. You had 3 different tribes of 3 different factions of people that worship these gods, or these summons as gods. And I thought that was the coolest thing. I mean, the first 3 people you get introduced to in the Warring Triads is literally the people who love Sophia. And I was just like, yo, okay, these are golden guys. These 2 golden guys and a gal. And they're threatening me, and they're within shooting range, essentially. But It was such an interesting idea how Yustola was like going through the data and being like, yo, this is what this is what this is, and this is what this, so on and so forth. I actually am wanting to sit back down and re-watch the cutscenes again because I thought they were so cool. How they introduced the Warring Triads in their base state, and then when phase 2 hits, it's like, oh, I'm actually going up against something that was physically sealed away, and now I understand why. Great example was when I first went against Sephiroth, and I was not expecting him to tilt backwards and go off the map. I was like, oh, we won the fight. Cool, we're done. Like, levels of Super Metroid-esque when you beat Mother Brain, and she's just sitting there, and you're like, okay, I'm done. Well, can I leave now? And you're like, okay, why'd the boss music change? Why is there boss music? Just seeing that hand come up over the ledge, I actually was like, yo, and then you see the whole thing of Sephiroth. I was like, yo, he big. Like, this is really cool. And then of course, getting to hear Soken's fucking metal voice just going off the rails, and I'm like, yo,
Sephiroth.
I'm like, yo.
Dude,
I'm like, damn.
So
and then it only got better because I was thoroughly impressed with Sephiroth. I was like, okay, magnificent fight. Whoa, what's next? I'm excited. So then we did Sophia, and I didn't like. I'm not gonna lie, love Sophia's music. Don't like the scale mechanic too much. That scale mechanic threw me off so fucking hard. I was like, 2 reds and 1 blue over there. Which one's the heavy hit? Fuck. Because I could never remember which one was the heavy hit. It was so hard for me to remember which color meant which, like, which was going to tilt the stage harder versus what's going to, like, slightly tilt it. But I had recently with Sophia's song, I like to, as a music person, somebody who's been in choir for multiple years, I like to analyze the lyrics, and I like to look at the lyrics and listen to them and read them while I'm hearing the music. And they are her song tells a really freaking sad story. Like, holy cow. That is a beautifully sad story about a girl who literally has nothing left, and she has nowhere else to go. She has nowhere else to turn, and she turns to Sophia, who's talking to her, basically being like, yo, I will give you everything. All you need to do is just this one simple thing. And I was like, holy shit, that's some masterful storytelling right there, just through a song. And it's amazing when you can storytell through a song. Like, just straight up, it's amazing. That song really sat with me because it's just chef's kiss, major chef's kiss. I love storytelling through song. Yes. As a theater kid, I love storytelling through song. It's beautiful. That's why musical theater exists.
Yeah, that was really good.
Sophia's was beautiful, and then you got to Zervin, who had the most cinematic cutscene I have ever seen in Heavensward. Like, yeah, the ultimate weapon was cool, and then you got the whole scene where he freezes you, and the giant ice-shaped cube, or like snowflake, and then he crashes through. I'm like, holy cow! And it's so amazing. And then, like, I also witnessed, because I hadn't witnessed it before, was the stage before versus the stage after, and how much it changes. Because, like, yeah, you saw it with Sephiroth, and yeah, you saw it with Sophia. It really stood out to me with Zervin. It really stood out that he was a god of war. You could tell with just how everything looked the second he went, like, red boy, like, glowy red face, and oh god, doing the extreme fight during a DDoS is not fun. Don't ever do that. Don't ever do that to yourselves. Don't ever try to do Don't ever try to do Zervin during a DDoS.
Yeah.
It's bad.
That is oof.
Oh, it's so bad.
That's definitely oof. Hey, we're trying to skip Soar, and then you just do this oof.
Oh god, no. It wasn't even like the skipping of SOAR. Like we could do that. It was the factor that every single time we would do Grand Cross or like
Oh, yeah.
the place, you'd have to drop the ice puddle and then run around him to the backside. Trying to do that during a DDoS when everything is lagging to hell and back. I saw everybody like skirt, dead bodies. I was like, oh dear.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's a ooh.
To answer the question, Asta, during a DDoS, we didn't realize a DDoS was happening. So we just went into Zervin thinking that we were just going to do a normal bird farm. We didn't realize that there was a DDoS attack happening. We didn't even know what a DDoS was at the time frame. We just thought that the servers were just, that like the instance itself was shit. Because sometimes you will get a shit instance. Sometimes you'll just get a really, really bad instance, which has happened to me multiple times during Savage.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
we just thought, oh, bad instance. But like then we left, came back, and the same thing was happening. So we were like, okay, we're just going to try this. We're just going to see what happens. We later learned that it was a DDoS attack. And we were like, okay, no wonder we were like sucking ass. We were dying left and right.
Yeah,
this is going apeshit. Like, this is not fun. We all agreed, never again.
yeah.
Yes, old AR Titan. Yeah, Titan, pretty much. Yeah, it was pretty much that. We were like, never again. We're just gonna be careful and watch the news for any further DDoS attacks.
Yeah, that's the point you have to kind of, because of the situation at hand.
Yeah, but
yeah.
Overall, Warring Triad had to be one of my favorites for the like trials that you got to do, like the 3 fun trials that you got to do in Heavensward. I really like that one.
Okay.
I think another, like, I don't know if this goes off on a tangent or not, but if I had to pick a fan favorite of a trial that I really liked in Heavensward, and this is purely because of the music, I'm biased, is Ravana.
Ravana's really good.
Ravana, the waltz. Oh, that waltz is so beautiful. Into Mongolian throat singing. I was like, oh, I'm in musician heaven. This is the most amazing thing ever. I was like sitting there going, that's a 3/4 waltz. That is so beautiful. I could literally tap to the beat the entire time and know what the fuck's happening. This is so great. This is beautiful. And I think that's when most of the trials and most of Heavensward is when I really appreciated the music of 14. That was when my appreciation for the music started. Not that ARR had bad music. Heavensward just, I think, ramped it a little bit more than ARR did. And I can appreciate that immensely. Because it only got better from there.
Yeah, because sometimes actually, what's a fun fact is some of the Realm Reborn music you might hear sometimes technically was music from 1.0 that transferred into Realm Reborn. But like, also I would definitely agree. I definitely think this is about where the expansion definitely started getting better with their songs and everything kind of collided together. We'll especially get into later on with Alexander. But since you've really like talked about like the which I think is really cool so far, is I don't think you ever mentioned to me. I mean, you might have. It's been some time that you were really into like music, like you actually went through his choir and such. You might have told me, but it's been it's been some time. So now I'm just like, wait, you were a choir student? And my brain was like, I was like, maybe you told me that, and I just have, because we haven't talked in so long, and I'm like, oh, but that's really cool. But like, you could point out that kind of stuff, and
So that's a fun factor of being a theater kid is you get a lot of knowledge of how to read music, how to read script, how to read all this stuff. But I think the most major thing that when it comes to being a theater kid for me, and also a choir kid, was being able to discern, and a band kid, I should say. I was in like all 3 of the, like, I guess at this point it's literally the Triforce of music at this point. You got choir, you got band, you got theater.
Yeah.
But
before we get too much,
it was really important to me to be able to, when I listen to music or when I'm playing a video game, just like a video game in general. Marshmallow, I love you so much. Please. When you're playing a video game, I have to appreciate. I have to, if I listen to the music and it's good, I'm gonna appreciate the game like a lot. If you have music in a game that doesn't fit the criteria very much, I'm gonna start questioning your choices.
Gotcha.
When I first heard, going back on the Ravana tangent, when I first heard Ravana's waltz, I was immediately blown away because it had been a long time since I had listened to a waltz of that kind. I was like, yo, this is really nice. I like the change. I like the monotonous. I like the change in this kind of music because the first one I think was Ravana. No, yes, I think Ravana was the first trial we, or was it Bismarck?
Yes. No. Ravana was the first trial.
Yeah.
If you're thinking about like the extremes, Bismarck was the first to scream into Ravana.
Yes, that was it. Okay, because then when we did Bismarck, I really liked Soken's usage of how he took it. Kind of felt like a little bit like synth. I have many discussions with this with my friend Yuri, like all the damn time, where we will sit there and because he's a degree in music, so we will sit there and listen to music and we will appreciate what we hear. Like, oh, this note sounded really good, or this instrument really made this piece. And I can appreciate that with Soken's music and how he writes the scores and then performs them. Is he takes, like, yeah, I know the guy couldn't read like damn sheet music, but for a guy who can't read sheet music, he takes a real good appreciation towards music. Like, and that's a staple in and of itself. If you can appreciate music in any shape and form, I see you as a very good person in my eyes, because music to me is kind of like a lifeline. Music is just everywhere. It's beautiful. It's glorious. You listen to it every goddamn day, despite being like, okay, I would rather turn off the radio. But Soken's approach to music in 14 has only evolved over time, and I can appreciate that, because the difference between having a 3/4 waltz into a synth song for Bismarck, maybe not be synth, but close. It's got elements to it. Where you go from having that to that, and then jumping into other things. It's just, I'm like blown away by this man's genre of like music that he can just whip up together. Like, holy crap, he did a screamo. Like, he did heavy metal rock for Sephiroth into this beautiful ballad with Sophia, into a song that literally makes you feel like you're at fucking war. Like, just the range is amazing. How quickly he is, where I feel like he can look at the character and be like, I know what I'm writing. I know exactly what I'm going to write with this character when it comes to music. Boom. Good. All right.
Yeah, no, definitely for sure. You can really tell that Ahsoka's talent is really phenomenal. And even throughout all the later expansions we've been going about for days, it's just a way that everything kind of collects and everything that kind of builds into those scenes. And every moment I'm like, this song is just so good for that moment.
Yes.
He does it. He knows what the timing is. He knows, okay, this is what's happening. We're going to add this in there. And we could talk for hours about how his, about
I could.
Yeah. But
because I could give
I
could give one last example. So I got to see, I've seen Distant Worlds twice now.
I've seen it 5 times.
I've gone to see Final Fantasy Distant World, and I remember you mentioning at the very beginning that Dragon Song is a very important song to you. When I got to hear the original vocalist do it in that concert hall, it had me in tears. Oh my gosh. It was so beautiful how well she was singing, how her vibrato hit at certain moments, and how she was able to her voice reached over the live orchestra. It was just it was so beautiful to witness, because she did that one and she did Flow, and I was like, I'm gonna lose my absolute shit. I'm gonna be in tears by the end of this. I'm gonna be dead to the world. I'm gonna be lying on the floor, just dead.
So I guess I
help me, God.
I actually got to see Distant Worlds before I think even Flow came out. So I mostly saw, like, I think I did get to see the renderation on Dragon Song. But I have also seen like obviously I think that's it. The last one I went to, I think, was back in 2016, 2018. It might be even or later than that. It's been like so long.
Yeah.
Definitely was been way before. I think it was definitely way before. I know it definitely was before Endwalker because I think there were a few things I think they did from that. I saw Nobu Yamatsu. I wish I got to really meet him in person, but I got to see him on stage at least I think 3 out of the 5 times I went. It is so much fun. But
oh my gosh,
it was so, yeah.
He did show up for hours for the choral anniversary because I went and saw the choral anniversary, and he showed up, and it was amazing to meet literally the grandfather of music that I was in love with as a kid. Like, oh, like one of the first pieces that I listened to when I was just a wee baby was his bits from 5. Listening to the music from Final Fantasy V in its most, like, the PS1 version of it. I was like, this is amazing. This is amazing how this band works.
Oh, it's crazy.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get back into some more topics about 14.
Yes.
So we're going to go ahead and now talk about some of the other side quest MSQ, the Void Arc series. Your feelings on that?
Yes. Okay. All right. I've got words because that's one of my favorites. So when I first got told about the Void Arc raids, I had no idea what a raid was. It's like, what's a raid? I know what an 8-man party is, but what's a raid? So when I first did Void Arc, and you got like the story leading up to when you first do the first dungeon, already like knees slapping good. I fell in love with the Ellison Sky Pirate captain. I was like, he's giving me Balthier vibes, and I adore him. He's so cool. Like, again, I latch on other Final Fantasy characters that I know onto 14 characters, and then they build off into their own characters. But it's like, oh, like-mindedness. He reminds me of Balthier, but he's like way like smoother and cooler, and even if that's even possible,
right?
It'd be real cool to surpass Balthier at that point. I'm like, oh. So when I like the quests leading up to it were really cool. I liked the idea that we got to explore more stuff about the Black Mage and White Mage War, because it was if you didn't do the because the thing was, if you didn't do the White Mage quest or the Black Mage, like if you didn't do White Mage or Black Mage, Lord knows you would not have a fucking clue. Like, what is this? I don't know what that is. Like, there was a freaking war? Okay, I don't know. This expanded upon that, and I was like, this is so neat. It's so interesting. And when you first step onto the Void Arc itself, and you get hit with that organ blast music, I'm just like, yes. I'm in for the best night of my life. Holy crap.
Oh yeah,
this
dude.
Is so good. So then you go through the flying coffin, literally, in the sky, and you start learning more stuff about, like, the Black Mages and what they did to basically cheat. I'll call it. They cheated. They cheated and paid the price for cheating. Cheaters. Cheaters never prosper.
Damn cheaters. How dare they?
But the more I did, so the first one you did, and I was just like, okay, this is cool. What a Eldritch horror-esque idea behind this. I love this. As a big fan of, like, the unknown and weird, creepy looking monsters, I'm just like, yo, this is cool. I grew up on Resident Evil. I like this. I like this stuff. This is cool. So you move on from that, and then you meet Kate Sith, and I was like, hey, yo, hold up. That's a reference from 7. Literally was my reaction was, that cat's from 7. Yo, I like that cat. I want it as a minion. So, come to find out, I couldn't actually get the minion, so I was sad. Because it was an exclusive item, and I was like, so anyway, so you move on to the second one, which is you going to the actual freaking Black Mage City that got destroyed. And I'm sitting here going, yo, this is so interesting. This place is like shot up to shit. Okay, this place is in ruins. This place sucks. I was like, oh, I wouldn't want to live here. Ew. But I think the thing, wiping city. You'll tell me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, wiping city. That's the joke. And surprisingly enough, Weeping City of Mahi is my favorite out of the whole thing. I love the Weeping City. And the reason why is because I'm a big fan of 9. And who was the second boss?
It's second to last boss.
Second to last boss, your fucking fight is literally Ozma.
Ozma, yeah.
And I'm like, what the? What? And I was like, because I'm getting PTSD flashbacks of playing 9 and trying to do that super boss, and I'm just sitting here going, he's gonna hit me with meteor and it's gonna do random ass damage, and I'm so fucking terrified right now. Oh my god, I'm so scared. No, the Ozma fight, beautiful. Loved the idea behind it. I love that everybody, their group, your fucking group, let that stand in. Your group had a responsibility.
Yep.
And it was the group's fault if shit went wrong.
Yep.
I'm looking at those meteors that drop.
Yep. You drop them right. Yeah.
Accountability.
Yeah.
Accountability is the spice of life. So there was that. And then of course you get to the final boss in the pyramid, and that boss is a really obscure super boss that I didn't realize was an obscure super boss. But it's from the PS1 Final Fantasy remake, the first Final Fantasy remake. It's that freaking obscure. I was like, holy shit. They thought, they really did their research. I was like, oh, this is awesome. This is actually really cool. Granted, it's probably a reference at this point to that boss, because I think they have the same name, but not the same model. It's like totally different, but it's like the idea is there. So I was like, okay, this is really cool. And then, like, the whole story behind Void Ark is just so cool, because not only are you going up against a rival pirate group, like this is Skies of Arcadia, and I'm like, yo, this is cool. When do I get my airship battle?
Right.
Obscure other Sega game.
Yes.
No, it's the fact that you team up with them, and then you go to the other actual city that was hidden forever, which was oh god,
Dunscape?
Funscape. Yes, it was Dunscape or Funscape, as some people would put it.
Yeah,
there was nothing fun about it. there was nothing fun about that.
It was always fun.
No.
What do you mean, smile? Death.
It always made me smile. It made me smile until we got to Diabolos, and I was just like, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Kamehameha.
No. Earthshakers.
No.
I heard you like Earthshakers. That was my first introduction.
That
was my first introduction to Earthshakers.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, yep. I remember doing that.
I never knew what the fuck Earthshakers were. So when I saw that pop-up come in, like when people were shouting like Earthshakers, I was like, what the fuck is an Earthshaker? And then I saw it, and I was like, that's an Earthshaker.
Yeah.
Good to know. That's the mechanic.
Yeah, so like I remember, because I was sitting there, that used to be a coil mechanic. I was like, oh, so they're adding coil mechanics into the Alliance race now. I see. I saw that. I was like, well then.
Seeing how my ass didn't really go through coils properly, I had no clue what those mechanics were.
Yeah,
until I went back and did.
And I know you're like, oh wow. Well, like for me, when I went through, I was like, the first time, I was like, oh wow. Well, there's a mechanic from the coil. Okay, I know how this mechanic works. I see how this mechanic works. Cool. I'm looking through this stuff, and I'm just like, hold up, wait a minute, what the fuck are half of these mechanics? Like, what? Yeah.
Like, here's the other one that skeeved me was the sleep mechanic, the look away mechanic. I didn't realize how that worked until somebody was just like, you gotta look away. And I was like, wait, like, do I just like turn to the side? And they're like, no, you do a full 180. And I was like, oh, okay, 180. That's how that works. And of course, my introduction to Diabolic Curse, because I didn't do the optional stuff off to the side until way later.
Right.
And that's where all those mechanics started to click for me. I was like, oh, that's where that came from. Or, oh, that's where that came from.
Yeah, because somebody who, when I did the coils and whatnot, I would recognize a lot of mechanics that would come into most of these fights too. What was very interesting for the Void Arc series, I mean, thankfully for me, when I was going through a lot of this stuff, I had that free company I was going through, so I always had friends to jump in and do the content with right away.
You're so lucky.
Well, it's because I was just, like I said, at that point, I really like doing this stuff with our group. Obviously, they're no longer. I haven't really contacted them. It's been like years since we've like talked, but they stopped playing like 14 around Stormblood. Like I think they got into Stormblood in the beginning and then stopped. I departed before then, but fair. I'll go into that later. But yeah, like Weeping City, the series is always a fun to go back to. I think still my favorite is definitely when Diabolos, you're fighting him, and all I can think is the Kayabi Ha!
God.
You throw the ball right back and you throw it at you. You're like, do all the damage. It's getting close to you, Diabolos. It's getting closer to you, buddy. It's getting closer to you.
Yep.
And down he goes.
Dead. Yeah.
Then, nope. He's not dead. Unfortunately, he comes back and goes, I am much stronger now. I now have a shield that you have to break. I have a massive stone skin, bitch. And I have
stone skin. I have protect. I've got
everything.
And you're like,
bruh.
And then they get shot again, and you're just kind of like, I think my favorite one was seeing the tank during Diabolos get absolutely obliterated by that fucking claw. I witnessed it multitude of different times where a poor tank would be like, I can live through the tank buster. And I'm like, I'm watching the health just start going, and I'm like, he's not living that. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. Yep, okay, down he goes. Cool. Moving on to the next tank in our tank lineup of two others that have not taken aggro at all, so Diabolos is now running rampant. Like a monster hunter. Monster hunter monster. Holy
God,
shit.
No.
Yeah, so that was always fun to deal with. That's why I call it Funscape, because it's always fun in a roulette of people who don't want to take responsibility.
Responsibility part of the job, yeah, no, exactly.
Nobody ever wanted to take responsibility for their actual job. And I was like, this is rough.
Yeah, there are moments. Well, my biggest problem, though, when I used to play tank a lot in Alliance raids, I would always be arguing who is the main tank. And I'm like, you know what? Nah, I don't want tank anymore. You guys have fun with it. Like, that's what I got to. For me, it was like, somebody wanted to have main character energy. I'm like, you know what? You can have main character energy. I'll just have aggro up in case shit goes wrong.
That was me. That was me in a fucking nutshell. I swear to God. 24/7, I would just go in because it was like, oh, tank in need. I was like, oh, freaking perfect. I'll go in, play as a tank. Lo and freaking behold, nobody actually wants to do their job.
Right.
I'm like, that's how we're gonna fucking play today. I see.
Mm-hmm. That's usually how it goes.
So, that always pissed me off. I was like, great, cool. But that also gave me a valuable lesson.
Yes.
Through Heavensward, is in an alliance raid, nobody wants to do their job. You do it for them. And then they'll do their job.
Right. Oh, wait, shit, I did it? Okay, I'll do it now.
Exactly. You just show them how incompetent they are, and they'll suddenly kick their asses into gear, and it's the funniest thing ever.
So, with that, we got one more set of raids to talk about before we get into the MSQ. We got the Alexander raids. Yes.
Sorry, I had to. It's
1 foot forward, forward back.
Oh my God.
That is such
such good songs.
Yes.
Okay, so Alexander. Oh boy, where do I start? So I had learned through Alexander, or actually about Alexander through Luki, because Luki had told me. Oh, am I doing that wrong? Nope, I did it right. Okay, so Luki had told me the surprising factor that when you go into Alexander, when you go into the storyline of Alexander, this is what I've been told, is that it is not It is more than just a story about time travel and, trying to save your loved ones from an inevitable doom. It's also about cheesecake and getting that freaking recipe, for God's sakes. As the Illuminati like to state, is that they just want that goddamn cheese recipe for cheesecake. And this is what Louis has basically taught me, is that the Alexander raids only exist because Lord knows that they want that damn cheesecake recipe. And I love this. I love the story. I do love the story and how Alexander is a way to try and time travel and try and save people that you love. But as we all know, you can only time travel so much before you fuck up the timeline. Don't do that, kids. That's bad for you. You're gonna end up in an isekai, and it's gonna be bad. Anyway.
Oh god, isekais. Oh god.
Fucking get isekai. I've learned that Alexander was about that and cheesecake.
And cheesecake. Oh my god.
Just lots of cheesecake and cheese. That stupid, obscure, freaking quest you did in Costa del Sol about getting the stinky cheese recipe.
Oh god.
Yep, that comes back.
Yeah.
Comes back in Alexander, and it's something because the Illuminati is pissed about the fact that they couldn't get the cheese recipe.
Oh yeah.
So they use Alexander, who's their patron deity, to go back in time to try and take the cheese recipe. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of Alexander, is just the goblins use it strictly to get cheese.
Just cheese.
I'm like,
man,
that is the dumbest use of a holy relic that I've ever seen in my entire life. I like it. Keep that up. The goblins are my favorite faction for that purpose because they're stupid and they know what they like.
Man.
Cheese.
God.
I can't have cheese because I'm lactose intolerant, but that doesn't stop me.
God, yeah. I know, that's really funny, you know, if you think about it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so I know with the stories of that, yeah, I think about it, like, damn, you're right about the cheese. Have you touched, like, that Savage version of the content on content?
I did.
Okay.
I did once. Once in a blue moon, I did. So, my first introduction to Savage was not Stormblood. It was a crash course in Heaven's Ward of doing probably as Seabass puts it, recycled content. It was Refurbisher. Refurbisher was my first Savage fight that I ever did, and I had no idea what I was doing. I'll be blunt.
Okay.
Lord only knows what the fuck I was thinking. I was on Scholar. I had no idea what the fuck a Savage was. This was before they made it in Party Finder that you had to complete the stuff. Like you had to complete the content beforehand before you could even join that party. I just joined a party. I just went, fuck, I'll just join a party. See what happens. I had no idea how hard I was going to get smacked in the head by the fucking Refurbisher's fist to my face. I was unprepared for how hard Savage hit.
Yeah.
And I took that and I went, okay. Well, I don't think I want to do this fight. I don't think I want to try this one. So the party decides, all right, we'll hit you with the actual Alexander. We'll just go into the actual Alexander fight. You know how to do that, right? I'm like, yeah, I think. I know how to do the regular Alexander. They're like, perfect. You'll know how to do the Savage. It's fine. And I was like, okay. So we go into Alexander Savage, and I was like, oh, okay. I still don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Oh my god.
There's so much shit happening. There's time mechanics happening. I'm like, where am I going? What am I doing? What year is it? I got frozen in a spot. I don't know if I'm supposed to be here. Oops, I killed myself and my teammate. Okay, that's not what I was supposed to do. Oh, to go into a portal and fight this thing? Well, shit, okay, I guess I'll go. Trots my ass into a portal. Realizes that there's too many people in there, by the way. This has happened. There's too many people who went into the portal, and there was only the tank and a poor healer left outside. And I went, oh, whoops, that's a problem. Uh-oh. So we all do the thing, go back outside, you know the fucking drill.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy. The tank was on the floor, and I'm surprised the healer was still alive because
Oh.
I'm pretty sure a tank buster almost hit them.
Oh
like,
my god, dude. Does that? Oh my god.
we first and foremost, we cleared it. I want it to be known, it was so scuffed.
Oh my.
It was like taking a driver's test with no like prior knowledge to how to drive.
God. That's so funny
Somehow we did
that
it.
you guys. Okay, so you actually had me beat there because unfortunately I never beat A12S, and that's because I wanted to stay with the static. And at that point, our static like broke up, and then like there was like only like 2 people did offer me to say, hey, would you like to join us to do the content to try and beat Alex in Party Finder? I was like, nah, I think I'm good at this point. And I kind of had to because that was the point where, unfortunately, my ex at the time, well, my girlfriend at the time was really adamant about leaving the server and like the FC and the server and going back to our original server that we started in Rumbleborn. And I was trying to stick around because I really like these guys. But it was like, if I stayed here much longer, I think it would really upset them. So I kind of had to leave them behind. So it was definitely not
understandable.
Yeah, so it definitely wasn't it definitely, unfortunately, was a bit of a rough time. But I had a lot of fun with that. Like,
I should probably state something about Alexander.
Yeah.
This was also the fight where I learned that if you press the attack button on the pet a multitude of different times while targeting the boss, that pet will go fucking gun-ho. That was my first introduction to, hey, don't target the boss while you're doing shit off to the side.
Yeah.
Whether you're on Summoner or Bard.
Yeah,
No.
right.
Don't.
Yeah, I did.
That,
Yeah, because A9S and A10S I did on Scholar, and then I cleared 11 on Warrior. And actually, my memories of it were mostly that our FC were like, well, everyone but me at first were a bunch of Lot-Off-Ls. And then I fell and decided to become a Lot-Off-L and became a full-fledged Lot-Off-L group for like for a few months. And then someone turned back, but it was still so funny. I just remember being, and I stayed Lala, I think, literally until I left that group of friends, and I went back to being, but I said it was kind of like a little bit of a sad story with the with that happened there, and it's just it just really sucks. But what can you do? But I still had like, nonetheless, like I always think about the journey, and it was a lot of fun. Like I love my Heaven's War experience, a lot of fun. The raid group I had were a lot of fun, though. The trial to get in that group was hilarious.
Oh no.
So, I just kind of came back because I took a little bit of a break because I was doing Gordius Savage at the time. And I kind of came back, and I remember the new FC that we joined. They were actually looking for a tank for their group, and so I offered the trial for it. And the trial they gave me was Thornton Extreme. I didn't know anything, by the way. I just want you to know, I didn't know nothing about the fight. And so I went into Party Finder. Our group put us in Party Finder. This is before Cross World was a thing. So we went into Party Finder. And like the thing that happens is we're up everybody, but we're missing a tank. So we have to get a tank replacement. We get someone to replace us. Happens to be Xeonosis. And Xeonosis Vex. He joins our group. And all I remember is we go in and we do the instant. And they put it as a clear party. I want that to be clear. They put it as a clear party. But here's the thing, I never jumped in the fight. Yeah. So we went in. So we went in. We did the fight. We got, just like you know, we did get the clear. But all I remember is at one point they were telling me, like my friend, they were talking, because I wasn't super much into Twitch at the time. I kind of popped in. I talked like to Happy briefly, in like when we were doing stuff in the Rumbleborn, that kind of thing. But I wasn't like super like active. But I had friends who were constantly active on Twitch. Hell, even this FC had me start like streaming my gameplay on PS4 on Twitch, and that's all I did at the time was literally just stream for friends because we didn't have Discord at the time yet.
Yes, back in the day when Skype was the reigning champ for how you communicated with people before Discord.
Actually, it was before Discord because it was like well, Discord came in later because we used TeamSpeak.
You use
Uh,
freaking Teams. Oh my
I
god.
used to use TeamSpeak. Yes.
I just use Skype. Oh my god. I thought I was bad. I used
No,
Skype.
we used the Speak. Yeah, it was TeamSpeak because it definitely wasn't Ventrilla. It was definitely TeamSpeak. And I just remember, you know, I said when we the whole thing was in effects. And back to the story. So we did the trial. We did take the clear, but I do remember getting on Eunice's channel when he was streaming it. And all I remember him goes, "What are you doing?" And I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm sorry. I didn't want to say anything in the chat because I didn't want him to know it was me or anything. I was like, I think to myself, I'm sorry. I was just thrown in here like this. I don't know what's going on. I was just told to come learn the mechanics, see how fast you can learn them.
Move.
I mean, I definitely at least got it, and I got into it. I got with the group, so it worked out in the long run. So it actually worked out at the long run.
That's good.
But
At least it worked out.
it worked out because I had fun with the group. We all had a good time, a laugh and such. But it was definitely one of those like, oh god moments.
Yeah.
So, but the good news. But though I will say though, I agree. I think the story in Alexander is great. It's always good to go back
Oh,
to.
it's fantastic. Like,
Yep.
despite the cheese, the story
Yes.
it was telling. Oh, with a summon that hasn't really been like this is a summon that hasn't been seen since 6.
Right.
You don't talk about Alexander. You're like, what the fuck is that? That's
Yeah,
the
right.
fucking, I don't know. That's like the fucking King of England or some shit. And you're like, what the fuck is an Alexander?
Right.
And then you fucking witness it, and you're like, oh, that's what an Alexander is.
No.
It's a giant war machine that sprouts wings and rains holy upon you. Oh God.
Yeah.
Because if everybody remembers, holy and flare were the 2 most powerful spells you could have in old Final Fantasy.
Yep.
They were the quintessential spells. You had to have them.
Yes.
They were so freaking good. And then comes 6, where you just get Ultima, and it's just like fucking cakewalk at that point. And you're just like, okay, whatever.
So we need to go. We're gonna go ahead and get ready to wrap up. Basically our Heavensward journey. We are now going to be able to talk about the MSQ itself. So what is your feelings about the actual MSQ of Heavensward?
Okay. I out of all the MSQs that I have played, which was really just Realm Reborn, so I was stuck with a like kind of a bad taste in your mouth after the 100 quest line afterwards. It felt like a breath of fresh air walking into Heavensward. Just walking into the story behind Heavensward, which is it was giving me classic tactics with how they were going with the story. And it's funny because the writers for a good, like the designers and a lot of the production crew when it comes to 14 is tactics in 12. Like it's literally them. It's literally the same freaking guys. Confirmed. So I was getting a lot of vibes that I was going back into Tactics, which was a very old game that we had way back in the day. We had it on the PS1. Old ass fucking game. Way different run of the mill. But the storyline where you start out in the Holy City, I was like, yo, this is cool. Okay. And then, but then you get put on fucking trial. And I'm just sitting there like, oh my God. This is some shit. Like we're actually on trial. Holy crap. That's also when I also ended up getting a fucking crush on one of the fucking Knights of the Round. And I was like, I should not be, this is bad. Stop that. No, don't do that.
Uh-huh.
It was the dude with the eye patch. He fucking rubbed off on me way too hard because he was an asshole. And I was just like, fuck. That's really well written. Fuck. So, but going on trial to then just going around the entire area of Ishgard. I mean, to be real honest, most of it was a blur to me because I was kind of unfortunately speed running through it because I wanted to catch up to everybody else. I will put that on fault for myself. But I think the best part that I loved from all of just Heavensward in general was just the world building was just phenomenal. You go to these different locations and it's the most amazing thing. Like you get to hear more about Estinian, you get to hear more about Shiva, and then you get to meet everything under the sun with that crew. And I was just like, this is awesome. This is so freaking cool. I love the party. I love the party composition. I love how everybody is interacting with each other. This is so great. And then you get to the one part that actually actively made me want to punch a hole in my computer. Not in a bad way, in a beautiful storytelling way. And I think we all know what we're getting at here. It's the vault. When you get to the vault, that build up, I was not expecting. It was definitely a moment of. Sorry, Horsefront started crouching against the door, and when he does that, it gets really, really loud.
That's the worst part. And it's so funny. You make your cat, and we're talking about this moment. He knows.
No!
He knows. He knows. He's like, he knows what we're about to talk about. Scratch, 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 scratch.
Scratch, 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 scratch. Yeah, really. Yeah, it is Horsefont's death. That whole cutscene, I didn't skip that cutscene. Like, to be real honest, I never had skipped a cutscene before. I would kind of like breeze through dialogue at best.
Right.
But cutscenes I would watch because cutscenes were nice.
Right.
When we got to Horsefont's death, it filled me with such unbridled rage and anger towards just the church. And I think that's what they were going, and at this point that's what they were going for. They wanted you to be mad at them. Like the writers knew what they were doing, killing off a beloved character like this. A beloved character that has been with you for, I would almost say like 2.5 patches or like 2.5 expansions at this point.
Okay.
At a bet. Kind of. I don't know. He shows up in the New Year's bits, especially the Year of the Horse. Horsefont shows up there, and it's the funniest thing ever.
Right.
But you meet him back in A Realm Reborn as well, because he helps you out. He helps you get to Ishgard, and I thought that was so fucking nice of him. Like overall, he's just a really nice, loyal guy. He helps you out so much throughout all of Heavensward too. Like I don't think you would have gotten to where you've gotten without his help at that point. Like just without his insight and without House Formthom. I can't pronounce their fucking name for the life of me. Without his house's help either. Like they were literally, they were basically your bread and butter cookie cutter. Mm-hmm. Like they're your buddies. They're there to help you. Except for one of the brothers who literally, I'm so glad Thancred punched him in the face. Good lord, he needed that. Anyway, he fucking needed that. Oh my, I was gonna do it if he didn't.
Right.
Ooh. But to go into more detail, I'll wrap it up with that detail. But the death left such an impression on me that I braced myself in future expansions for that to happen. And boy howdy was I glad I braced myself. Because you get attached to one character, something's gonna happen to them. You don't get attached to characters.
Yeah.
Especially in 14. You don't get attached to characters in 14.
You learned that.
The only other time frame I ever felt that much unbridled rage and anger towards a faction in a Final Fantasy game, and I'm going to delve back into my fan favorite, which was 5, is when you lose Galoof to XF. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That, in and of itself, also threw me over the edge, because it was so... It felt like I was reliving the same shit all over again with Horsefont. Because, like, I played again through 5 recently, and I was just like, God, 14, like, Final Fantasy knows how to kill off good characters, and they know what they're doing when they do it. Yeah. So then, after that traumatizing bit, with your literal best friend, who is, like, your biggest simp, dying in your arms.
Yeah.
You then move on to wanting to beat up the Pope, and God almighty did I want to beat up the Pope. Oh, did I want to beat up the Pope so bad. And when I did, that was probably the best, like, also a very beautifully cinematically done, like, shot. I'm skipping over the shit with Race Valgar because I'm just like, okay, Shiva, Race Valgar, and yeah, Cool.
Right.
Thumbs up. You found your dead lover. Cool, but he doesn't recognize you also at the same time, but he also is like, you're not my Shiva. And I'm like, okay, shit. All right, abandoned ship. Fuck. The ship is sinking.
It's not.
Fuck.
Damn.
But when you get to the end of Thornton's fight, and he is... I think masterfully what I love about the end of Thornton's fight is when you survive the Knights of the Round, like the big Knights of the Round, and everybody knows Knights of the Round if you played 7. Y'all know the bit. Wow, cool. Fuck, King Arthur. Wow, who fucking knew?
Right.
It's the factor that after the glass breaks and he's still left there, he starts swinging his sword wildly. And I saw that. I caught onto that so fast, and I was like, that's an interesting key right there. Because he just did his most powerful attack against you, and you fucking lived.
Yep.
That's terrifying to the antagonist.
Yeah.
When that happens, yeah, I would be swinging my sword wildly.
Like, what?
Which I thought was such a good note in the factor that usually when it came to bosses, they would do their final bit, but they would be unswayed by the factor that you lived. They were like, fuck it, you lived, whatever. Okay, I'm just gonna keep beating on your ass. Thornton didn't.
Yeah.
He got scared. He got really fucking scared of us. And
What
then that ending...
are you?
Yes, that ending cutscene where we're blacked out.
Mm-hmm.
Just the silhouette blacked out. It's just it's a good choice in lighting. When you want to make somebody as imposing as possible, in a lighting standpoint, you put the light behind them.
Yeah.
That's how you showcase an imposing character, or in this case, an imposing whatever you want to show. Because yeah, that is a good question. What the hell are we? We don't learn about that until later.
Right.
But
yeah.
No, that was beautiful. And then if we, oh God, continuing on with the MSQ, holy shit. It just got better from there, because then we got to wrap up the freaking Nidhogg shit. Holy shit.
The 1,000-year Dragon War.
Let's get into Estinian being a dumbass and holding the eyeballs. Oh, my dude. We've been over this. Don't touch the cursed objects. Have you played Oh wait, no, he didn't play D&D. Everybody knows that in D&D, if you see a cursed object, you don't fucking touch it.
He hasn't
Unless
played
you're
D&D, and he doesn't know what he's doing with other stuff like that.
He never does.
It's fine.
But that was good. I liked the 1,000-Year Dragon Song War. The music was also fucking phenomenal during Nidhogg's fight.
Yes.
The fact that we go from the Dragon Song itself to a really good orchestrion version into the second phase, into the glorious choir that was the third phase music. And it was in a different language. It was in the Draconic language. Was such a good attention to detail.
Yes.
That was so amazingly good. And then it got better from there. And I was like, holy shit, Heavensward is just peak. Wow, what are they gonna do next? Throw in some more 3 references. Bitches love 3 references. So let's throw in the Warriors of Darkness. I was like, oh.
Yep.
And let's throw in this other shady figure in white that you saw in Heavensward, but we won't tell you about him until later. His name is Elidibus, and I sure hope you caught that fucking Tactics reference again. Different, tiny reference, but it is a reference to the super boss in Tactics, where you get the summon Zodiac. Or in this case, Zodiark.
Right, okay. I like it.
Yeah. Beautiful, by the way, beautiful super boss, by the way. Different spelling of his name, but it is basically Elidibus. So, fun facts of the day.
Oh, I like that. Okay.
Yeah,
See,
again, I said, same production team for Tactics and 12. They like sprinkling in their little shits. They're like, have you been paying attention? Do you remember this?
Yeah, good. Yeah, so what about right after all that, though? Let's talk about the final dungeon. Balsar's Wall.
Yes, that arc, as we like, what is it? Arf. It was Arf. Oh, good old Arf. Arf? The Aether... Are we talking about the Aether?
Yeah,
Arf?
we're talking We're talking about it's Baelsar's Wall. It's the
Yes!
Slope.
God, Baelsar's Wall. Okay. Remember what I mentioned that don't get attached to freaking characters? Yeah, this was also a fucking standpoint of don't get fucking attached to characters that you really, really like.
Yeah.
Because 14 likes to rip them out of your hands and crack them in half like an egg.
Yeah.
Thank you, Papa Limo. Loved you.
Yeah.
Damn it, I love that little fucking Ellison. Little Ellison. He might as well just be a mini Ellison at this point. He's just a
Lalafell, but he definitely could be an Ellison. You know, he technically did surpass his master, but you know.
He did. That little Lalafell did what no little Lalafell could do before him, and also Slope. Fuck that guy. Ugh. Also, I hate to let it be known, but this will go into Stormblood, is the factor of who the fuck Shinryu is, but you know what, we'll save that for a later date. Also, the introduction of Omega and Shinryu. Holy fuck.
Uh-huh.
That was not something I was expecting at the end of Heavensward. I really was not expecting suddenly more 5 references.
Yeah.
I was kind of taken aback by how quickly they went, hey, do you remember? If we take these 2 eyeballs, we can make another fucking dragon, right? What's another good dragon we can use besides Bahamut? How about Shinryu that appears in a treasure chest right before you fight X-Death? Ingenious. I like it. And then they brought him up, and I visibly nearly screeched because I went, it's that fuck-ass dragon that hit me with Tidal Wave the minute I walked into his goddamn neighborhood. Okay, that's cool. That's so fucking cool.
Friend. It's like, hi, friend. I'm here now. I'm here for the friends.
I was here to talk to you about your extended car warranty. Hits me with a fucking Tidal Wave.
Oh my god, dude. Right? Damn.
And then, on top of that whammy, there's fucking Omega just sitting there. And you're just like, oh, for fuck's sakes, you just wander around the dimensional rift right outside of a save point area. And you hit me with Heat Wave! I hate it here!
I hate it. Oh, you're doing it, man. I hate it, man. Come on now. Because, yeah, Jesus, yeah. That's some really good points, too. Because, like, hearing a lot so far from, like, your point of view, when you said you can point out those references, I really haven't thought much of it. But to be fair, I really haven't really played. Yeah, it's because I haven't really touched Tactics. And so.
It's all good.
Yeah, and I haven't touched well. So, like, when I'm hearing these things, I'm like, whoa, oh, those are references from those games? Oh, I wouldn't have known that. I just know, like,
well, now you know.
I do.
It's great because okay, I'll just say it now. Final Fantasy is a weird fixation I had that my weird, like, slightly autistic brain gets put into, where I'm just like, autismo.
Right. Yeah, that's really cool because, like, at the end of the day, it really.
Oh. 1 second.
Whoa. Oh, okay. But yeah, real quick, folks, while Iggy's away, hope you guys are all doing well. You guys are enjoying the show. Remember, you're more than welcome to also put your input in as well. We try to read chat in between our discussion.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Sorry, the cats. We were eating chocolate like they shouldn't be.
Oh.
They're fine. They're okay.
Okay, so those are okay.
Yeah, everything's good. But back on the tangent of Final Fantasy is that weird, like, tism that I get oddly invested in way too much. And then when I play other Final Fantasy games, I witness the references and I just go, oh no, I have to point it out. Oh god, I have to point it out.
I point the cross button to go between that too. You're like, wait, oh, that goes with this. Oh, that goes with that. Oh, that goes with this. And you're just like, and I'm
just sitting there like so fucking happy that I get to look at the references. I'm like, ah.
Meanwhile, I do once in a while get a nice, see like a nice little 11 references because I played a lot of 11. That's basically my main game. So of course, if I see things from like, oh, that's a reference from 11, especially later on, because there is like a really cool point. I was like, oh, the way they reference 11. But minus that, I'm not talking about the Alliance raid, but there is references outside of the Alliance raid, of course.
Oh yeah, no,
I was like, damn.
That is something I can appreciate about the 14 team, is that. Like Yoshi P has stated that he likes putting in other Final Fantasy games into 14 as a reference, or it's like a little Easter egg. And I can appreciate a man that does that. Because if you've ever played a game and you play the sequel of that game, there's going to be Easter eggs. There's going to be Easter eggs in that game, and it's going to fill you with so much delight that you remember it from the first game. You're like,
yeah. Oh my god, that's a thing. Oh my god, that's a thing.
Yeah. So it's just like the really nice of, oh my god. That's so
Yay.
cool.
That's so awesome. But
I think it's just really nice.
yeah, definitely for sure. So we're actually gonna go ahead and do here is we're gonna take a quick small break and get ready for Stormblood. We'll be right back, folks.
A favorite.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are now on to Stormblood. Actually, is a fun little fact. Stormblood is actually the time that I kind of actually dwindled a little bit away from the game. I kind of took more of a hiatus. I mostly jumped on to do story and normal raid stuff. But I came back to visit later, and I got to appreciate it a lot more than I did when it first came out. We're going to get into some of this stuff, but before we do... before we talk about the MSQ or anything like that, we're going to, of course, talk about some new stuff that came out. We're going to start off with Red Mage and Samurai. They became available as soon as Stormblood was released. Did you have to try them out immediately?
So, out of the two classes that I played, I had tried out Samurai, and I felt too stupid to play the class, so I switched over to Red Mage.
Okay.
And not to say that Samurai is bad. Samurai's just, some classes are just not for everybody. That's how I feel about this situation, is Samurai wasn't for me. That's why it's my least leveled class at the moment.
Fair.
I still enjoy the class. I like that they brought it in. Really nice for the storytelling purposes. Red Mage, of course, was a fan favorite of mine since Final Fantasy I. And I was over the moon the factor that we got Red Mage. I was like, oh, fuck yes. Finally. A class. A class that I can play without having to switch between Black Mage and White Mage.
Yeah.
Which is how I always viewed Red Mage, was it's the class in between. It may not get the best stuff that a White Mage or a Black Mage can get, but it's the class in between. And it's still good.
Yeah,
Still just as good.
Definitely for good for sure. Actually, even 11 is actually really good. It's a jack of all trades. It's literally what Red Mage always has happened. It's been a jack of all trades. And I think it's been implemented pretty well in 14, considering I know a lot of people were disappointed we weren't getting the 11 renderation, but the way I saw how if you try to put the 11 renderation into 14, it just wouldn't work, just because of how different the battle system in 11 was versus it is in 14. But the way I see Red Mage in 14, it actually was perfectly well balanced to put in.
I do agree. Granted, this is me looking at it from the lens of other Final Fantasy games and not strictly 11, but other Final Fantasy games that have a red mage are few and far between. Like, you don't see red mage as often as you do blue mage, which is really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the most interesting thing that I've noticed, is that red mage is not as popular as blue mage is in other Final Fantasy games. But I'm really happy with how they did the balance between, you need to cast this many white spells versus black spells, and then once it's at max or at a certain threshold, do your combo. Do your combo that hits hard, hits fast, backflip, you're Gucci. Just rinse, repeat. And I thought it was the most brain dead class I could ever play in my entire life. I'm like, I just have to press buttons and I'm good. I just press buttons.
Yes, all the buttons. Press these buttons and do the things.
I press buttons and somehow it happens. And somehow stuff happens. Oh, a person's on the floor, I raise them.
I raise them, it happens.
Oh my god. But I think the thing I loved most about Red Mage was you cast one spell and you got to insta-cast the second one. I was like, I love dual casting.
Okay.
I love dual casting.
Hell yeah. Next up on the list here, speaking of, you mentioned it briefly, was Blue Mage. Actually, this is the time that Blue Mage came to Final Fantasy XIV as a limited job. It was, of course, towards the end of Stormblood's cycle. What were your feelings about Blue Mage?
Holy shit, Blue Mage. I have words about you, Blue Mage.
Okay.
Before they fixed how you could do the leveling trick, Blue Mage was not a class that I really thought about. It was a class that I was like, this is a class at best. Thank you. And at worst, I don't have to do it. That's how I saw it. Blue Mage was just kind of there. Because my previous renditions, or my previous, like, how I saw Blue Mage in the light was through, once again, other Final Fantasy games where they implemented the Blue Mage class on a certain character. Take, for example, Quincy, and surprising enough, Kumari.
Yeah.
From 9 and 10. They are both Blue Mages. And God, was it fucking rough trying to get any of the fucking spells in those games. You had to run into the right enemy at the right time, and you had to at least see the spell performed before you could learn it. And I always found that to be extremely frustrating. Because I thought the same applied in 14. Because that was what my brain worked on, was, it's you see the spell and then you kill it, you learn it. Done. Okay, donezo. Right. That's how Blue Mage works. And no, that's not how it worked fucking here. Yeah. No, actually the opposite at best. It was like, hey, guess what? You better hope to God you got it. After fighting like 50 mobs. Good luck.
Yeah.
So I was like, fucking disgusting. Anyway, so that's Blue Mage is not a bad class. By any means, Blue Mage is not a bad class. It is an interesting class for people who like to I don't want to say experiment, but it's for people who don't really want to do like the same monotonous content all over again. By all means, do it. I say do Blue Mage, just experience it. Storyline's hilarious for Blue Mage because it's all fucking counterfeit. It's hilarious. Like, the whole storyline is fucking amazing.
Yeah, so
I recommend it.
Yeah, so I would definitely say, actually, Blue Mage is the system they made. It is actually based off, again, we will say actually based on a little bit of 11. FF11 was worked in that way, but basically you had to learn it. You had to actually, the skill had to be used. You had to either seen it or it be used on you. And then basically right afterwards, you had to kill it and hope to the gods that you got the spell or not. So I think they kind of based it off. Yeah, so it was based a little bit more on the MMO portion of it. But you obviously see, there's obviously Blue Mages in other Final Fantasies as well. But the one, obviously, the system was based on basically was 11. But I'm in the boat. Yeah, but I definitely feel I agree. I think Blue Mage is really nice if you want different type of content. I mean, I pretty much go get it max level and then leave it at max level, and once in a while go blue spell hunting if I feel bored enough.
Pretty much.
So with
Now,
that,
granted,
yeah,
you can do some funny shit on Blue Mage. I'll send you
Yep.
a video later about it because it's the funniest shit ever.
hell yeah.
When you get 3 other people with you, and you go to try and do Blue Mage content, when you try to do extremes to learn certain moves, and it's the funniest shit you've ever experienced in your entire life.
Hell yeah.
That's when it gets funny. That's when Blue Mage is one of those classes that I feel like you should play not seriously. You should play it in a funny clown kind of way.
No. So to continue on, we do have the next question here I'd like to ask about is, did you touch Eureka, the relic grind in Stormblood?
Yes. Yes, I fucking did. Am I proud of touching Eureka? No.
No.
I'm not proud of the hours I wasted on Eureka. A little shit. Eureka was interesting for what it's worth, because it had a lot of storylines for Kryl. And just more into the 5 aspect of her looking for her grandfather, who was one of the original Warriors of Light. Cool, understandable, got that reference. It's how it's got executed. Eureka was a thing that was fun for the first half, and then it felt super grindy and tedious for the rest. Which, I mean, understandable. You're getting a relic. You gotta go into these instances, which is way better overall, because you get your own separate instance where you can go and do these things. But my problem was the factor that if you wanted a certain thing, boy howdy, good luck, because there's a timer for everything. And I, as somebody who does botany, I don't like timers. I don't like timers on items that I like. Same goes for miner and everything else under the sun. I don't like to have to sit there and wait for 3 hours for something to pop.
Right.
Because that bugged the ever-living crap out of me. Especially when you had to, it was towards the cusp end of Eureka, when you, in the 3 areas that you had to do. No, 4 areas. 4 areas. Where you had to wait for the final boss to show up. And you better hope to God that the stars were just right. And that the planets aligned in your favor. And that the season was good, and that the timing was just right. Because if you missed it, well, I guess you're waiting for the correct weather, correct time frame. And I was just not for that. I did it, and I regret it, because that was a waste. I didn't even care about the story at that point. It was just monotonous freaking grinding. I was like, ew.
I see.
Sorry, that's my take. I mean, okay.
Yeah.
I will admit, it got better. It got better once you got past Pagos. Because I think Pagos was the deal breaker for me. Especially when you had to walk past those fucking sleeping dragons. Oh my god. Oh.
Okay.
Jeez Louise. And just to get into certain areas, like to go and find Luigi, hey, you have to specifically jump off this ledge, or at least fall off this ledge, walk along this ledge, by the way, so you don't disturb anything else in there. You better hope to God that people walking next to you aren't going to do the same damn thing.
Right.
Just to get into that little area of where Luigi is, and you better hope people know how to do the mechanics for Luigi, or else you're fucked.
Right. So
Which happened to me.
Yeah, because I remember the only thing I really heard mostly about Eureka was definitely how the leveling system worked, and how you could basically actually, if you do it just right, you could actually lose levels. And that was a huge turnoff for a lot of people, because hearing that as someone who played Final Fantasy XI back in his vanilla days, and remembering how if you die, you know, your EXP was such a grind, and then you just like died and did the wrong thing, you could lose it quite a bit of it, and especially to get raised and such. Definitely would not be it was definitely is not great and a fun time. So I can honestly understand the frustration that would bring, because honestly when I heard about that system, I said, Yeah, Square, you shouldn't have done that. I know I
Nope.
love 11, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't even like to go through that in today's
You'd be
standards.
correct, because that was the biggest turn away for Luhi, because I had done it with Luhi for a bit, and then they took away when we got into like they did some kind of update that took away his ability to get on his mount, because I think it was the introduction to Pagos and all that stuff. And I don't know what happened, but it pissed him off. It pissed him off so much that like, and the thing is when Luki gets pissed off, it's not like screaming. It's the quiet anger that he felt when it happened. I was like, okay, we are never coming back into this ever again. And he said, yep. And I was like, okay, we will never do Eureka ever again. And we stuck to that. I haven't been in Eureka since.
And that's fair.
Because I can't vouch behind that kind of leveling system. And I agree with you on the leveling, on the factor of if you die, you lose a level. I think that's just insane. I think that's...
Yeah, like, nowadays, like, I would be a myth. If it was years ago, yeah, there was more time on people's hands. I had more time on my hands because I was a kid. But, like, that's because our time right now, though, is a little more constrained. There's always so much time that we have. Even Steven's still back. Like I said, like, I know nowadays it's even more. Like, oh my god, we only have so much time on our hands.
Yep.
But, like, even back then, I say, we still had that problem. So, like, for us to have that and deal with it, it's like, nah, why should we do that? We might as well go do something else. But, so, yeah, that kind of where I left that, I was like, okay, yeah, no, I'm glad I skipped it. I touched it a little bit towards the end of Stormblood, but I didn't really get very far with it.
No, I get you there.
So next up on the list, though, because we do have quite a bit of mechanic stuff to go about, swimming and diving were released. What were your feelings on that?
So, as somebody who played Monster Hunter Tri, yes, that notorious Monster Hunter game, the notorious Monster Hunter game where, hey, you have to swim, and the swimming mechanics are awful. This was a breath of fucking fresh air.
Okay.
The diving mechanics and the swimming mechanics in Stormblood felt like a breath of fresh air from somebody who played Monster Hunter Tri on the Wii. I should probably make that very clear. I played it on the Wii, which was not the correct console.
Okay,
that was not the correct console to play it on.
Okay, yep, okay.
I never had a problem with the swimming and diving mechanics in 14. Like, I felt like they were exceedingly solid when it came to just swimming and going around. I was like, yo, it's just swimming. It feels like I'm playing 10. Cool. I can go underwater and do cool shit underwater.
Hell yeah. Speaking of cool stuff underwater, how about spearfishing? Have you tried it?
I'm sorry, the what?
Spearfishing.
I think I did it once, and I did it on when you got your little island.
Okay.
I think that's pretty much the only time for me did spearfishing.
That's fair. Okay, no problem. I yep.
Because I don't think I was a high enough level for spearfishing at the time frame because my fisherman was ass.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, all right. So next up on my list of questions then here is we're going to talk about Stormblood actually introduced so Square Enix or I should say Yoshi and all of them introduced a way for new players to jump into newer content as soon as possible. So we're talking about the story skip and the level boosts. What is your opinion about them adding it to this point of the game? If you played other MMOs, you notice what point they added it. What were your feelings when they added this story skips and level boosts at this point?
So my feelings towards story skipping and like the you get the level like 10 below what you should be. Okay. And this is probably going to be probably is controversial at this point. I have no problem with it. Some people just don't have the time to don't have the time to watch a 20-hour video about the entire lore of Realm Reborn, or in this case, the 1.0 Realm Reborn, Heavensward, and then catch all the way up to Stormblood. And I don't blame them. Like, if you're at work and you have a monotonous job and you just have headphones on and you're listening to it in the background, sure, yeah, understandable, cool. That's fine, you can do that. But if there are people who just want to get into the game just to play the game, do it. You don't have to. there's two types of people in the world, or at least when it comes to video game people. There are the people who don't very much care for the story, which is fair. You're allowed to have your opinion. And then there are people who care a lot about the story. And they never fall under the same clique. And that's completely fair. I have no problems with somebody who story skips. At that point, it's just like, okay, so long as you're willing to watch it later, do it. If you're just wanting to get through, to get to content, do it. It's understandable. Like, if I did that in World of Warcraft, I'm pretty sure nobody would give a crap. I would just go ask a friend, like, hey, what was the story behind this Wrath of the Lich King? Can you tell me what's going on? And they would just tell me in a heartbeat, like, the TLDR, here's the spark notes. I'm like, cool. If somebody asked me to tell the TLDR of what the heck happened in Heavensward, holy crap, I would have to pull up a whole freaking PowerPoint presentation. So, I understand people's time. People have a need for time. So when it comes to story skipping, by all means, I'm fine with it. I don't care. You can story skip, but like, don't be afraid to go back and look at the Unending Journey or the Unending Journey journal, whatever the heck it is. Just go back and look through all that stuff. Go do the side content off to the side if you're bored, because it's very interesting to the story plot. Like, is it important to the story plot? No, but it's good optional side content. If you're curious about the lore of this place, do it.
Okay. So that's a very interesting point, because you mostly just about the story. So there's also the level boosting. So I'm going to kind of throw a little bit of a thing here at you. So my thing is going to be like, what happens is basically someone goes and starts the game new and has never touched a MMO in their life. They decide to go, they want to jump right into content, and they start to play at Dark Knight. Dark Knight. And they're level 60 Dark Knight. And they're jumping into a leveling dungeon for the first time. And, you know, they haven't played the game before and things like that. And when they're trying to pick up, you know, maybe let's say, you know, they're trying to tank the first dungeon, Siren Seesaw. And you notice that as they're going through, they're struggling a bit. Like, you know, notice they're struggling quite a bit. And I mean, but they seem to like not kind of see the fundamentals of things. Was when you're looking at this player, obviously, I think most people will probably say, well, we help them out. Now, from other point of views, some people might view that player as, oh, they're level boosted, they're wasting my time in the dungeon, you should know what you're doing, blah, 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 blah. What are your feelings if someone just, like, you know, went through all this, but this is their first MMO, and they level boosted their Dark Knight to like level 60 and decided to try and tank the dungeon?
So, my standpoint on this is probably still going to be the same.
Okay.
If this is your first MMO and you still have no idea what you're doing, and this is your first ever MMO and you level boosted, I'm not going to put it against you. Okay. Like, I understand you wanted to get into the hype. That's understandable. But I'm just hoping, like, and I'll tell them. I'll usually message them afterwards, being like, "Hey, are you new to this? Do you need some help?" Like, I'll always offer help because it's not against terms of service.
Yep.
To ask people if they need help. You can report people who are asshats who tell you otherwise. Right. I've been booted. I've literally, case in point, I have been booted from a World of Darkness raid for just telling somebody the mechanics of a fucking fight. Somebody booted me from the entire raid because I was just helping a person who was genuinely asking questions.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, this is ridiculous. So I have a standpoint where if somebody is a level booster and it's blatantly obvious, I'll help them out a little bit. I'll be like, I will help them and be like, hey, if you're unsure of how this class works or like what you're doing, go play Palace of the Dead. Go unlock Palace of the Dead. Here's the whole thing to go unlock it. It takes you from 1 to 50. Runs you through the whole thing. This is how this class works. These are the abilities that you get. You can take your time frame, read what each of the abilities do in Palace of the Dead. This is why I feel like Palace of the Dead and all those other deep dungeons are really good tools for learning a class, or at least learning how to combo in a class. It could be seen either way. A lot of people sleep on deep dungeons because it's the same monotonous crap. I look at it as a great learning opportunity for classes. Because if you are unsure of what you're doing, go to a deep dungeon. It'll teach you immediately what you're doing. or at least it will show you from 1 to 50 what you're getting, and you can sit there and read the abilities that tell you what to do. Also, it's super fucking easy to go do that shit.
Yeah, the actually good part, Heaven's Word, Totally Deep Dungeon will get you to 60, but I get what you mean.
Yeah. Oh, my bad, 60. Yeah,
you're
but
good.
it still gets you up to there. It gets you up to at least playing the class. Now, if you're and what I like to do, so this is what I like to do. If I am suspecting that somebody is a story skipper / level booster, I will check their little character cards, like their little like character profile thing,
right?
And look at all the other levels in their class to see if they truly are a story skipper. And if I just see one class that's at like the base class at 30 and then their class at 60 or whatever level, I'm like, okay. Level booster, the trial and error, let's see how well they do this. If I see you in a goddamn dungeon with half of your classes leveled at that point, but you're still pulling that crap, I have no sympathy for you at that point.
Okay.
I'm sorry. If you are going into a dungeon and you have 3 out of 4 of your tanks leveled, like completely max leveled, and like this one is like borderline leveled, I feel like you should know the formula by now.
Okay.
Like if it's blatantly they're doing stupid stuff like not turning on tank stance, I'm gonna have a problem. Because that's the first thing you should always do. And if you have 3 classes at level 100, 3 tank classes at level 100 that all have a tank stance, and you are not turning on your tank stance going into a dungeon like this, you're setting a bad example, in my opinion, to other like new players. That you don't care what happens to them.
Okay.
And
yeah.
The whole. I was gonna say the whole point of going into these old dungeons, or at least in the Siren Song, is to this is your first dungeon. This is your first experience with a dungeon. Don't care if you got it on a daily roulette. Really don't care. Like it happens. You're gonna have it.
Yeah.
Still, you gotta do your job. If just do your job, is all I will say. Like, please. Okay. Like, please. I've run into Siren Song a couple of times where I will go into the dungeon, I will just queue up as healer, and I would go into a daily roulette, and hey, guess what? I'm on healer, daily roulette, okay, I got Siren Song, cool. There are blatantly 2 new DPS. Absolutely brand new. Sprouts check their things, brand spanking new. I'm like, okay, we gotta take it nice and slow. I just watched the tank just fucking take off. I'm like, okay, this is cool. Like, just keeps running. Doesn't give the DPS any time frame to like get their orientation down. What's going on? I usually let them do most of the mechanics. Like, read the note. Like, I'll point at the note for them. I'll point at which choral they're going to. Like, I'll let them do all that stuff so that they get an idea on what they're doing. But half of the time, I swear, the tanks are impatient. They just go running. And I've taken a page out of Luki's book, where he has dealt with that so many times before that it's a blatantly new person in a dungeon that is relatively hard for new people to grasp. And the tank is just pissing off to go do like their normal shit to just get it done instead of, taking the time to at least help them like get an understanding on how this works. Luki will just let them die. Unapologetically, he will just let them die. Okay. And then when they're just like, well, why didn't you heal me? Why did you run off? Without anybody else? Did you think I could heal you behind a wall?
Yeah, that's understandable. Okay. Yeah, so I just wanted to, like, so basically, that's the gist of it, because that's a lot of counterpoint. But that's, bleh. Oh my god, words are hard. But no, for the most part, no, that's a really good point, though. And that's something I wanted to see, too, because like I said, I'm in the boat of, I personally feel if it's your first MMO, first game, I don't believe you should be doing that kind of stuff. Now, if you're alt leveling or using something to get like a rating alt and stuff like that, I'm perfectly fine with that because I get that. Leveling another character and trying to get this, yeah, that's understandable. But when it's your first time playing the game, I'm personally not a fan of it. But, you brought up good points about on your side. And I think, that's actually, I think, to be honest, I think you're the first one to bring up a different point of view. So I was like, that's why I kind of asked the questions a little more deeper, like, hey, what about this kind of situation?
Yeah.
Because I think, I was like, oh, and I like that.
Yeah, because I've been in these situations before where it's like, example, the World of Darkness. This person, when I checked the person that was asking the questions about like, hey, how does this mechanic work in the Angra Mainyu fight? And
Right.
I was like, okay, this is how it works. This is what you do. And they were literally being like, okay, so like this? And I was like, yes, you got this. You got it. Perfect. That's what you needed to do. And they were like, okay, I got it. I'm like, perfect. I'm so happy for you. Like, baby bird, learning. You're learning. Now you can teach others.
Awesome.
But it just really sucks because I was booted out of that raid just for trying to help people. And I've seen that more and more with and this is sad because I've seen that with 14, and I think now they've made it where you can report somebody if you've been like booted unlawfully or some shit. I don't know how you can know, but oh wait, no, I think it tells you who kicks you from the party anyway.
Well, I think it could be like either kicked or basically everyone votes, and if everybody votes it, and then you can kind of go, all right, hey, we can find out. Like you can kind of go through a list, and it should have contact lists. It tells you who you did last.
Yeah. So it just really sucks that happened to me when I was just genuinely trying to help somebody. And I was like, that's setting a bad example for the community.
Oh yeah.
And if somebody tries to help a person who's genuinely asking for help, and your reaction is to boot the person helping, what is that setting an example for new people wanting to come into this game?
Yep.
Oh, you should just know the mechanics by now? This person has never played this game before.
Yeah.
Are you expecting them to just know, like, 6 years of content at this point? Or however many years at this point?
That's like, and that's, like, the major problem, was that, like, a lot of people won't. It is, like, people who's like, I just want this to get this done. And it's like, well, you choose a roulette, so you kind of have to deal with the ball you're given. If you really want to finish if you really want to do your roulette, get with these. If you don't want to deal with the person in your party, queue up with 7 other people, or just otherwise, you're gonna have, no matter what, it's alliance raid, so you're gonna have people, you're gonna have to just deal with it. You're rolling or look at the die. You can't expect it to, if you're going in, you need to have that time. You can't be like, oh, I'll get 18 minutes, I'll do 15 minutes and get out. Like, no, you need to have that time. But
we will talk about Orban Monastery in a minute, because that was a wreck of a raid.
Yeah. So speaking of which, though, we do got a few other things to get through here. So next question I do have here is, we'll go into a bit more of continuing on with more like side story content. The Monster Hunter World collab with Rathalos. What are your feelings on that?
Okay. As a person who didn't start playing, so I should probably state that my first introduction to Monster Hunter, like I said before, was Try. Not the best introduction to Monster Hunter. I didn't even touch Worlds. My first real introduction, thank you Raisin, thank you Shrimp, was Rise. Monster Hunter Rise. Was my first, I will say, my first genuine playthrough of a Monster Hunter game. And I love Monster Hunter. I love Capcom. I love how they do like games and stuff like that, or at least the people over there who make Monster Hunter. I'm like, oh, hell yeah. Chef's kiss. Wow. The Rathalos fight was funny as fuck to witness. Especially when you did the 8-man version and the 4-man version. Because I remember trying to teach. I was teaching people how to. Actually, recently I had taken 3 friends of mine because they had never experienced the Rathalos fight. The 4-man version, and they were like, oh, we only did like the 8-man version, and I was like, oh, you want to do the 4-man at item level? And they were like, at item level. I'm like, yeah, you should experience it at item level. And we did, and I watched my friends die multiple times. And it was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Because I farmed the ever-living crap out of that. I thought it was fine. I did not have any problems with the Rathalos fight. Because I knew the mechanics for it. It was just funny witnessing my friends do it. And then, of course, we did it no longer on item level. Beat it super easy. But I was just like, that's what... And they were like, so that was a really interesting fight. I'm like, that's what it was like on fucking content, and it was the most insufferable thing in Party Finder.
Yeah.
Doing the 4-man Rathalos fight in Party Finder.
Right. Yeah, and
Like-
that's yeah.
God.
I'm thankful that was something I accidentally avoided because I said at that point this is a point where I was still kind of like I jumped in the 8. I think I did the 8-man at least. I said when it came out, but I didn't really go super crazy on it. But I did love the fact I saw Monster Hunter World come and get it's because like World was actually my first Monster Hunter. And I was introduced that. Yeah, I was introduced that. I think it was I think Junichi introduced me.
Nice.
So he got me into it because I think someone gave it to me. I played it with them and it was fun. Like I had a blast. Definitely getting into World, and it really got me to love the Monster Hunter series. So
Yeah.
I was really
Monster
like,
Hunter series
yes,
is fantastic. I could go on a whole tangent about it.
yeah, exactly.
But
But
this is
yeah,
14.
yes, we're on the 14 tangents right now. All right, so next up on the list, as we've talked about, I know you said you've done quite the Ally Society quest. What about the ones in Stormblood?
Oh god, the ones in Stormblood were actually really freaking fun to do. I liked doing the turtle people.
Cogents, okay.
Yeah, they were fun. I really liked their storyline behind the whole thing. I loved doing the Nagas. They were fun as well. I can't remember. Fuck, what was the third one?
Namazu?
No. Yeah, oh god, the Namazu. Oh my god, the Namazu. Talk about an annoying. Okay, you thought the Moogles were fucking annoying? These little shits just set themselves on fire and then just roll around complaining about it the whole damn time. You're just sitting there watching them do it, and you're just like, you fucking started the fire. Put it out.
What's on? Yes,
Like,
yes.
I don't know how. I can't do it myself. And you're just sitting there like, are you fucking for real? You're so real right now.
Yes, yes.
I fucking love them. I love those stupid little shits just as much as I love the fucking Loprits.
Oh my god.
I love society quests with like super serious ones, and then there's the batshit nutty ones that make no goddamn sense. And I love that they have done at least like 4 for 4 at this point with the groups. And it's just like, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we got stupidity in a group.
Gotta have it every once in a while, you know? Can't always be all lights and sunshine.
They actually helped me level my culinary.
Nice. Hell yeah. There you go. Helps you get some class leveled up.
Exactly.
So next up, I'm going to, let's see. I think I asked it. Okay. Before we talk about the 3 main story stuff here, we have another side story to talk about. The 4 Lord story, or the 4 Winds. What are your feelings about that?
I loved it. I'm a big fan. So I am a huge ass fan of Asian mythology. I have always been a huge fan. So I loved their interpretations of the Chinese mythology of the 4 winds. So I really, really liked what they did with it. Of course, it's the Japanese version, so it's like, okay, there's going to be different things, but it did still involve the golden dragon at the very end being the fucking Kirin, which is also, it's Chinese at this point. It's Chinese. But it was so well executed. I really liked how the first one you did was Genbu, and Genbu, of course, being Genbu, is just an old man. And I'm like, that's so perfect for him. He's just an old man. Just old dude. Old. Byakko was an interesting design choice. That's all I will say. I was not prepared for the large man. Like, the large man I can understand. What the fuck was up with that left arm, and why was it a tiger? Why was it just like snake tiger?
A snake tiger head that became a tiger.
Snake tiger head. I ripped off my arm and it becomes a tiger. I was like, oh my god. And then it went into some near shit, and I was just like, what the fuck is happening? I was like, what?
It's like,
and then, oh god, and then you got to Shizaku, who's the biggest simp in the world. Also, she looked friggin' ugly in that sweater. I'm sorry, in her bird form, wearing the armor, looked absolutely atrocious. I was like, But then she turned into a girl, and I was just like, oh, this is nice. I like the music for this. don't like the mechanics though, because it sucked for colorblind people, and my friend Yuri is colorblind. So
yes.
that was not going well for him. So
Mhm.
I laughed at him the entire time while he was trying to figure out what the fuck color he was looking at.
Oh no.
And then I think my favorite out of all of them, because I loved the storyline for the Four Lords. I thought it was great. It fit with the theme of Stormblood very well. Was Seiryu. I liked the snake fight. I thought it was cool. I was like, oh yo, if it's any consolation, I memorized how to do the extreme fight, and I took my friend through it, and we cleared in one shot.
Nice.
Just by me telling him what was going on.
Very
I had memorized
nice.
that fight so much.
Oh, okay.
I like this fight.
So actually, since I haven't really thought about asking, have you managed so far at this point to collect most of the mounts on content?
Yeah. The only ones that I'm not rocking right now is the dragons and the cats and the wings.
Okay.
But also because I'm a lazy piece of crap.
No, that's fair. No, I was curious.
Lazy as shit.
Here, right? No, I get it. The reason I asked is because it sounded like you did all the extremes and stuff back then. So I was like, you talked about extreme in Party Finder in Heaven's Ward, and I didn't think about it. I was like, oh, did you happen to collect all the burbs on content, like all the doggos on content? Okay.
I don't want to talk about how many times we sat in Garuda EX just trying to get Nightmare.
Oh yes, the horses. Yeah.
I don't want to talk about how many.
We don't have to. We're not at that point
that was
anymore.
Awful. But I know I have all the I have the horses. I have the birds. And it took forever, but actually the dogs weren't that bad to get. The dogs were actually relatively more easy for me to get than the birds, surprisingly. Out of all the mounts. I'm cheating on the dragons because the only dragon I held on to was the one from Innocence, and that was it. I was like, okay. And then I have nothing else from current expansions because, again, I'm lazy and also, like, bleh.
Yeah, no, and that's understandable. And that's something I can totally get behind. Because, at the end of the day, I got all the horses on content, and I believe I got all the burbs on content. Stormblood is the only time I actually didn't really get any doggos on content. It wasn't until Shadowbringers that I actually went back and got all the doggos. But again, this is the time of year I mostly just focused on a lot of other games, especially I was playing 11, and I think World of Warcraft's Legion was out, which I spent time into. So like this is about the time I kind of was not as 14 focused. I kind of did log in, I did my story, and yeah. But like, I went back and revisited this stuff, and seeing like the Four Lords was really cool, and going through and seeing the Monster Hunter World collab was really nice too. So revisiting the EXs were nice. So like, there was some stuff I'm like, damn, I missed out on, but it is what it is, and I get to see everything else currently on content, I could say.
I get you.
So. With that being said, though, I think it's time. Actually, before we do actually any story of the three things, I do need to ask, before we touch the alliance raids and all that story stuff, have you by chance at any point tried out PvP?
The what now?
PvP.
PvP,
front lines.
Yes, I delved I put my foot in PvP, and it was the funniest thing I could ever friggin' experience in my life. What do you mean? It's funny that you go on Monk and you literally just grab a person and suplex them and then take them into the air.
Yes, that's so beautiful. What do you mean, Smile?
What do you mean I can just nuke somebody from afar as Black Mage? That's the funniest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Do it.
Oh my god.
I like PvP. I think PvP is fun to do off to the side, but if you're super competitive, like, do it. Like, for competitive, like, super overly competitive people, like, I'm talking Overwatch level, Valorant, all those MOBAs that are, like, really, really super competitive. That's not for me. I used to like it. And then I'm just like, I realize I get too angry when I'm competitive. I was like, oh.
Completely fair. Gotta go either way now. Bye.
I'm just gonna do this for fun now. Bye. That's basically me.
Yeah, okay. All right. So, the reason I asked is I didn't know if you tried out Rival Wings when that came out.
I did. I played on Bard, which was the most scariest class you could play on in PvP. I defended funny story, really quick funny story. I was on Lalafell at the time frame. I had changed my character into a Lalafell, and I was sitting at one of the points just on Bard, and I watched this person, a person on the enemy team, start walking up those stairs, saw me, booked it. I'm talking, they ran. And I was just like, I didn't even do anything yet. They just saw that I was on Bard and were like, nah, I'm good, fam. I don't want to deal with that. It was stupidly broken, and Stormblood Bard in PvP was the most stupidly broken class I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, I was doing crazy ass shit 24/7.
Oh my god.
And I was like, I don't even know what buttons I'm pressing. I'm just pressing buttons. Oh no. Are all classes this brain dead? Oh no. Especially in PvP, like, holy shit.
Yeah, my favorite though back in the day, before they did the changes, before they actually, you could use your invulns as tank back in the day, and the funniest shit you could do was actually, if you tamed it just right, you could, like, as warrior, home gang someone off a cliff and kill them.
Of course you could.
And
of course.
That was always hilarious. I'm like, yeah, you're being a problem with my teammate? Get over here! Scorpion style, bring them down, and they're dead.
Every fucking Dark Knight that I run into, they'll literally just grab me. They'll do their little circle of scorn, and I'm just trying to get away, and then it's just like yoink, and I'm like, please leave me alone, I have a family. And then I get pummeled, and I'm like, oh, that was a mistake.
That was a mistake.
But then I go find them on Monk, and then I teach them a lesson. Because Monk is funny in PvP.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. That's just. Oh, God.
Right. PvP is great.
Yeah, it can be definitely fun.
Oh,
Alright, now we're going to go into the meat of some of the story, some of the other story side content here. First, we're going to go ahead and talk about the Alliance raids, the Evilise raids.
Evilisian raids, my favorite raids.
Alright.
Like, my I have to say, I hate to say it, I love Void Ark, but Evilisian takes the spot.
Okay.
It always will. Again, as a tactics junkie, and 12 junkie, because we bought so fun fact, fun small story fact. My brother Phil at the time frame had bought us the original copy of 12 in its like its metal casing. So we had the really cool edition of 12, and I played the ever living crap out of the game. To the point where when the Evilisian raids were introduced, I was in the same boat as everybody else when they saw Ramza and went, why has he got a nose? He's not supposed to have one. Why does he have a nose? Everybody was asking the question, why does he have a nose? We're so used to seeing all the tactics characters with no noses. So we're like, huh? Doesn't matter. Story-wise, freaking fantastic. It's just them putting on a theater production of the freaking Evilise. And I'm like, this is perfect. For me.
Okay.
I'm a theater kid. And then, of course, all the references to all the other all the tactics and 12, both in one run. I literally, one of the funniest references that I saw was, so the first boss that you fight in the first half of the first part of the Evilisian raid. So the first boss is the opposite for La Habrea. And then the second one is the opposite for Fandaniel. You see where the pattern's going, right?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, the other two are brand new. The other two are new ones that were not originally in there. Also, the boss music that played was specifically for Ultima.
Yeah.
It's one of two pieces for Ultima, which is great. I was like, ooh, this is fun. It's perfect. The first one is Perfect Body Ultima. And the second one is Perfect Body Ultima. The first one you fight is just Ultima. So there's two different distinctive versions.
Okay.
But yes, I had a great time witnessing all the little bits and pieces. Like in the lighthouse, that was specifically 12 references up the wazoo. All of those were from 12. Most of the music is from 12, actually. It's a combination of 12 and tactics, which I'm eternally grateful for. So in the lighthouse, the construct that you fight is a construct that you get as a party member in tactics that actually punches your Mustadio, and it's hilarious because he knocks him out like I'm talking like Mike Tyson levels, knocks him out. Ransa's freaking out at that point. He's like, oh my god. Okay. And like, so that's a fun tidbit. Then the final boss of the lighthouse is a secret boss you can do in 12, and I don't recommend it.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's a secret hunt you can do, and it's rough. Because it's just like the actual boss fight in 14. You have to break the glass that's holding the dragon heart. And it's like good freaking luck.
Oh, okay.
Then we move on to Orban Monastery, which is a actual place in Tactics. It's the first battle that takes place on the bridge. Surprise, battle on the bridge. And then you fight all of Rams's fucking teammates before fighting a different version of Ultima. And you're like, I killed you, bitch. Stay dead. Please. Right. I don't want to deal with you and your weird cult.
Okay.
But now, Mustadio was the only rendition of a machinist in Tactics. He was the first He was the first class to introduce machinist. Was in Tactics. Fun facts. Oh God, what's her face? God dang it, her name's escaping me. She is your sister's best friend, who is also her knight, and she's super cool.
Alma?
Yeah, Alma's sister. Okay. Alma's your sister. And the second boss you fight is literally kind of her friend / knight. I don't remember her name at the moment, and it's killing me that I don't remember her name, and it's slowly gonna whittle at me, but it's okay, because then we get on to the infamous fight, which everybody knows and loves, is Cid, or Cidolfa. Everybody loves the Cid fight. Who doesn't love the Cid fight? The
Thunder God.
Oh, who doesn't love the Thunder God? That's our only rendition of Cid who by the way, isn't an engineer or works on an airship.
Right.
And it's not even like in the canon universe. It's in an off-canon shoot. And it's hilarious because Cid is one of the most powerful like party members you can get in-game. And it's crazy. And fun fact about the song that is used for his fight is it is not from a Final Fantasy game. It is from a separate game entirely, where you fight. It's the final boss fight, by the way, for this freaky looking angel looking thing. Okay. And it's called Grotesque. It's called Grotesque Body because it's literally a biblically accurate angel. And I'm like, oh, gross.
Oh.
That one I think is called. I want to say it's called Reverent Stories. I think that's what it's called. I'd have to look it back up. But it's the only song besides the one in Palace of the Dead, which is from Ogre Tactics, that is not specifically from Final Fantasy. They are from other Square Enix titles, which I'm crossing my fingers. Hopefully we get some other Square Enix title music in there at some point. Like I'm hoping to God, like maybe Chrono Trigger at some point. I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, nice, but maybe a stretch, but it'd be nice. I agree.
It'd be nice.
It'd be
be
nice to have, but you know, because
it'd be nice if
he didn't actually. It's really sad. That's
I mean, you don't have to.
It'd be nice. It'd be quite nice, Square. Please add it in.
I mean, come on, Square. You did it with Dragon Quest. Just do it with friggin' Chrono Trigger already. Like, come on, man. Give us a fight with Lavos, please. I want to fight Lavos.
Or you know, just do the Gato event. It's fine.
Yeah, there you go.
Just beat before save points. Oh. It's gotta be something else. It's just a different kind of.
We just go to the carnival and we just eat everybody else's. We just do everything bad and then we get put on trial. Like we get put on trial again.
God damn, like,
wait a minute.
I was just here at Heaven's Ward. What do you mean I'm on trial again? Not again. Oh, dude, I can't even imagine a Chrono Trigger.
God, that'd be so good.
Dude, just having that'd be really funny just to have that.
Do it with Dragon Quest. They can do it Chrono Trigger.
I think it'd be really. I would definitely do a Fate that has like Chrono Trigger and literally it's just fighting Gato. Just to get points.
I would love that.
And you can get like Chrono's outfit or like some of the other outfits from the other game.
Like get the minions, like just get the minions of the characters. Yeah. Get Magus as a minion or fight Magus in a Fate. That'd be cool.
Oh yeah, that'd be really awesome. Or Frog. Please give me Frog for a minion.
Oh my god.
I would do. I would kill for Frog. I would kill for a Frog minion.
Please. Anyway.
But yeah,
Anyway.
before we get too distracted, we do have 2 more MSQ things to talk about here in Stormblood.
Alright.
Next up is the rating series, the Omega series.
Omega.
All the
I will
ahead.
preach this to the skies. I think Omega was probably the best blueprint for a raid, in my opinion.
Okay.
Sorry, my opinion. I think Omega gave
this is just show to say your opinion.
Fair enough. I think Omega gave a great like standpoint for how to do certain fun fights, and this is not me being a 5 apologist. I will never apologize for loving 5. You hear me? I will never apologize for loving that fucking game. When Bart literally says holy Christmas tree, a talking turtle, I will never apologize. Anyway, so Omega is one of those raids that sits heavily on me because I felt like it was the pinnacle. Like, I was like, they can't get any better than this. Lo and behold, then Eden knocks on my door, and I'm like, God damn it. Anyway, I love Stormblood. I love Omega. I love everything about that entire fight because they did the thing that I think a lot of people were hoping for when introducing Omega, which was introducing other things from other Final Fantasy games. And I think that's where it shines its best because it is the one littered with the most references.
Okay.
And the most fights from the fucking iconic Final Fantasy games. Like the first half is all from 5. It's all memorable bosses you remember from 5. And you're just like, holy crap, I have to fight I have to fight Halarkanasis again.
Uh-huh.
And it's a woman. And you're just sitting there like, and then you move on to the second part. And it's the fucking Phantom Train from 6. Like, how cool is that?
Right.
Sucks that you didn't get to suplex it, but you got to fight that train. And also you got that little snippet that if you got lucky enough, like the 1% people who got stuck in a car when you had to get put in a car, got to fight Siegfried, and Siegfried immediately died.
Yeah.
That's great. That's what I mean by it's a great Easter egg.
Uh-huh.
A good raid with good Easter eggs is fun.
Hell yeah, I remember that.
Then it got better because who's the final fight on the second part? It's fucking Kefka.
Hell yeah.
It's our man. It's the clown himself. And then it got better with the Savage version where he literally turned into God Kefka, and you're just like, all right, everything is good. We got to listen to Dancing Mad done by Soken, and everything is good in life.
Right. Yeah.
Like, ugh. And then, of course, the last one being you got to fight Chaos.
Yes.
From freaking Final Fantasy 1. I was not expecting Chaos.
Chaos, man.
Out of everything. I was like, oh, that's just straight up Chaos. Oh, dear. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to fight a prime version of Midgardsormr after Midgardsormr saved your ass from being deleted, by the way.
All right.
Omega would have deleted your ass, and there was nothing Heidelin could have done about it.
Yep.
Let that sit in for a minute.
Uh-huh.
She couldn't do shit. But we got to fight a prime version of Midgardsormr, which was an interesting fight, but it also gave us the sneak peek into the factor that Omega traveled to different worlds. Sneak peek.
Yes.
into what to come.
Yes.
Foreshadowing is my favorite.
Yes.
But we got to fight that, and then probably the best thing ever, which also got put in Monster Hunter Wilds, which was the Omega fight. Oh my god, Omega. And chicken tenders. It gave us the glory of chicken tenders.
Yes.
On top of us already having big fat tacos.
Yes.
We got chicken tenders.
Yes. It was
so
good.
Perfect. It's so perfect.
It was so good, dude.
And then I think the best thing that I saw out of the whole thing was the final fight against Omega M and F, and how chef kiss the designs were. Holy shit, they literally down to the T transferred the art, the original art that we are used to seeing Final Fantasy like art books. They transferred that artist's art literally into the game. I was so amazed by that. I was like, I love this fight. Also, it's torn from heaven, but it's really, really well done. And it's good. Yeah. And then it got better. That's what I mean
Oh.
by I think I think Stormblood's raids helped pave the way for better fun raids. Like, don't get me wrong, Warring Triads was good. Just had a lot of mechanics that you had to keep an eye on. And so were friggin' like Alexander. Alexander was fun. But there was a problem with Alexander. One of those fights was almost a raid breaker. And I think we all know who the raid breaker was. You didn't really have that with Omega. I did not see a lot of people bitching and complaining about a lot of the fights in Omega. They were challenging, but it wasn't to the point of nearly breaking a raid in half.
Yeah.
And I think the raid I'm remembering from Alexander was Gordius.
Yes, I was gonna say Gordius was a big problem with Gordius was definitely a gear gap. And also because A3S was definitely a nightmare for a lot of groups. And that was the fight that actually really would kill people. It was literally living liquid. That's like, you know, living hell and needs to exist. It's because he himself, it was literally that fight that a lot of people were struggling on. And remembering the world race back then, I think it took about at least 2 weeks, I think, to finally before the clear came because the people were struggling that bad.
Yikes.
It was rough. Like, I will say, Gordius was rough. But later on, they did it better with Midas and then within Curator. They did improve it immensely. But I will admit to, basically, Gordius was extremely rough raid tier. But I think it's because when they first did it, it was their experimentation of trying to do like a normal raid and do a Savage content type raid. Because that's when Savage was introduced. Because
you didn't have Savage back in Coils, you just had Extreme.
You literally just had literally just the Savage.
Is the factor that I didn't see a lot of problems when it came to Omega raids with groups. At least I didn't see it on the surface. Maybe underneath. Maybe I was just blinded because it was new, it was unique, it was fun.
Right.
And it was the raids that got me truly started with Savage. Because it was the Delta raids that got me into wanting to do Savage more. I was like, yo, I could do this. I'm really good at this. I'm gonna keep going.
Yeah.
So, and it just grew from there. Again, I think Omega is my favorite, seeing that a lot of people agree with the factor of UMAD came out, and everybody was hoping it would.
Right. And now
everybody was hoping for Kefka, because it was so well done.
Yeah, Kefka would be Alpha Scape, because Delta Scape was FF5. But yeah.
Oh, Delta Scape was 5? Am I thinking Gamma? Which one am I thinking was
You're
Kefka?
thinking Alpha Scape. Alpha Scape was... No, the Alpha. No, Sigma. Sigma Scape. Sigma Scape is the second.
Because it's 6.
Yeah.
Sigma.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, it was Sigma Scape.
I think it's... Yeah, I also said an Alpha Scape would be the final tier. Because then it was Delta,
Sigma,
and then Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha. Which is even funnier because I had completed that tier. I never actually physically completed Delta. I just did the first fights, and then I tried doing Savage in Sigma, got really good at it, completed it, then moved on to Alpha and did it from there too. I was like, this is great. I feel good about this.
Yes. That's the time I jumped briefly into, I did do O1S, I will say that, and I did it back on Warrior when that came out and such, and yeah, that was the only time I maybe dabbled into Savage at that point, but as I said, right after, the little burnout I had, which we'll get in, to kind of bring things into, perspective here. This is, again, Stormblood was about the time I said I kind of took a break from the game. I was burnt out. The community I came back to that my ex brought me back to just wasn't, interested in doing content with me at that point. And it kind of was feeling like a letdown. I was like, I'm trying to do things with friends. They don't want to do things with me. I really don't want a party finder. I'm just in that mood. It's like, you know what? Okay, I think I'm done. I literally, I remember, I think I sat in, the Sky Sea Stone area, whatever it was at that point. And just was, contemplating, and I'm like, yeah, I think it's break time. And it was a definite break I needed. Yes. And now I'm like, okay, not to go. I need to leave for a while, and I'll come back later. And I came back I said I picked it up. Every time I picked it up, it was mostly just to do the story, and after the story was done, and maybe the raids, I just go and drop it, then go back to what I was doing. That was it.
That sounds about right.
That was about where I was at. So, but hey, you know, I always do find when going back, revisiting the Omega raids were a lot of fun. They actually was a lore thing I did with a friend of mine where we actually visited these in a storyline between the two of us, for a fun little thing. But other than that, yeah, Stormblood was I said this was definitely an interesting time period.
Stormblood, as much flack as Stormblood got for being I've heard people be like, oh, Stormblood's a terrible expansion. Say opposite. I think it was them trying new innovations and seeing what worked. It was kind of an experimental patch, and I'm okay with experimental patches. Because the queues were kind of ass, but I was also just like, you're gonna get that with new patch. Everybody's trying to get shit done. Well, congratulations.
Speaking of things that are going to be coming up, and we might be even talking about some little fun insights here, we are now going to officially talk about the MSQ of 4.8. Yeah. But before we get into the details, the one question I do have to ask, because this is one I get hit with. Have you been hit with Robotic Stream and Pitted Savage?
Those are names.
So Robotic Stream. So what we mean is the cutscenes. Basically, you go in and try to do the cutscene, try to do the instance.
Robotic Stream and Pippin Savage. Yes, I did get hit with those.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Sorry.
I had heard the name, and I was just like,
yeah, I had it.
And then you redid it, and I was like, oh, yeah, the terrible hope to God the luck is in your draw.
Yes.
Yes, I had gotten hit with the Raban Extreme, eventually got past it, and then got hit with Pippin Savage.
And then never got past. And then,
it took, I think, a whole week for me to get past Pippin. I was like, can I please?
Right? Oh my god, that's brutal.
Please, I just want to play.
So, now with that out of the way, what about the actual story itself with 4.0?
So, okay. There's going to be... Stormblood is an interesting one, because either you like it or you don't. Mm-hmm. And there's, it kind of feels weird because there's no in-between. Because I personally thought when I first started, I was like, this is a war story. Okay, so it's the war era, whatever. I could bleh. I've seen enough wartime films. And then I went back and watched the cutscenes again, and I was just like, war eras in war storytelling is very hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
Doing a wartime era, kind of you're at war, it's a rough thing to storytell. Because I think a great example, again, more opinions from me, is in high school, we read a book called, and this is probably a book that most people have read, All Quiet on the Western Front, which is, a depiction of war. It is a book about wartime. And that, in and of itself, that's a book that's really rough to read. And not rough as in, you pick it up, you get bored. No, it goes deep into topics that I'm kind of that they delved into in Stormblood, which was something very interesting for them to delve into. Because you can do a war game like fucking Call of Duty. You can do that up the wazoo. You know the plot, you know what's going on, blah, blah, blah. Easy said and done. But in a fantasy setting, trying to do war, and it's just a lot of influence from real-time things, and it really freaking showed. Such as the oppression of the Alamegan people, and also the people in Kugane. Just, you had a lot of oppression going on, a lot of military presence, and how much you had, you, as the Warrior of Light, you had to be careful when in these areas. It's real wartime. You have to be careful. You are on enemies' territory. And I think that is because you can look at it from a broad spectrum and be like, it's a war story. But if you delve deep into it, holy cow, I feel like it's an well done wartime story. I wouldn't call it the best. There are some parts that like are, you know, a little like kind of lost in translation a little bit. And by that I mean not because the translators, just kind of like it kind of flows over your head.
The flow, okay.
But it is a lot of like, hey, like at least it flew over my head because I had to rewatch the cutscenes. I was like, oh, shit. But it's really hard to tell a story about war and keep the happy fucking tones of 14 in a way. Like Dragon Song War was easy to tell because it was a small bit. Like it was its own little thing. When you have to do that across an entire expansion, that gets a little rough because you've got to not really pad it out, but you gotta keep in pace with what you're doing when it comes to storytelling. And I think where a lot of people fell off with it was they didn't like how quickly we went from Alamigo to helping out the people in Kugane. Like almost immediately. It's like, there's a reason. There is a absolute reason we need to do this. We can't help Alamigo if we don't get allies. You need help in a war against oppressors. Hence how when we helped all of Kugane and got their approval, we were like, okay, we have an extra ally now. Besides the three we know, and Ishgard. We now have a standing front against an entire empire full of Magitech armor and Magitech weapons. So, I've seen a lot of people be like, oh, I didn't really like Stormblood. I did because it did wartime pretty well.
Okay.
Like, not Saving Private Ryan well. Like, at least kind of a little bit. But not like super Saving Private Ryan.
Gotcha. Okay. So I will say, for my perspective, things that I think I could definitely see what they were trying to do with the story. Like, I kind of agree with that. I think the problem I run into personally is that we never, like, you know, let's look back at Heavensward for a second, right? How we kind of really spent time in Ishgard. We spent time with all those people. We got to build that, like, relationship with everyone around because that was the main focus. Where I think the problem lies in the writing in the Stormblood section is that we didn't really get to spend time in those areas to really learn about these people.
True.
And if you kind of like look at it that kind of light, one of the other issues you run into with this as well is, let's be real, like a lot of people, and I had a discussion with someone about this, about how, you know, Raban was always built, like, you know, we talk about him as Alamegan. He was an Alamegan, and you would think that this would be his light to shine to finally get the free his homeland, but at least out of nowhere, it was like kind of like, hey, I'm here, and you know, and Alamegan was my home and such, and it was kind of like a, you know, I think some people kind of was like, it's maybe thrown off a little bit on it. And if you kind of look at how things are and whatnot, there was no real development to show that, like, there just seemed like there was some kind of weird disconnect. Like, nothing was really connected there. And I will definitely say, like, if we got more time in Doma, or even Alamigo, hell, like, just even to learn about maybe Lisa's background to why, like, Alamigo was, like, so important to her and such, to develop that better, I think it would have been more well received. I mean, even extending it out to a couple of patches. Not saying, like, all the way, but, like, maybe, like, a couple of extra patches being like, okay, maybe we get to the point we liberate Doma, and then maybe to replace Alamigo. The problem here is that Garlemald is supposed to be this huge threat. It was supposed to be this huge threat that we've been, like, talking about for expansions. And then suddenly we liberate both in, like, one expansion real fast, and it was just like, what? Like, you know, like, it didn't feel like, even though we got the war with Garlemald and all that later on, it just didn't feel like Garma was really a threat at that point. It kind of felt like, oh, they're trying to play back.
Yeah, I can agree to that. I can agree to those statements because, yes, those were gripes I had. Like, I will admit, Stormblood's story is not perfect.
Yeah.
It's got flaws. Like, it's got plenty of flaws. Like, the whole thing with Roban not being, like, he is from Alamigo. Why is he not the poster boy? Why is it Lise? I will agree to that statement. Like, why the fuck is it Lise? Who gives a shit? I could care less about her because she was basically taking her dead sister's name. Like, what?
Right.
And just how rushed it was. I think that was my biggest thing was just, it's rushed. It's a rushed story. Like, even a lot of people, like, I can agree with the person who wrote Xenos was not pleased with how they wrote him in this. Like, they didn't write him very good in Stormblood, and they literally said, like, I wasn't a huge fan of it. And I was like, I don't blame you. And it got better, because they learned, and they got better at writing Xenos, and I was like, yeah! Favorite book!
Yeah, he definitely got a lot better over time. At first, it was definitely it definitely rough around the edges, but once he got around it, he actually got better with the story writing, that's for sure. And that's what everything is. Everything over time, it gets better because you do things for the first time, you experiment, you see what goes right, and then what goes wrong. It's kind of like what they're doing throughout the other later expansions too. They're adding new things to experiment with, see if it sticks. If it doesn't, they don't bother with it again. If it sticks and people like it, they'll keep going. And
I think that's
and that's
so like,
and that's like the major thing here is that I like but yeah, I definitely do feel though still definitely Stormblood's storytelling is still weak. Not necessarily bad. It's not the worst thing in the world. I've seen worse. But I definitely will say that definitely there was a lot of improvement that could have been made. And that was something, the reason I kind of brought up those points about Doma Alamigo was actually I watched another YouTuber called Sonic Scribe, who really went into detail about the writing in each different expansion and brought up good points about Heavensward, and then brought up the point I brought up to you about Stormblood, about how we kind of felt that we weren't really spending time in the areas that we were helping liberating.
You are correct, yes. And I agree with those statements. I wish we had spent more time in those areas. I wish we had explored more of Doma. Doma is a significant, and here, I will state it, Doma is a significant turning point in Final Fantasy VI. It is the point where you witness Cyan at his lowest because because Doma is his home. It is his home with his wife and kid, who during that time frame they were having a standoff with the Empire's army. And what is, like, the general at the time frame for the army, well upstanding guy. Like, he wants to fight fair. He gets tricked into being called away to the point where Kefka, being Kefka, poisons the entire water supply of Doma. And Cyan loses not only his wife, but his kid. The same damn time. Like, when I found that Doma was one of the major areas we were going to, and it plays Cyan's theme, by the way. It plays his fucking theme.
Yes, it does.
It's fucking great. He's a great character.
Great
samurai.
Yes.
Fantastic samurai.
Hell yeah.
It was really sad that we didn't spend that much time in there because of how significant Doma is to, like, 6 lore. And how much of an impact it is. Because if there's one thing, like I stated, it's a war story. Stormblood's a war story. But so is 6. 6 is a war story that is done well because they take the time to explain each of the areas and go into detail about how each of these areas are significant to these people. And I think Stormblood could have learned some pointers from there. Granted, the later patches, good world building. Very good world building.
I think definitely did much better, and it led to a really good point, which then will lead us into basically the next expansion. So with that,
Shadowbringers.
we're gonna get ready to go into Shadowbringers. This is actually where I met you, Iggy, so we have stories. But before we get started, I do need to get ahead. Let us take a little break, and we'll be right back, guys. All right. Hello, everybody. We are back, and we are now going into Shadowbringers. This actually is the expansion that started tweaking a little bit more, did a little more experimentation. Actually, the expansion that happened during COVID as well. But you know, we got yeah, but a lot of fun times, a lot of fun things have happened, and so with that, we have a bit to discuss in regards to Shadowbringers. All right, so obviously the first thing we do is go through everything that is more mechanics slash like system related before we jump into the meat of story. So first thing first I want to talk about is this is about the time that the Hrothgar male and female Vieras were released. Were you interested in playing any of those races?
No. But Seabass was. You guys almost immediately turned into a bunny girl, and I was like, yep, there it is.
There it is. Okay, bye-bye.
I wasn't really interested. I knew the implications behind the two races because that's two different games coming together, and I know a lot of fans of 10 and 12 really loved those races. And they were like super stoked that they came in. They were like, yes, we finally get our 10 and 12 representation. Let's go. Not like we didn't have a feeling of them before.
Right? Right? Yeah.
No. Yoshi, give us football, please.
Yeah, that's everybody's holding for. Those 10 players are holding out for. But yeah, for me, I was the same boat. I still played actually my Ara, and not actually, as I said, like Stormblood. When I came back to the game, I decided to be a female Ara, and I stuck with it since, and I never went back. I did race change a couple of times based on giveaways and such I did, but for the most part, I've always stayed the same. I never went back.
Before we continue, I should probably also mention that back in the previous expansion, Stormblood, is where I met Zyros and my best friend of all time, Luhi. So,
okay.
Stormblood introduced me to those two, and then Shadowbringers introduced me to you guys.
Yes, here we are.
I get introduced to new friends every expansion. It's great.
Yes, yeah. I didn't really start much of my streaming career type stuff till early Shadowbringers. This is when I started meeting a lot of folks between Shadowbringers and forward. For most of my streaming career. Everything else was like beforehand was mostly just from friends and basically just around my ex who's like introduced me to people. That was literally it.
I blame Raisin for introducing me to Zyros because he raided him one time during Shadowbringers, or was raiding with him, and I was just like, who is this funny man?
Yeah.
That was me. I was like, who is this funny man?
Yes. That's actually when I started talking. Because I was also a kind of a little bit, just to kind of, since we are still talking about 14-ish related. Yeah, this is the time I met Zyros, as well, and I was actually mostly playing different games. I talked to him briefly. But I knew of like Raisin and Seabass and stuff like that, but I didn't get to really talk to them more and actually get to know them until literally this expansion. Because I was like, I got Dragon, and I think I will say this, my favorite conversation with Seabass when I was talking about Final Fantasy XI, he said something smart back to me, and I'm like, oh god damn it.
Yeah, because that's Seabass for you.
I was like,
Seabass,
you know what, god damn it.
He's literally the fish that quips you, and I'm like, yep, that's my bass. That's my brother right there. Yeah. Which is funny because this is the expansion that I met and am now I am long-term friends with Seabass. 7 years. 7 years I have known that fish and everybody else in his goddamn circle. To the point where I went down to Florida and met them IRL for Thanksgiving. So it was a real freaking treat. I got to meet everybody. I got to meet him. I got to meet Craig. I got to meet Mike. I got to meet Steve. Like, I got to meet everybody under the sun. It was freaking amazing.
That sounds amazing.
So 14 really does bring people together.
It does. That's the most amazing part of it. So with that, let's go ahead and talk about the next question I have here for you. This is also the release of Gunbreaker and Dancer. Were you interested in trying those out?
Yeah, I tried out Dancer, and so did Seabass. We both kind of liked the mechanic behind it. Mm-hmm. But of course, me being the person that I am, I was a bard bitch. I like my bard back in the day. But I witnessed a lot of people who were on Dancer get really, really mad at how much damage Bard was doing versus them. And I guess that was what led to like big ass nerfs going on. And even then, it didn't help Dancer, which made me laugh.
Yes.
So fucking much. I was like, it didn't help you at all, yet you still complained.
Yeah.
And then the thing is, I will state this, I like playing the underdog classes, i.e. as I'm sitting here on my Pictomancer, because I really like playing the stupid classes that then get nerfed to the floor, but I still play them regardless.
Right.
But Bard was one of those ones that got nerfed because I really liked playing Bard. Especially just in general, it was a very fun class. All the new stuff you got in Shadowbringers was freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Later, I did play Gunbreaker. That was during Endwalker. Still had a great time playing Gunbreaker, even though it's based off of our good boy Squall. Hell yeah. Let's go Final Fantasy VIII reps.
Yeah, so fun fact for me. So I did try out, well, Gunbreaker, what's funny is I thought it was going to be a Machinist main, because I liked the way I saw Queen. I said, Queen, I'm sold. I'm playing Machinist. And then I saw Queen. But what happened is, later I saw Gunbreaker, and at first when I heard Gunbreaker's be one of the jobs, I'm thinking to myself, oh great, it's Squall. It's going to be a Squall. I don't want to be a Squall wannabe. And then I started the gameplay of it, and I was like, you know, this might actually not be bad. This might be fun. So I picked it up and loved it. Immediately it became, this is my new tank now. And the reason is because I originally was a warrior main as a tank, and they kind of made warrior much easier to play than it was beforehand. They actually literally, it's great. Warrior's still phenomenal. Unga Bunga is fantastic. I want people to take it the wrong way. But if I want to look at complexity, they took the complexity kind of away, and basically Gunbreaker kind of gave me that complexity I wanted. So I really loved playing Gunbreaker. So that kind of really helped me through for the expansion to have my tank for that expansion. I was surprised.
Surprisingly enough, this was that expansion where I played nothing but Scholar after they nerfed the ever-living shit out of it. And they made Energy Drain shitty. I played it during the time frame where Energy Drain did not give you back HP or mana. It was just damage, and it was terrible.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the suffering.
Well, when you joined me in the static, you were Dragoon, but yeah.
I was Dragoon. Most of the other times, I played as a Scholar.
Yeah, I do remember you, and I think you were in Raise the Static, you were a Scholar. I think you were.
Yep.
So I remember that.
And I healed with KG, and oh my god.
Yeah.
There were days.
So next up, so on our list here, this is actually the time they have removed tactical points. They removed TP from the game entirely and made MP set to 10k. What were your feelings when they removed it and they kind of set the MP up?
Thank fucking god. Thank fucking god TP was gone. Holy shit. Want to talk about a useless fucking mechanic? TP. TP was absolutely not fucking worth it in the slightest. Talk about the most useless fucking thing ever. Because if you died as a melee, good fucking luck. Unless you had a bard that was a battery at that point, you were screwed. Or you had you literally had a Astro waiting to give you a TP card.
Or at least a goad from Ninja if you're not playing Ninja.
I was so happy when they got rid of TP. The fact that you used all your TP just to frickin' sprint when you need sprint in certain mechanics was crazy to me.
Yeah, what's a fun fact?
Like, are you kidding me?
I think at one point they did remove the TP requirement from sprint in story.
They did, finally.
But I will definitely admit, the removal of TP was definitely necessary and to open more accessibility for people to play the game.
Yes, it allowed melees to actually play their class.
Yeah, without the struggle. Yeah, no, I definitely will agree. I was a warrior main, and sometimes I cry when I'm my Zerk. I would play Berserk, or I don't have the TP, or my Berserk, I would use it, and I'd be pacified for 6 seconds.
Yep.
I hated that so much. But I had a bard that usually used payout on me, so they knew as soon as it came up, I'm like, okay, it's off now. Okay, thanks, buddy. I can keep going DPS.
As a bard, back in Stormblood, I had a little macro for each of my little, toot. You know, the MP thing and the TP thing? Yeah, when they were their own little side bits.
Yep.
I had a little macro for each of them. Be like, toot toot on the TP poot, or something like that. And I went, poot toot toot in the MP.
Oh my
I was
God.
I was crying every time I had to play those. I was like,
Yeah, so definitely, definitely flat out though, it was the best move. At least start bringing more accessibility to the game.
Yes.
Definitely the biggest thing. So with
100%.
that, now we're gonna talk about something that started, but we didn't get a full implementation for like our Realm-born stuff till later. We're gonna start talking about the trust system. This is basically where they introduced the
Yes.
trust, but you only could use them during Shadowbringers dungeons, so everything from 71 to 80. What were your feelings when they added trust to the game at this point?
I feel like that has been the biggest help for a lot of players in this game. I know that my fiance uses it a lot because she is so terrified to go in with randos when she doesn't know the mechanics for a dungeon. So she
Mm-hmm.
always does it on a trust first. That way she can learn the mechanics of the dungeon, which I think is fan-freaking-tastic. That was the best thing they could have added to the game, was
Okay.
you get to test the dungeon first. Because that's always the scary part is Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, you know those dungeons. You've lived through those dungeons. You've already weeped through those dungeons before. You've already unga bunga'd your way through those dungeons. Stormblood dungeons? Fuck no. No, you're about to get a news flash.
Right.
Especially the first one, because everything hit like a goddamn truck. Because everybody was still learning all the new stuff. So having a trust system where you can take it bits at a time was exceedingly helpful. Also, it helped with Q. Because the poor DPS
Yep.
sitting there for 20 minutes just
Yeah,
to get into a damn dungeon.
Yep. I think
That
definitely.
was the biggest help.
Yeah, I think definitely trust helped in that aspect. And the biggest thing with it as well is that at this time we still didn't have available yet to other expansions, but definitely having it in these Shadowbringers to bring it more easily for people to use, I think definitely was a great start.
Yes.
Definitely for sure. With that, next up, I know we talked about briefly about our class jobs in the past expansions. This is actually the expansion now we got what was called role quests. However, we didn't start with 5, we started with 4. So we had all tank, all melee, all range.
Warriors of Darkness that you fought back in Heavensward, which I thought was a great tie-in. That was a beautiful tie-in. Because you got to hang out with basically their equivalent, what would be considered their equivalent at that time frame.
Yeah.
And you got to experience so much. And you got to see through the eyes of the Warriors of Darkness, which you didn't get to do before.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they were just there in Heavensward. They were told to go and beat you up by Elidibus. He went, go beat those guys, they bully me. And Arbor was like, okay.
Okay.
But then you got a better explanation for Arbert's, like, teammates. You got to see how they lived, what people talked about, like, their legends. It was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It was such good storytelling. I swear, I did the White Mage one, or the healer one, and doing that one actually made me cry a little bit, because it was just so, it was so beautiful, how it was driven. Like, the story behind it and everything. I was like, this is nice.
Oh, the healer
This is
was...
a nice...
Yes.
This was a nice way to send them off after we literally murdered them.
Yeah, healer, like, definitely, I will agree. The healer one is definitely a really good story. It's still one of those ones that definitely does get stuck in my head each time someone brings it up. I'm like, damn, you're right. But all of them are really nice. All of them are really nice and unique.
No.
And all of them come back together at the end when you did all of them and you got the final quest. And it's so funny because I like to point out that, it was the barkeep, but, like, the barkeep was also apparently a quick in the trailer of 1.0.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right.
They're, like, very brief, but you see them fighting alongside you when the big barber was attacking and such. I was like, oh, I was like, I kind of I was like, I recognize her, and I was like, oh, so the two, okay, connect the two, okay.
And now that was such a nice tie-in. Again, back to the roots. Like, I feel like Shadowbringers was kind of a love letter to themselves in a way.
Yeah.
Because this was also the expansion that gave us that devastating news of where we all found out Soken got cancer, or he was going through cancer and cancer treatments, and we were all I felt like we were all on the edge of our seats.
Yeah.
Because it's like, there is not a man alive who can create music like him.
Yeah.
Oh God, please don't take this man from us now.
Oh, he's still here. He's fighting
He
on.
is still here.
He's still
And that,
yes.
when Yoshi P made his speech and was breaking down on stage, I had me in tears. Because he that is his best friend. That is his brother right there.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why I think Shadowbringers is a beautiful love letter to themselves. It's kind of like a magnum opus in their opinion.
Yeah.
In an opinion.
No, I think
it's their crowning jewel.
Oh yeah, because there's so much. Like this is, I mean, there's
It's
so
such a beautiful love letter.
Yeah, there's so much. There's just so much.
They did so much with this, and they put so much love into it, and it shows.
Yeah. All right. So next up, I do have to ask. There is, so they added the New Game Plus feature to the game. What were your feelings about that?
I thought that is a beautiful way to go back through stories. If you wanted to, like, say you wanted to do it on a different class, but you don't want to, start an alt and spend more money to friggin' level up or whatever the heck, and then just go do New Game Plus.
Okay. Yep. I think
Just go see Xehanort over in the harbor and go talk to him.
Xehanort.
He might as well be Xehanort. He's bald, he's tan, and he's got them yellow eyes. He's gonna Nort ya.
Oh my God.
You better watch yourself.
You're right. You're right.
Kingdom Hearts crossover when? We might get it in 4.
Oh God, we're talking about Kingdom Hearts already, big Jesus. We got more news about
More
that.
swear.
Dude, the fact that we're gonna be able just a quick side. Just a quick side step. Goofy and Donald being playable.
God almighty, yes! Finally, I can get that fucker to heal.
But we will do too. But I just thought it would be funny. I just thought it was a funny
No.
message just about Kingdom Hearts.
No, absolutely. No, the whole joke about the guy that you go and get the quest from, that joke stems from the factor that it wasn't me who started the joke, it was somebody else who started the joke, and we all just kind of kept with it. Because he really does look like Xehanort.
I have to really check that next time I go and check it out. I have to remind myself.
He's bald, and he's got a goatee.
Yeah,
tan,
okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. All right.
Anyway.
So, next on the list here, this is actually the time they introduced the ability to travel between worlds. Now, mind you, not DC travel, just worlds within the same DC. What were your feelings when they finally introduced a way to do this?
Fucking finally, I can stop making alts. That was my reaction, was fucking finally I can stop making alts. Because now I can just, because that's actually how I was able to get into a raid with Seabass, was because I had signed up to like do a raid with Seabass, or like do the test runs and all that stuff. I was nervous. It was my first time ever doing that.
Yeah.
Yes, I made a really good impression on the fish.
Right.
But no, it was thanks to the factor that we could do that travel that I was able to just pop over to frickin' Leviathan and just chill there with Raisin and Steve and Seabass and all that shit. Like, I would just chill over there while we waited. And I was like, oh, this is great. Just wait for raid time.
Cool. That's awesome. I know for me it was definitely a nice little touch. But for me, sadly, even though, because I still ran 2 farm groups at the same time, I will still do this. And they're both with different data centers, so I still had to make an alt on a different DC. So that still was one of those. Didn't work for. It's great. They can travel between worlds, but I can't travel between different DCs because I had to make sure I had a 2 characters leveled with decently geared stuff to make sure we could do our mount farming.
Yeah.
That was one of my.
That was.
Yeah, but I'm glad now. If I really wanted to help friends with DC travel, I could do that now. But but back then, yeah, that was my unfortunate side effect. Was like, oh, if I want to raid on Aether or do things with Aether, I need to have an Aether character because I was on Primal. So
that's definitely me. That was me when I raided with some friends on Aether. I'm still relatively like I would say that I'm still friends. I'm still friends with a good chunk of them. Because a good chunk of them taught me the difference between thank God. They taught me the difference between Aether raids, Primal raids.
Yeah.
There's a distinct difference. There is a
Right.
big ass difference. Even Nermitz told me that there is a big ass difference between the
Mhm.
two because he's from Aether,
Oh,
and I
okay.
was like, holy shit, there really is. I didn't believe him at first. I was just like, they're both American servers. What could be so different between Aether and Primal? I learned. I
You
went,
learned real quick. I see. Carry on then.
Aether is no nonsense, no hand holding, no nothing. You either know it or you don't. And there is no like, it's a one and done. GG, we're outies. If you don't get the mechanic the first time, pop, you're out. It's like sheesh.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, over here on Primal, it's a lot of okay. Let's discuss what happened. Let's do a little bit of hand. That's something I noticed when raid culture that's when I really noticed was in Shadowbringers the difference between the two servers or the two data centers. I was like, wow. Yikes.
Yeah.
I got him on Primal because I'm baby.
Yeah, no, and that's totally understandable, and I get that too. Cause so this is actually the point I finally, now ex, we broke up, and it was just, well, it was kind of necessary because both of us were just not happy in a relationship,
that's fair.
and it was like, yeah, we gotta just kind of go because this is just not working. And you know, I met somebody much better later on and helped me in life, so now I'm in good hands.
And there you go, and that's important. That's what's important. You take care of yourself, and you find the right person to help you take care of yourself.
Exactly. But with the but now we'll head over to the next question here. So the release of Restoration of FFXIV. Did you feel that with the release of this, it would help people get into crafting?
Yes, I personally believe that it did because not only did it give us the restoration, it gave us Diadem. It gave us the revamped version of Diadem, which a lot of people were scared of because of past experiences with Diadem, hence the FC Diadem version. And everybody was like, oh, fuck, it's going to be the same thing.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. I found that doing Diadem and then doing the restoration at the same time, I was on a flow when it came to going into Diadem, getting the materials I need, coming out, making the stuff, turning it in, felt good. I gained levels on top of Crafter and Gatherer. It was a duo combination, and I loved that.
Okay. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, because I think that's what helped. I did, like I said, I told some people, like, I think it definitely still helped me with gathering and go faster with it. But when it came to crafting, it still didn't push me to craft as much, but it did help. But it didn't push me still as much. I think a lot of my PTSD is definitely from Final Fantasy XI's system at the time. Because I think what really pushed me to finally start leveling crafters and such is doing my Iron Man challenge that I would work on later on. So that really pushed me to learn how to do crafting, and I kind of was like, you know what, I can find a level in this on my main character, be fine. So yeah, it was but for the most part, the Restoration of FFXIV did help me a bit, but it definitely wasn't the exact push I could use.
It wasn't for me. It wasn't the exact push I needed. I think the exact push was doing the custom deliveries.
Yeah, that's fair.
What pushed me to do a combination of crafting and gathering the most. For me,
Gotcha.
I mean, Diadem was nice. The FFXIV restoration was nice because it allowed me to get nice stuff out of it and also gamble. Grip.
All right.
But I agree. I agree with the statement that it's good for others. I don't know if it pushed me enough, but it really did.
Gotcha. All right, next up is, did you have to touch the relic grind in Shadowbringers, Baja?
Yes, I did, and I actually thoroughly enjoyed it more than Eureka. And I will state that full-heartedly that I enjoyed Baja more than Eureka, and I wish they did more stuff like Baja.
Yeah.
We learned something from that, Cultic Crescent. I love ya.
Oh, we're gonna talk about that
Baja,
later.
please. I want another Baja because the story was so good.
I will say definitely Baja was definitely really good. I still like the fact I still have my options to do other things outside of Baja, but I still did jump in Baja to at least, level up jobs or whatnot. But I mostly
you just go in.
Yeah. So
I love that. That's what I loved about Baja. Also, it was more 12 references. More 12 references.
Yeah, that would probably do too.
Did you do the last one? Did you do the last Like,
Yeah, so I will
78.
say, yeah, so I did do Baja. I will
Good.
say Baja is the exploration I did pretty much most of. And I think I did do the final hurdle for that too.
Okay, where you fought the Diabolos, and then you got the cutscene at the very end that literally showed Judge Gabreth from 12.
I think so, yes, because I think I had. Oh wait, maybe it was the one. There was one like no, was that the critical I had? Because there was because the one now maybe I have to go back and double check my memory.
It's all good.
Yeah, I can find out. It's fine.
It's all good. The minute I saw that, because it was more 12 references. Fucking course, it's more 12 references because duh,
Yes.
it's their baby. But the
Right.
thing that left me yearning for more from the Baja story, I felt like the Baja storyline, I wanted more of it. I really want more. Because they gave us that sneak freaking preview for the Empire that judges exist.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a judge magistrate for a while. And that's a concept that I didn't think would exist in 14. And then when I saw Gabreth show up, I was like, oh my god. Oh my, are we gonna fight? Is that Gabreth? I was sitting there in stunned silence the entire time. Like, there's no way they're hinting towards that. And then they didn't do anything with it, and I was like, I'm gonna cry.
Damn. Maybe one day.
Gabreth is one of my favorite characters in 12.
Gotcha. Okay.
He's so misunderstood, and he's such a great anti-hero. He's so good.
Oh man. Yeah.
I recommend you play 12 if you get a chance. Play 12.
I did play. Well, here's the problem. I played 12, and I think I gotta go back and will go back to replaying it because when I first played it, I got to a airship fight with a boss, and I was getting my ass kicked, and I was like, yeah, maybe I need to. And I was like, you know what? I'm putting this down.
That tends to happen.
I was like, well,
12 is interesting.
I'll have to. I said, it's one of those things I'm gonna revisit because I revisited 10 when I got to Jack. I was struggling so hard as a kid, and I came back and I managed to go, oh, if I just did this, boom, okay, now I could beat the. Oh, I beat the game. Okay, awesome.
Yep.
I was like, so it'd be one of those things I'd be revisiting. Also, 7's on my list, but yeah.
You should also go get the Elysian Chronicles on Steam. Not fucking, advertising or anything, but if you, I would try it. If you've played Fire Emblem games, Tactics is up your alley.
Yeah, I will definitely. I have played, I think, a Tactics game before, but I would need to. I think I played it for the PSP, but sadly,
that's fine.
I have to kind of wait before I buy anything for a while. So
you're good. You take your sweet time. I'm just literally being like, try them out.
Try out. Oh yeah, I want to. I definitely want to try out more games. Just gotta wait for the right moment.
It's such good storytelling. Like, again, 12 and Tactics team, the dev team, they know what they're doing with their storytelling.
Hell yeah.
And it shows. It really freaking shows in Shadowbringers.
All right. So next up, actually, before we talk about side story content, before we get into that, we did talk about briefly in Stormblood. Did you touch any of the extremes on Shadowbringers?
Yes.
Yes.
All of them, actually. I touched all of them. And I'm not apologizing for that.
Why would you?
I will not apologize for the factor that the first two... Actually, I think these were the first extremes that I ever witnessed. And this is something Seabass pointed out, and I had never noticed it before. But it's something we all ended up noticing a lot. And it kind of died down a little bit in recent expansions, but it was really prevalent in Shadowbringers, and I don't know if anybody else noticed. Or maybe it was just us because we're crazy. It was a lot of mechanics in the extremes that if one person screwed up, everybody suffered because of it. Like, one person died, rip boza, the whole party dies.
Actually,
like,
a lot of body checks, so to speak.
Lots of body checks in Shadowbringers.
I would say, there was.
Probably the biggest body check I've ever seen in my entire life. I was like, holy shit. That's a lot of bodies.
Yeah.
I think the most criminal of them all, sorry, I'm going to call you out, Hades,
Your
Your body check sucked.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you, Nobrialis, with your stupid earth shakers that cause magic bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck that shit. I think that's the hardest part in that entire fight. That is actually the hardest part in that entire fucking fight, is the Nobrialis part.
Yeah.
The La Habrea Nigiorum part, cakewalk, easy, tank swap, done.
Right.
Nobrialis was so calculated.
Was just not.
You had to be so precise with your placement on that earth shaker, or whoever was standing in the meteor was going to eat bricks. Literally.
Okay.
And I think that was the extreme that really caused some issues out of all the extremes. Because I think this was also the expansion that introduced the weapons, yes?
Yes, this had the weapons.
I had no problems with the weapons fight. Problem is, I couldn't tell you the mechanics of freaking diamond weapon.
Yes, fair enough. I kind of had to remember some of those mechanics recently. It's not super recent, but it was kind of recent when I was doing Wanderer's Tales with my wife, as we both went, we went through it, and I was like, okay, we need to go to the other side now. And I had to, oh yeah, that's a swipe. Oh, that's the cannon. Okay, get together. Okay, we need to separate by. And it was at least you could duel it, so it was like no big deal now, but yeah.
I think that was also the expansion that gave me 3 extremes that I have no idea how I got 2 extremes, which was Diamond Weapon and Warrior of Light. For some reason, I can remember all the other mechanics of the other extremes. Those 2 feel like a freaking blur. I don't know what happened.
Warrior of Light, to be real, is definitely probably one of the more, I personally call it, my honest opinion, probably the hardest extreme to do out of all of them. Because there's a lot more mechanics to remember. There's a lot more things going on. And I think it definitely really tested people. I remember when I tried to go in there for the first time, I kind of was a bit nervous. But after getting over a little bit the nerve-wracking, I finally got through and we got the clears at the fight. But boy, I remember, like, I definitely don't remember doing too much on day 1. But I remember, I think, like, Zai was teaching a few people on day 1.
Yep.
And I was just
I think you and I were in one of those together, because I was on Ninja and I still had no clue what the hell was happening.
Everything was happening, man. It's like, damn, you know?
So much shit was going on. Like, we had to remember what the heck he imbued his sword with. Is it in or out? Is it in or out?
Is
it cold?
Is it cold? Is it hot? And
what are we doing?
Was it earth? Like, you know, there was a lot.
Was it light? I don't remember what the frick it happened. And then you don't find out until it happens, and you're like,
because it's like, you were like, oh, I have to now, like, go in and it's stone, or it's out and stone, or out and cold,
like, fucking Christ.
Out and stay. Yeah, it was.
And then on top of that, all the other warriors of light that he summons decide to do random bullshit go, and I'm like, ew.
Yeah, there's a lot that happens in that fight.
I think what made it even funnier was freaking watching my friends try and 4-man it, and then watching one of them absolutely eat a tank buster to the face, and it was the funniest thing ever. I was like, die.
Oh yeah, I kind of actually, I think I watched one of your videos briefly of someone. I think that they had the video up of them doing Seed of Sacrifice. I'm like, oh boy.
pretty much. And then I came in and I was like, I just got done with ooh because oh god.
So, actually, now thinking about it before, there is. Now I know you said you touched some, touched the savages and you touched extremes. Did you happen to chance to touch T at all?
Oh, I didn't. I've only touched Uwu. I'm kind of a pussy when it comes to ultimates, because I watched Zyros do it for so long, and I was just like, holy shit, I don't have the brain capacity for that.
No,
even on my meds, I don't think I have the brain capacity.
No, completely fair and understandable. I know that I didn't touch T till much later, but I was just curious because, yeah, I didn't get that till much later
I need to do Ukab. The only ultimate that I've gone like halfway through, barely a quarter of the way through, was just Uwu. And here's the thing. Uwu, okay, ultimates are great to test a test of your reflexes, literally.
Yes.
Not figuratively, literally. Literally. Thank you, Tiamat. Or Twintanya, whatever the fuck your name is. You stupid fucking dragon with twisters. Fuck you with your twisters.
Yep. Twintanya, I guess.
Twintanya with a fucking fuck-ass twisters. Anyway, I think it is a great test, the literal test of your reflexes. The fight.
All ultimates are a test of your reflexes, and then you just get hit with a brick.
Right, exactly.
Immediately.
Yeah. Considering that I think I have touched pretty much the only ones I have not stepped into yet has been UCOB. I have not stepped into DSR, and I have not stepped to the top.
Luki refuses to do DSR.
Out
of all the ultimates, he dislikes how DSR is handled.
Right.
And
so
he's almost done with UMAD.
Yeah, so I did. Yeah, the only ones I stepped into T. I still trying to go back and finish T. Hopefully sometime later this year. I am almost to the. And then I got Uwu, I got to Ifrit, and through I basically got to. I almost got to phase 2, but that was a burnout. But we'll talk about that later.
I was about to say, you're in the same spot as I am in Uwu. I got to Ifrit, and then that's it. I got to Titan, actually. I got past Ifrit.
Yeah, no,
I got to Titan on a dead body.
I think we got like almost halfway through Ifrit, but then like the party just disbanded. It's like, oh, okay.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, so with that though, we're gonna go ahead and start talking about some side story content. Starting off with the Ally Society quest in Shadowbringers.
The Fae were my favorite. I also like the No Moose.
Okay.
I really did like the society quests in this one. They were fun as well. I especially loved the fairy ones. That one was really cute.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. A little very whimsy.
That whimsy. It was such cute whimsy.
Yes, definitely. The dwarves were funny in their own way. I did the dwarves.
Dwarves were great.
Yes. Yeah, the other one I didn't do, unfortunately, but the other two, like the pixies and dwarves, I've done. And dwarves actually helped me level crafters too, so...
I'm not done with dwarves. I'm sitting at 7 right now, but the other two, the Scree people, of course, because you get the Lord of Scree, and I'm done with them entirely too. But like pixies and the Qatari, I'm done with. Dwarves, I'm at 7.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
I got the freaking tank. I'm happy.
That's enough, right?
I got the silly little tank.
All right. So next on my list of questions now, we're gonna go ahead and I guess it's time for the meat of things. We're gonna start with the Nier Alliance raids. What are your feelings on those?
I love Nier. I'm a big fan of Nier. I've been playing Yoko Taro's weird ass fucking acid trip of games since I was in freaking junior high. Started with Drakengard and went downhill from there. That's where I got introduced to the concept of giant babies with full-grown teeth and all kinds of other crazy stuff that Yoko Taro was just like, yeah, this will make for a good game. And I'm like, what the am I playing?
Yeah, that's Yoko Taro.
No, I love that man. I love that man in his stupid fucking games. They're crazy.
And how horny he is on maid.
Yeah, Nier is an interesting one because Nier has a weird place in my life because I played his first renditions of Nier, which was Nier Gerasult and Replica.
Okay.
Both in English and Japanese. Holy crap, translations.
Mm-hmm.
And then I played Autonoma when it came out. And they're games that I really like. They're strange, they're interesting, and the factor that everything that Nier touches is now canon to Nier is crazy to me. And it's canon in the universe now of Nier, which means for some reason I think Call of Duty is in that, and I'm like, excuse me?
What?
But no. Them adding it to 14, I thought was a breath of fresh air. Like, I love original storylines. I do. They're great. Like, original storylines are peak. But this one was just strange. And I think that's what we needed, because it's Shadowbringers. We're on a completely different shard. We don't follow the rules of this shard. This shard does whatever it wants.
Right.
If Nier is there, Nier is there. If there's weird androids and shit, they're just there. I've seen weirder.
Right.
And I personally have no problems with the raids. I know a lot of people griped and complained about them, but I don't have a problem with them. I think they're fun. I think they're challenging in their own right.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally along the lines of wiping city at that point, where I'm just like, oh, if you didn't freaking follow the mechanics, well, I guess I'll see your body on the floor.
And on the floor now. Yeah, I was.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I definitely got at least played Nier Automata before Nier Alliance raids came out. Definitely really did enjoy the game itself. But the Alliance raids themselves were definitely a lot of fun too. But like it's definitely more like, oh hi, look, oh Nier, my Final Fantasy, I see. They're combining Square stuff together. Okay, I see this now. I see now.
Yoko Taro just likes money.
You're just like, yeah, getting
The man just likes money. He's literally stated in his tweets. He follows me on Twitter, and he's literally stated in his tweets, I like money. I'm like, you know what? Fair.
I mean, valid. I get it. Money does make the Groko run. I get it,
Weird,
man.
Strange man who wears Emil's head.
Yeah, we just you know.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But that's okay.
Yeah. I still gotta go through Replicant because that's actually a game I do have. I think I've gotten like a portion of it, and I stopped somewhere, and I kind of forget why.
It's very good. I will tell you afterwards some stuff because I don't think it's not appropriate.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. Yeah.
You know, Yoko Taro levels of what the hell.
All right, we can talk about that later. So it was like,
we will.
they're like, everyone like, no, Wobble, talk about no. We will talk about it later. We'll talk about
this
way later. We'll talk about it later. With that, let's go ahead and get ready for the next question here. This is going to now talk about the normal raids. This will be about the Eden normal raids. What are your feelings on them and the Savage raids?
All right, Eden. I think Eden was really the first true raids that I ever did with Seabass. It was the first raid series that we did. And I am still the proud owner of a original blue parse of 58 on Scholar before they buffed it on the first fight of Eden Savage with a really, really long ass cutscene.
Yes.
Still hold a blue parse on that. And I will still hold that over my head to this day. Hey, I did good on Scholar, undergeared. Let's go.
Yeah, that's
anyway.
No, yeah.
I like the Eden raids. I like the 8 reference. 8 is, surprisingly enough, a game that was in my life as a child, but I have no recollection of it. I just know my brothers played it, because we had a PS1, and we had that. Instead of 7, we had 8. And I was kind of mesmerized by how they incorporated themes from 8 into this raid. Granted, Tetsuya Nomura also did the design for Gaia. Right, made her little sausage lips. Holy crap! Holy crap, lipstick. Sorry, for me that was just the biggest surprise that I saw on when he was like, oh yeah, Tetsuya Nomura's designing. I was like, oh, I like his artwork. And then I saw Guy, I was like, holy lips.
Holy lips.
The holy lips. Because if you've seen his designs, the way he draws women, not with that. And I was like, oh, not that it's bad, it's just, whoa.
Like, whoa,
I was
hold on.
surprised.
Yeah, I was like, wait, hold on a second here, right?
That's how I felt. I was like, whoa. But the Eden raids were interesting. They were good. I liked the exploration that they did where it kind of felt like a mini version of Squall and Renoa through Gaia and Reen. Low key. It was giving me those vibes. And I was just like, oh, this is cute. Meanwhile, the three weird uncles in the background just doing random shit. Don't mind us. We're not doing anything. Well, you guys are having a meaningful conversation. Don't worry about it.
All right, it's fine.
It's fine. I liked that the Eden raids delved into more of the story, the main story itself, through Shadowbringers. If you were paying attention to certain things in Shadowbringers, it made a nice nod to other characters that we have not seen yet, and I think that was a great addition
to lore building for 14 in general, because a lot of the raids they give you lore building, but not that level of lore building.
Okay.
Because you got introduced to as Mitrion, who was one of the professors at the academy in Emmett Suck's Playhouse, whatever the heck it's called. Amarat.
Okay.
So it was a fun little tidbit that if you paid attention to the little areas on the map that you walked into in the academy, it was just like, holy shit, I'm in his fucking classroom. Holy crap.
Right.
So,
yeah. No, definitely
just
that.
nice little tidbits, and also finding out that Gaia is actually Logarith, and you're just like, holy fish in a handbasket, another 12 reference. Holy fish in a handbasket.
Oh my goodness, it's right there again.
Oh my god, more 12. Like, I don't have, more 12 in my 12.
God, so much 12. Like, oh my god, that's a 12 reception. And I'm sitting there going,
shit,
like,
12.
and meanwhile, I'm thinking about it's so funny because as I was like ready, about to get the Dust Shadowbringers, I have the video of us doing E5S the meme night.
God.
I still have that video.
Oh my God,
I have
that
not
video's-
ever taken it down.
Don't, please don't. That is like my crowning achievement of me backflipping, and then it decided I was a pixel off and just
as it fell
you
off. And that's just one of my favorite moments, just like of you, just like, oh, and I just did a whole, I did the little Sonic noise too. And I fell off.
So mad about it too.
You were so mad, dude.
I had timed it perfectly. But
yeah, it was. God, by the way, that was like a fantastic moment because the Iggy and I re-rated. It was basically only through the sec. I think you rated with us briefly in the 3rd tier, but mostly you did help us do the 2nd tier when I lost somebody, and you just jumped in our group. And
I literally went, I got you. It was during COVID, and I was sitting on the couch, and I was just like, yeah, I can pop in. I'm weird, but I can pop in.
Yeah,
nothing else better to do.
I'm
watching ghost shit.
Yeah, right. I'm just doing this little thing, and at the next moment, boom, here we go. When this.
Yeah, literally, I was sitting on the couch watching like America's Most Haunted or whatever the hell it was on like freaking ID, and I got a message, and I'm just like, hey, we need help. We lost a person. I'm like, what do you need? And they're like, we need a DPS. I'm like, I got Dragoon. Does that work? I'm like, yeah, can you fill in for a bit? I'm like, yeah, fuck it. I got off the couch.
Yeah.
I like literally got off the couch, walked 2 feet to my freaking bedroom downstairs, because what else are you supposed to do during COVID except watch TV and do whatever you want?
Right, yeah, because you were stuck in that kind of like situation, because you're just
literally
like,
stuck in my house. I was like, I have nothing else to do.
The worst part for me though was while I was going through it, I was working for looking for Lowe's at the time, so I still had to go out and still go to work, but we just wear masks the entire time. It was like, and so unfortunately, still had to go out. I mean, at least I still was making money, but it was still like one of those things. Like I felt bad for those people that were stuck fully at home and probably weren't bringing much moolah in. And it's like, well.
Yeah, I was the unlucky people. I worked at a hotel and during the time frame, so I had to stay home. But I got unemployment, I guess.
Yeah, no, I get you. But yeah, no, it's just one of those moments of just remembering those nights.
Oh,
and then we had and I think it was so bad that night that we had, it was so bad that we ended up having to stop raiding and just jump to the Jackbox.
Yeah, we did. We jumped into Jackbox.
We were just like,
ever done. We were like, this is not working out. Fuck it, Jackbox.
It's like, fuck Jackbox it is. We'll do that for the rest of the night. Okay. 2 people DCing this.
Us, I think another night. And like,
yeah, we did Among Us another night later on. Yeah.
Lots of world building or lots of team building, and it was good.
Yeah, it was good. Sadly, I know Among Us is not my thing anymore, but it was still one of those. What it was at the time, I was like, it was fun to try.
That's okay. I just know that I played Among Us because whenever back before Among Us became super popular, Seabass had brought it up during one of our raid nights that we were all just chilling. We were just like, why don't we play this? And I was like, fuck it, yeah, we'll play it.
Yeah.
Then we did.
Alright. Yeah. Alright. Next up, we do want to go ahead, and now we're going to go ahead and talk about, actually, before the MSQ, the weapons quest line.
Yes.
What were your feelings on that?
I loved it. Okay, I'll be a stickler about shit. First and foremost, I am not a 7 fanboy / girl.
I'm not a fan of 7. I think 7 is oversaturated. I'm gonna have my standpoints on this, and I will not back down. 7 is way too oversaturated in the market. It's too hyped. And I think it's great. I think it's a great story. Why did they turn Cloud into an emo bitch? But I digress. So the weapons are an interesting idea because they were such a small concept in 7 that you didn't really get much information about them other than in 7, the planet is like, holy shit, meteor's coming, release the weapons. And then they just fucked off. They just went and did their own goddamn thing. Just, the weapons didn't give a fuck about the meteor, about Sephiroth bringing the meteor down. And it was like, then what the hell is the point of these things if this is what it's going, what are we doing? But this 14's weapons story, holy smokes, that was interesting. Talk about an interesting story. The factor that they were technology built in the Empire and they used freaking souls. The whole concept behind it was so Evangelion in a way.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we're gonna get with the Evangelion one coming out. But anyway, it felt very Evangelion with what was going on. Because you had people put in these pods, and if the souls didn't resonate right, then yikes. Yikes. But the story itself with Gaius and his adopted children really, I think, really plays on people. Now, I will never experience this because I'm a woman. But I think that story, I feel like, resonates with fathers a lot. Because or parents in general, you don't even need to be a father. You can be whatever it's just parents. To watch your kids who you raised have this bad impression of you when all they've seen is nothing but good, and suddenly they're sacrificing themselves for what they think is the greater good, just would tear at anybody. Like that's a notion in of itself. That's terrible. It's horrible. It's sad. It's like, holy crap. But the way Gaius held it together was so amazing to me. Like, holy crap. What a figure. What a figure indeed. I hope we get more with Gaius. I know that his story is done and all that stuff, but I want more with him. I really do. I feel like he's a great character that we can explore upon, or at least we did, in my opinion. But they could delve a little further into it. I mean, I won't lie. They're probably done with him because, well, we did the weapons. We've wrapped up his story.
Yeah.
That's cool and all. I just want a little bit more. Maybe the kids come back or so. I don't know. Not the kids, but the one kid surviving at this point. We get like a small little quest line with them. Just something. Because that storyline was so good.
I definitely agree. I really did enjoy the weapon storyline. And it was especially interesting about, like, you know, we got to pilot a mech armor.
Yes. We did get to pilot a mech armor, and unfortunately the one we got to fight had my favorite freaking Garlemel commander in it, and I'm really sad about it.
Right, yeah. I will say like, that whole storyline at the end was like, damn, it was really good, but man, it was fucked up.
Damn, was it super
But I'm so glad that guy is now dead.
That guy, oh my god, the dude who drank milk, yeah, he just fucking, disgusting.
Yeah, he's disgusting.
Ew,
dude, he's gone. Yeah, he's gone. Thank God, you know.
Fucking bowl cut head, looking like coconut head over there.
Yeah, it was so.
He gave me the creeps, and I didn't like that. Ooh.
Yeah, he was. You know, he was like, I just did not like. He was just demonic. Very.
Gave me gross vibes. The minute he started talking and like manipulating the situation, I was like, ugh.
Yeah, it was
disgusting.
It was bad.
And not in a good way. Like, you can write a villain that's like that, but oh man, that's gross.
Yeah, it was gross, dude. Definitely. With that though, I think it's now time to wrap up the Shadowbringers session with the MSQ.
Woo,
The
I
big MSQ portion that basically was honestly probably really good storytelling. So what is your feelings about the...
I do I even need to say anything about Shadowbringers?
Right?
Beautiful. Everybody knows how beautiful it was. I could go up and down the block screaming about how Shadowbringers is probably their magnum opus, their crowning achievement of an expansion.
Mm-hmm.
Not to say that Endwalker wasn't good.
Right.
But there was something about Shadowbringers, the storytelling, to the execution, to the storytelling, to the pacing, to everything, even the after content that was great. Everything under the sun with that just was so well executed.
Yeah.
It was just so well done, and I loved every fucking minute of it.
Yeah.
The one thing I will personally state that they did so well was, I think, the ending part where you go into Amarat, the dungeon Amarat.
Mm-hmm.
I went into that dungeon with Luffy, and we both watched the cutscene, like the whole cutscene of when you first enter into the dungeon. The minute that the music hitting, the swelling of the cellos,
Mm-hmm.
and everything, just you hear the woodwinds coming in, you hear the vocals come. I had to sit there for a good 10 minutes to compose myself.
Mm-hmm.
Because what we were witnessing was probably the most heartbreaking thing that could ever be witnessed. Like, we hear about it in history. Pompeii. We hear about natural disasters like these that wipe out civilizations in a freaking heartbeat.
Yeah.
We hear about them, but we never experience them. We will never experience that firsthand.
Right.
Amarat was that firsthand.
Mm.
And not to say that the other two dungeons in the next two expansions, the ending dungeons and those ones, didn't give me that same feel. Amarat just left the biggest impression on me of, this is what the end of the world looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Holy God, that's terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
That's so horrifying. Literally within the first 5 seconds of you walking, you literally see two people get obliterated by a meteor. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
There's dead
Yes.
bodies it's like, oh my God. This is
want-
horrible.
They really want you to be like, when you went to the shard, to really learn what things could be like. And
Yes.
You definitely learned quite a bit on that shard.
Yeah, you did.
I definitely know one more. A scene I bring up to people is much later on. I will say though that definitely everything leading up to that Amarat point, just everything, the story flows, everything just feels so nice, but also just like you get all that emotion, that roller coaster.
Mhm.
Is the scene that we get after we beat up Elizabeth in the Warrior of Light.
Yes. Oh my God, that one. That one. Oh my God. That everything about that part of the expansion, after I learned what was going on during that expansion with Soken and everything, it gave me whole new meaning to that, because I already felt sad enough as it was for Elidibus. Like, I really do. I feel for him, man. He's the only one left. That really fucking sucks. That really fucking sucks.
Yeah.
To be the last one of your kind.
To be the last one there, yeah. And that's
Yeah.
not...
So and the worst part is, the worst part about the whole entire freaking thing with Elidibus, he's still a kid.
Yeah.
That's still a young adult. That's not even a full-grown adult. That is just a kid. As a child that had to take on the burden of an adult.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite the story.
Man.
And then everything that leads up to Endwalker. But yeah, I mean, it just said, like, at all 5 point... Like, Shadowbringers is definitely hands down probably the start of, like, another, like, growth and kind of, like, the, new things that, like, have started. And I think, like, you know...
I want more Stelly... I love the... One of your commenters mentioned it in the chat. The writer who did all of Storm... Or, in this case, Shadowbringers. And I really want her to come back. I want her to do more writing like this.
Yeah.
Because her writing is so impactful.
that it leaves an impression on you at the end of the day. Like, I think the most horrifying part of the entire expansion, and I think we all can agree on it, was the part where you're with Alize in the desert and we witness what's her face get stabbed.
Oh, Tesla.
Yep. That was uncanny valley levels of I did not like that scene. Like people will say a scene like something is uncomfortable in a game, like what happens in Endwalker next. That scene left me visibly shaken because I'm not a fan of uncanny valley or like things that stretch abnormally like that. Like the human body should not do that.
Yeah.
So I did not like that in this light. It scared me. I was like, I can't look at this scene because I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Oh my god, it's horrifying.
Terrible. Yeah.
But yeah, no, that I want. But the problem is, I want more of that.
Right.
I want more of that.
Yeah, no, I get you. Understandable. But with that, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up our Shadowbringers portion and get ready for Endwalker. So we'll be right back.
Do it to it.
Alright, hello ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we are now into Endwalker, the end of the Hydaelyn and Zodiark saga, and brings us to a new, or starts us a little bit, and gets it into a new story. But before we talk about...
Long needed summer vacation.
But before we go into the MSQ, we do want to talk about some of the other content that was available at this time.
Yes.
So the first thing I do want to talk about is, this is when Male Vieira came available. Was that something you were interested in changing into?
Almost absolutely, yes. I did it almost immediately. Because I was just like, screw it, let's do it, let's see what it looked like.
Right, okay.
Never a bad thing. I kind of flip-flop on and off between Male Vieira and Male Elizin. And Hrothgar Mommy, but yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I mean, I get you there.
I do like my bun boys.
Yeah, no, I got you there. I'm glad that is a thing for people, though. Not my cup of tea, but I'm glad it's for people. Next up, Reaper and Sage came out this time. Were you interested in trying out those jobs?
I tried out Reaper almost immediately.
Okay.
And I actually found it to be a really interesting class because it shared the same
armor type as Dragoon, and I was really happy about that. And finally, another maiming class. Let's go.
So Reaper I found to be very fun. I love the story behind Reaper, the actual freaking story behind Reaper, which is the funniest thing ever, because it's a bunch of angry Garlemald farmers that made deals with the devil. That's it.
Right.
It's just, I'm an angry Garlemald farmer, and I got driven out of my home. Hey, you want to make a deal with the devil? Yes, sir. And that's how they came to be.
And that's how they came to be. All right.
Yeah, and then Sage. Sage was weird. Sage is weird because I don't like that they use medical terms that I am too stupid to understand. I'm like, I'm just gonna go back to scholar where I understand these terms, not whatever what the fuck is Numa. That didn't stop Tidaso.
I just be like, oh wait, that's a stop. Oh, that's what this does. Okay, that's all. That's all I need to know. I don't need to go. I don't need to know anything about medical. Let's just go. Oh, is this how the sage ability? Okay, as long as I know how it works, I'm good with that.
Pretty much. I was like, oh, equivalent to scholar.
I just go as long as I know how ability works. That's all that matters. I know Haima. Okay, I know what that does. Haima. Okay, I know what that does. Hey, I know Zero class. This your threat. It's like yeah, I know how that works. How it works. You know, it just works. It does its work.
Does this work? Does that work? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I personally like Sage, but I didn't like obviously main or anything. I mostly played it as a like side thing, and I didn't really. I did touch Reaper, but I didn't really make it my main thing to level it right away because Gunbreaker was still my main at this time.
This was the expansion I went full paladin.
Okay.
I decided to go tank for this last expansion because. And then I grew to love Paladin as much as I did, and they got rid of my dot, and I was like, okay, never mind.
No, that's fair.
I was like,
I gotcha. All right, so with that, next thing I'm going to ask about is actually about the Relic Grind, which is basically the Manderville Tombstone grind.
Oh my god.
Where are you feeling on that?
I fucking love that one. That one is pinnacle. I think that one should be a staple for all Relic Grinds in my opinion. But I just find it more pinnacle and more doable than most of the other ones. Mainly because you could just go do dailies, get tickets, and just save up. And save up to get your relic. Boom. Done. You can get a multitude of them. Easy peasy. Also, just the storyline behind it is it's Manderville. Freaking Manderville. Like, come on.
I mean, yeah, of course, Manderville's great, and I mean, we love the Manderville story, and you know that's why, like, yeah, I saved it for later on. I could have talked about it early, but because it's a relic part, I'm like, you know what, might as well talk. That's the perfect time to talk about it.
I get that.
Story. Yeah, so I mean, we're still finishing the story in Dawn Trail, but.
Yeah, I just personally don't have a problem with that one. I think it's the easiest relic grind of all time, like, because you're not doing anything crazy. You don't have to bend over backwards to get anything. Right. But I know a lot of people were just like, it was too easy. I'm like, okay, what do you want then?
Right. No.
You want anima again? You want the anima weapons again? Do you want Eureka again? Like, what do you want?
Right. Yeah, it's a hard gauge because everybody's different about how they want things to be approached. I mean, definitely.
I think it's silly.
I mean, for me, I think the Tombstone's grind, and this is more from my end. I think definitely like a little, like something small could be like simple, like a little extra, like black grind or something else different to kind of add twist to it a little bit more.
Yeah.
But I didn't. Other than that, like I said, like it's fine for what it is. Like it was. I understood what they were going for, and I wasn't truly upset. Like I get it. Like okay, fine. Like I was upset at first, but like after a little while, I was like, you know, okay, I get where they were going with, and. I'm not personally a fan of it, but it does not mean it's bad. I was just not personally a fan of it. You know what I mean? I was glad, though, that people were able to enjoy the relic grind and be able to get their relics. I know for me, I pretty much got them all. I got all the relics. But, like, you know, I was like, you know, I just did it because why not?
Right? No, sometimes it's just like, fuck it. I can just do it.
Yeah, exactly.
I get a lot. Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no, for that relic grind, for the Manderville relic grind, it's also, here's the other kicker.
Yeah.
The other kicker is you've had to have done the Manderville quest.
Yep.
If you didn't start the Manderville quest, you have a long way to go.
Yeah.
To get to that relic.
Yep.
So it was an incentivizer to do the Manderville quest, which is equally just as funny as anything else. Like, come on.
And there were people. I will
When in
say,
your lifetime?
I know, right? So, but unfortunately, there are people out there I know, especially I've had people that are complaining like they hated the Mandeville quest line, and I was like, I don't know. I think it was fun. I think it was fun. It definitely had its moments where it didn't shine, but for the most part, most of it was really good. It had its moments.
When in your lifetime are you ever gonna hit a spiked bomb with a giant frying pan?
I mean, yeah, right.
Like, when in your lifetime are you ever gonna do that in your life? Also, when are you gonna have Columbo references?
Right.
Ever?
Yeah.
Where you get to be a PI?
Right.
Come on.
Yeah. Alright, next up on the list here. Did you happen to touch Crystalline Conflict when it was released?
No, I stayed far fucking away from that.
Okay.
Mainly because it gave me the same vibe as Overwatch, and I went, no thanks.
Yeah, it's fair.
I'm not here to play a competition like that. I got better things.
That's fair. So the next thing, and this is just more of a funny question. Removable belts. What are your feelings on that?
The removable what now?
Belts.
Oh my god, the belts. Crap. Yeah, that was a surprise. I was not expecting the belts to just kind of go away. I knew it was on the fence, and I knew it needed to be done. I kind of forgot it was a thing. I will be real honest. I know.
I just bring it up because I think it's really funny. Because yeah, nowadays we just don't remember they exist anymore.
Think about it.
Yeah, I don't think about it anymore. So I always that's why I say I think this is a funny question to ask because
it is a funny question.
Because it's like yeah, removable belts where you're feeling like wait,
crap,
what?
I don't. Yeah, no, that's why I was like, pardon. Excuse me? I don't remember. I felt like Gandalf for a minute. I was like, I have no memory of this. I truly did. I was like, oh my god.
All right, like wait,
were belts?
There were belts? I read the merge. She says I kind of remember because I'm like shit. At one point, I used to have to remember having the BIS for belts, and that was a pain in the ass. But I am glad this. Yeah, that was like back
belt form.
Yeah, but thankfully not a thing anymore.
No, now you just have shirt pants.
Yes.
Pants
well, the problem is the belts anyway never showed on your like glamps anyway, so.
It didn't really friggin' matter.
Exactly.
What do I need the belt for?
Right, exactly. So next up, this is actually when DC Travel was available.
Yeah.
Your feelings on it?
Best thing I could ever ask for, except for the factor that I think a lot of the players on Balmung decided to worm their way to other locations, and we all know what Balmung is.
One day, I had actually did anything. I traveled to Balmung out of curiosity one day. I went to the quicksands, and I found out it was a mistake, and I walked out.
Yep. The one time, a long time ago, my Australian friend Maddie, who introduced me to this game, who's one of the people, she literally went, and I quote, "There's fucking space in Balmung, quick, go make a character." And we went, oh shit. Just to see.
Yeah.
And oh my god, the minute you wake up in that location, we're like, oh my god, they weren't kidding when they called this the RP server. Oh no.
Yeah. I literally walked to the quicksands and immediately got doted on, and I was like, I don't know you people, bye.
Yes. No, I think basic statement, DC Travel is great.
Yeah.
It just sucks how congested everything is.
Yeah, considering
like,
yeah, I think. But the good news is later on we're gonna get something that's gonna fix that. Hopefully, that problem with congestion with data centers. That's something I'm praying for, and I can't wait for that.
Praying hard for that.
But next up, we have Ishgard housing finally opened up. Feelings on that?
Yeah. I mean, it was long due. We literally did the Ishgard restoration for the whole point of rebuilding Ishgard after everything.
Right.
I feel like it was a staple point. We all knew that it was going to happen at that point. We're like,
right.
Yep. Now where's my Garlemald restoration, please?
Maybe one day.
Maybe.
Next up, I have is the Island Sanctuary. Did you have to try that out?
Yes. I did. I enjoy my little island. I actually find myself going back on there every so often because I 100%ed it, and then they added more shit to it, and I was like, I guess I'm not at 100% anymore.
I guess
like, well,
back. Oh,
guess I gotta. Yeah, that was me. I guess I gotta go back.
gotta go back again.
Oh no, I have to go back to doing monotonous shit. Oh no, my favorite. Not like I didn't play Harvest Moon. Fuck.
Oh no, it's not like something I've done before.
Oh no, it's not like I don't play Stardew Valley every so often. No, I gotta actually go be a farmer. No.
No, not
Actually
again.
has the best time of their life.
Oh, dude, and it's crazy that this basically only came out then, and afterwards you haven't touched it since, you know?
Yeah.
With that, next up on the list here is Fall Guys came to Gold Saucer. Blunderville. What were your feelings on that?
No.
No.
That was the dumbest. I'm sorry. I'm like, I saw that collab and I looked at Luhi and I was like, this is dumb. He's like, eh. He's like, I don't fucking get this game. I really didn't. I tried. I was like, this is an elimination game, and I'm not a fuck. I was like, ew.
Nah, understandable. I totally get behind that. It wasn't for everybody at the end of the day.
Nah.
You know, like that's exactly how it is. Yeah.
I'm not gonna be mad at other people for liking it. I'm like, if you like it, then you like it. It's just
right.
For me.
No, exactly, and that's what it comes down to, because everybody's gonna have their feelings on it, and that's just how it comes down.
Yeah.
There is the next thing I'm gonna ask here, because actually, since we did talk about where the interest in gathering and crafting, this is a time where in which you can no longer HQ your gathers, but you can gather more NQ stuff to make up for it. What are your feelings about your change?
Holy crap, that was nice. That was so flippin' nice, because I was in that boat of using a lot of my abilities to get like high quality ass stuff, but I could only get like 2 bips of it, and then like, oh well, that's it. That's all you can gather. Better luck next time. I'm like, I need better luck next time. I don't have a lot of friggin' stamina. Screw you. Was my response to them. And then them introducing that, I was just like, thank God I don't have to work too hard.
Right? No, yeah, I was like, okay, I can.
God.
No,
I felt like my friend, fucking Looney, who was just like, I don't have to work too hard. And I was like, girl, same.
Yeah, it looks like it works out the end, All right.
Sure as hell did.
Now we're gonna go ahead and talk about some side story content. We're gonna go get started with. Actually, this time we're gonna first talk about the variant dungeons that came out.
Oh god, the Criterion.
So, Criterion as well. What are your feelings on these dungeons?
So the Criterion dungeon, I like the story behind the Criterion dungeons. I especially liked the one for the Sultana. That was nice. It was nice to get closure and to like get more lore about that area and just in general. It is one of my favorite places. I do like Uldal. Uldal is relatively easy to navigate.
For the flames! But anyway.
For the flames!
For the flames!
Yes. But yes, I really like the story behind it. But God Lord Almighty, I will never do a Criterion. I will never do the Criterion part of that fucking dungeon ever again. I will never do that. Never in my life. I cleared it. That's the only one I've cleared.
To be fair, I mean, I did, the variants themselves should be more like an easy portion of it. Criterion, obviously, Savage is a little bit more the painstaking again. But yeah,
we want to talk. Criterion was their test plate for Savage, which is the crazier part. Because me and Luki were sitting there going, wait, this is just test material.
Yeah.
For Savage fights.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, shit. I think the worst part, the one that me and Luki, because we had a group. We had 4. We had 4 of us. Mm-hmm. It was me, Luki, Penny, and God Almighty, the name is escaping me. It was one of our other friends. It was one of Luki's other dating friends.
Yeah.
We beat the first one.
Uh-huh.
We're stuck on the final boss for Mount Rokon.
Mm-hmm.
And let it be known, we beat the final boss on the first one, and I hated the teleporting mechanic. I can't stomach the teleporting mechanics in any kind of fight. I think the teleport mechanic is a waste of time.
Right. No, I got
It's
you.
stupid, especially for controller players, because it only I feel like it only benefited mouse and keyboard players. And I was like, fuck this.
Hmm. Okay. I'm
That's
used
me.
to... Nah, I got you. I'm just used to controller. At this point, I've just kind of got... I guess just because my MMO brain goes, oh, this is a thing. Okay, go over here. Get used to this. Okay. Okay.
Pretty
All right.
much.
This...
I've
I
gotten to
understand.
that point, but it was so frustrating, especially during E11.
Mm-hmm.
E11S, no, was it E11 or was it E10?
Well, are you talking about
What the heck was the
the-
freaking Idol of Darkness,
Idol Darkness?
where we had to do where we got
Oh, was it?
the-
Oh, the blue and red? That's Is it blue and
Yep.
red? The teleporters?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
that'll be E7.
Yeah, okay, it was E7 that I hated because it had the teleport mechanic. It had that teleport mechanic in it, and also the directional. I mean
Yeah.
camera directional teleport mechanic, and I hated
Ah.
that even more.
It was awful. Yep.
That was an
And then
abysmal fight.
You had
Oh
to
my
like, yeah. Yeah, I remember.
Talk about a headache.
I talk now. I'm like, oh yeah, those were some parts, and I said to go, I remember it being easier than 6, and then my brain went, oh yeah, that's right. That was
No.
this. But if it's me, I think it was. I guess just my brain was like, oh, okay, I remember this. Okay, this here. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Oh,
That's why criteria on Criterion Dungeons. All the rest of them are fine. There's
Yeah.
a couple of them I'm just like, ew.
Completely
Disgusting.
fair, understandable. Yeah, I mean, mostly I was talking about the variant itself, the story behind it. Criterion
Well,
established
the
sort of-
story is fucking fantastic. Excuse
Mhm.
my language, but I think all the stories behind Mount Rokon, I couldn't tell you what for. I think it was like yokais or something like that. Maybe, I don't know. I'm getting there. But the Sultana one was really good. I like
Uh-huh.
that we got to learn more about her mom because we didn't get to learn a lot about her family in general, but through that one, we got to learn more about the history of Uldal as a whole.
Yeah.
And the people and the rulers that came before her. So it was like,
Heck
this is
yeah.
beautiful insight.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
don't remember what the third one was. I think it's the one that recently came out.
Well, no, there's
No.
no. You're thinking of Alo Island, which is the last one in the level 90 series.
That one, and then we got the
Merchant's Tale
Arabian,
is Merchant's Tale will be basically level 100.
and we got the Arabian Night one. The literal Arabian Night.
Yeah, that's a Merchant's Tale. That is
Yeah.
the one we
That
get in
one's
Dawn
fun.
Trail. Mm-hmm.
That one's super fun because that one they introduced a mechanic that allows you to not do a Criterion version, and it was like really cool. I was like, oh, neat. We tried the freaking island one, and we could not get past the first boss because we were so freaking confused.
We're
They're like,
yeah.
what?
Yeah, Criterion. Yeah, I think we barely get past the first boss. It was it was something else. With that though, we'll go ahead and jump into Society Quest in Endwalker.
Ah,
Because,
yes.
So you're
Those bubbies. I do love the bubbies in that one. The Lockrits, I think, were my favorite because it was literally set up a radio show, and I was like, yeah.
yeah.
Of course, I love my I might love my elephant people because yes, of course,
Yeah.
I love the Indian elephant people. I love them so much. And then of course the Omicrons, which are literally just the backbones of Omega, but whatever.
All right. Mhm.
Whatever. I think the thing I liked about Endwalkers
Mhm.
was that it led up to the bar in space
Mhm.
and bringing everybody together. I think that was my favorite part about the whole thing, was bringing all the races together in a way, even the ones that you saw in the final dungeon.
Yeah.
I found that to be very neat and very nice. And what's even more funny is the name of the cafe, Elysion,
Yeah.
is the name of our D&D group.
Okay.
So we are. So I was like, oh, that's really, really nice. I like that. I
So
like
some
that a lot.
relevant, some relevance to what you have. Like, okay.
So it's like really sweet.
Yeah. Next up on the list here, the Myth of the Realms, which is the, Urfro, Agalaya, those ones. What were your feelings on
Ooh.
them?
The 12. Okay.
Yes, the 12.
That was
they
another-
Call it Myth of the Realms.
Myth of the Realms, basically the Greek gods at this point, because that's
Yes.
what it might as well be.
Right.
No, I kid. That was a good one. I liked learning about the 12 and how we had no prior knowledge to them previously until literally then, and I thought that that was the best send-off we could ever get for Endwalker entirely, because the 12, we later find out, were basically the same people who helped Vanat. And we're like, oh my god, that's actually really too freaking cool. Okay, I like this story.
Mm-hmm.
It was great. I think it was good storytelling. I liked going up against the gods, like fucking Rauger. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Not the normal stage, literally palm of hand, not normal stage size.
All right.
We'll never see Yoshi P do a stage like that ever again. Mark my words, it will just be squares and circles.
It'll be just squares,
Rectangles.
circles. I mean,
Squares, circles, or rectangles.
I mean, yeah, it was definitely very unique, and his McBrowgars is definitely unique. Who was your deity? I guess as we're talking about it.
My deity is Ashan.
Oh, okay.
The Wanderer.
Ah, okay. So the one that was traveling with us, and then you had to fight him in the final one.
Yeah, and what makes it even more funny is that Luis is I want to say Minfilia, but it's not Minfilia. What the fuck?
That's Memphina.
Minfina, yes.
Okay,
the
Memphina.
lovers.
The lover, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it makes it even more funny because they're a freaking couple, and I'm just like teehee.
Ah, it's funny.
Teehee. In-game lore. Teehee.
Yeah,
But anyway.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I greatly enjoyed the realm fight in general. Good storytelling. I liked the send-off. I love the music choices for all three of them. Like,
okay.
For the first one, you got that really stoic, like, Gecko-Roman kind of music that you got going on in the background. Absolutely befitting of that segment.
Yeah.
And then you get to the second part, and it's literally folk.
Mhm.
It's folk, country, a mixture of, like, it's just very fun, upbeat. And I'm just like, this is really cool. And then you get to the last part, and it's beautiful, ethereal. And it works because you're going against wind and water at the same time. And it's like, yep, they knew what they were doing with both of these. This is great. This is a great way to do this. So, because you got, what was it? You got fire and lightning for the first one. Of course, you're going to get, like, that Gecko-Roman. And then you got Whimsy with ice and earth. I'm like, fucking glorious. Okay, yeah, Whimsy, I got it. Then water and wind, and I'm like, chef's kiss. Except for that one time in the second one, or what's her face showed up to fight alongside her brother. You know, those don't count. You don't count.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Fake girl with her weird horse brother.
Yeah, you talk about.
Don't look at that.
Athlic, and there was I don't have the name of the other top of my head, but I know you talk about.
Yeah, it's she's the wheel of fate or whatever the heck it is.
Yeah, spin of fate or something, spinner of fate, weaver of fate, something like that.
The weaver, yeah. But essentially, she's not supposed to show up there. She's dead, and I'm like, you fucker.
Right.
You're water.
Right. All right. Alrighty. So next up on the list here is the Pandemonium raids. Your feelings on those?
That 2 reference, bitch. Let's go with that obscure Final Fantasy II reference. Love it. Loved Pandemonium. I think my favorite part was Abyssos. Out of all of them, I really liked Abyssos.
Okay.
Like, the first one was good. Third one, I could deal with not having to deal with Ultima again for, like, the third freaking time.
That's fair. Okay.
Good Lord, Athena, get a job. Get an actual job. Not whatever job you have now. Get an actual fucking job. Anyway, Abyssos, at least La Habrea was doing his job. To an extent.
Right.
But also, it introduced us to probably the best soundtrack I could ever ask for, which was Scream. And I was like, yo, this music is so good.
Yeah, it definitely it slaps.
It was giving me 2000, like, early 2000 emo vibe. I was like, yo, yes, I can feel it. Give it to me. Give it to me more.
Yeah.
So, I can appreciate that. Don't get me wrong, Vampire Daddy was cool and all, but his theme was kind of boring after a while when you had to listen to the Surfer song like 5 times in a row. You're
No,
like, okay,
complete.
I'm done.
Yeah, that's completely fair. Considering even then, he never really got even in his like savage form, he never got a different song. It was really the same song. It was the same song.
I was so mad about that. I was like, you could have done something so fucking cool, but you decided to keep the same Surfer Bro shit. God damn it.
Nope. That's what we got. That's what we got. Da, 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 da.
Ew. But I like the story behind it.
Yeah.
I like that we are just helping La Habrea kind of get his job back from his wife. In a weird way. Like, hey, La Habrea, could you actually do your job? And he's like, yeah, I guess.
So,
I'm
yeah.
like...
Yeah, because for me, I think one of the biggest is that like Pandemonium itself, the story was great and it was a lot of fun. And I do remember, like, since I did remember too Pandemonium quite a bit, Dissidia helped with that.
Hell yeah!
I was like, oh, cool. There is an FF2 kind of reference with this series. That's to be nice. And then basically doing the Savage content. I basically got through, beat the first tier with a group. I think we beat it on week 6 or 7 or something like that. And then the other 2 tiers never unfortunately got to finish. We got to, I think we got past almost to the second part where we changed a dog or a snake with that group, but it fell apart because we didn't even hit Ray Phase 2. And then my final group in Abyss in the last Pandemonium, we ended up, I did PF plus the static. The static finally got to 12, but I was already in PF doing like 12 as it was. And my other 2 static, there was 2 other static members that joined me as well. We all together were just like trying to see how far we could go. But unfortunately, I got to a point that I kind of got burnt out from doing the tier, and then it kind of hit me that maybe I should probably not be part of a static anymore.
No, that's fair. That was me in a nutshell. I was like, oh, yikes, this is bad.
It's not necessarily people were bad or anything. It was just for me. It was more of a mental state of mind. I was like, okay.
That's how I felt. I was like, I need to chill.
Yeah, or at least I'll go off in PF, and that's what I ended up doing.
Yeah.
Not an Endwalker, at least, but in Dawn Trial I did. An Endwalker, though, I was kind of done. I was like, okay, I think it's time to just kind of chill out.
Yeah, it's the ending of the story, so just chillax.
Yeah. Now, with that being said and that completed, to wrap up the Endwalker portion, we're going to go ahead and talk about the MSQ. Your feelings on it.
I have mixed feelings about Endwalker. I loved it for certain parts, and I hated it for others. Hate is a strong word. I disliked.
Okay.
I disliked the pacing, I guess, for this one. In the beginning, I guess pacing is a weird word. What I disliked was how quickly we got to Zodiark. I think it was my only big gripe. I was like, holy crap. We have been building up to this for a while now. And we get it as our first freaking trial? What?
Yeah, it definitely throws you off. Like, wait, what? Already?
Yep, that's how I felt. That's exactly how I felt. Now, that was my only, I think my biggest gripe that I had with the whole thing. Other than that, holy shit. They went off the rails with this one. Oh my god. This was definitely the send-off that I think this story needed. It got a good ending for what it's worth. I think it got a solid ending. We got all the closure that we needed at the end of the day. And I think that's probably the best part I could ask for, was the closure. And the factor that we got to meet the ancients back in the past, I think, was the best part for me. Because I was like, this is so cool. And we can see where, Emmett and his best friend, who's totally not gay with, let's be real about this, but let's also not be real, they're absolutely gay. Like, let's be real freaking honest, there is not a straight bone in that man's body. Hythlodaeus was literally just like, hey baby, and Emmett was just like,
Well,
Well.
well, I guess I'll have babies, but also like I'm not gonna be into it. I mean, look
Right,
at how
yeah.
he treats his own kid. Like, for God's
Right,
sakes.
dude.
There's no way that man was straight. No
Right.
fucking way.
Right.
But anyway, so we got the factor that we got to meet all the ancients and before all shit hit the fan. Looking at you, Hermes, was interesting to say the least. Mainly
Mhm.
because it gave us background and it gave us a human look at these beings that we have been led up to, that they were like these very powerful, like all-knowing beings, I guess. I keep saying beings, but yes. And they're just as human as you and me.
Mm-hmm.
They are so human, it's kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But, big but. Hermes, why in God's name would you give that kind of a question to a artificial being and then send it out into the universe? Like, what the fuck was going through your head? What was going through your head when you decided to send a poor child out into space like that?
Like, dude, come on.
What's the meaning of life? Like, what?
Right. Yeah, no, I understand it completely.
42. Done.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ, if an augury bird like that fell in front of me and was just like, so what's the meaning of life? I would have just been like 42 and then just left it at that. Boom. Boom, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference.
Yes.
Anyway, I do like the closure we got in Endwalker. I like that we went back to Shadowbringers when it came to Endwalker to go back to the Crystal Towers to talk to Elidibus about the whole ordeal, in which Elidibus is just like, hey, yo, I hear you want to do stuff. I'm still not happy about it, but I'll help you anyway. I'm going to be a little tsundere about it, but it's fine. And then he's just like, he sends you back in time, and it's like the coolest thing ever, because I like that you have to lie and be like, oh, I'm one of Azum's, yeah.
Yeah.
And they're just, you could tell Hades ain't buying shit.
Yeah.
Just like, that's just you, Azum. I swear to God, that's just you. and Hypnodeus is just like, I like this kid. I like him. Make him big. And then they did. And I was like, I like these two. These two are my new dads. Essentially, these two became my new dads. I like them.
Right.
And I think that was really nice of them to do, in a way, was to show that these Emmett boasts. I remember Emmett boasting about the ancient civilization and how great, grand it was. Then you actually see it, and you're like, Emmett, buddy, you're just as human as me. Like, come on.
All right.
You can boast about how great your civilization is, but at the end of the day, we're all just the fucking same. This isn't rocket science. But Endwalker was just great. I think, in my opinion, it was a great send-off. Of course, knowing me, the ending song, when you get to the edge of the universe, fucking had me in tears, because good lord.
Yeah.
Hearing all those voices, all the shadow voices when you're heading up to the little platform, I was like, okay, I'm gonna lose my fucking shit.
Yeah.
Because if you also listened in Japanese, you got Horshafon's papa there, and it really brings you to tears when you remember that his Japanese VA passed away.
Oh.
Right,
yeah.
It was right after Endwalker, so this was it was a couple months after Endwalker, and this was really, really sad for people. No, wrong. I'm wrong. It was before Endwalker, but he got his lines in before, so this was like a memorial to him, and everyone was like, oh my god! It was just a beautiful send-off. So, I greatly enjoyed Endwalker. I enjoyed all the... Well, okay. Alright, I'm gonna stop myself right there. So, I was gonna say I enjoyed all the stuff after it, but then I remembered what all the shit was after it.
Yeah, I got you. Before we talk about the stuff after, there's one scene that always will stick out to me. This is before we even get to Zodiac and such. The body snatching scene. What were your feelings on that?
All right. I've got beef. I don't have beef with that scene.
Mm-hmm.
I found it fascinating. I found it fascinating in a way that most people, like, who were uncomfortable, I don't know if people forgot or just chose to forget.
Mm-hmm.
We already knew that Xenos was experimenting with the artificial, like, the whatever the heck we have.
Mm-hmm.
He was experimenting with that. This shouldn't be a surprise that they did some weird modifications to it.
Mm-hmm.
The echo, the artificial echo.
Mm-hmm.
We shouldn't be. I feel like I shouldn't have been surprised by this, because who's to freaking say that us with the echo couldn't do the same thing?
Mm-hmm.
But we just chose not to.
Right.
So that's my few cents on it. I know a lot of people were uncomfortable with it. And I don't blame them, because it is personal. It is a personal thing.
Yeah.
Because it's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
It's just more like, I think a lot of people are just like, whoa, wait, you just took my warrior of light away. Now I'm going to run around this Imperial body and I'm going to be fine. I'm going to survive for my life.
I heard a lot of people were very uncomfortable with the whole situation, because it was like, it felt violating, is what they what they stated, is that it was a violation. And I can understand that completely.
Yeah, no, I can get that.
That's
too.
understandable. Because a random person suddenly in your body, that's fucking creepy.
Yeah.
So
no, I get that's a point of view I could happen too. Yeah, like that I could definitely see. You don't hear that very often though, because I actually mostly hear there are people like, the fuck happened?
Yeah, I saw a lot of people being like, yo, I'm uncomfortable, and I'm like, well. This is what happens when you experiment with the echo, because we don't even know what the full echo even did.
Right.
Like, let's be honest, we did not fully explore that potential.
No.
Sad we can't do that anymore, but whatever.
Yeah, whatever. It is what it is. So now we can go ahead and talk about. Now we can go ahead and talk about the post of Endwalker.
Okay. All right. I have a couple cents about this. So.
Okay.
All right. So you know how I've stated that I've literally, I'm a Final Fantasy connoisseur.
Right.
I've tasted the fine wines of a good chunk of a lot of the Final Fantasy games, except for 7, because I don't really want to touch it. I've seen too much of it. I could care less.
Okay.
When I say I like 4 to an extent.
Okay.
Not whatever the hell that was. It was cool. I liked the 4 fiends being brought back. Neat concept. Liked the music motifs. Thought it was nice. Golbez was a nice touch. Nice that we got to the pros. It's nice that we got to finally explore the 13th, because that has just been shrouded in mystery ever since Igiorum screwed it up. And Emmett literally went, you gave this shard depression.
Right.
I'm not letting you do another job like this ever again. So, cool. That was neat. I wasn't expecting it to be 4. At the end of the day. I don't know what I was... I don't know what I was... It's Arrested Development at that point. It's like, I don't know what I was expecting.
Okay.
But I was a little concerned. My biggest concerns was... Zero.
Okay.
And I know a lot of people like Zero. My biggest concern was that she was, it was going to turn into another clone of what happened with Lightning in 13. Okay. I was like, oh, please, God, no. Thank God it didn't. It didn't. And I was like, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
But the amount of 4 that they shoved down in our face, that post-content, was a little too much. I like my references sprinkled out and about, But that was a lot. That was a lot of 4 references left and right. I was like, holy shit, that's a lot of 4 up in my biz.
Yeah, I think a lot of it was more of like a love letter to 4, which I think was like, I think they could have kind of slowed down a bit on that.
Yeah, I get it. 4 is a good game.
Yeah.
4 is, I think, one of their pinnacles when it comes to their older games because of just how nice it was well received. I mean, for God's sakes, we got that, and then the Final Fantasy mobile game got a crossover with 4, and then the mobile Octopath game got a crossover with 4. I was just like, holy crap, that's a lot of 4.
Right.
That's like 4 to the square root. Good lord, that's a lot of 4.
Right.
And I will reiterate, I like my references sprinkled about.
Right.
I don't want them blatantly shoved in my face, being like, hey, do you remember this from 4? Hey, do you remember this? Do you remember this? And it's like,
yeah.
Okay, I get it. Thank you. Can we get the original shit up in this household? Because I don't want to replay the same game again. I already played 4 like twice. I don't want to play it again.
That's good. Yeah, that's completely fair. Cause yeah, that definitely is definitely a, I definitely feel though. For me, I was like, you know what? It was a fun little side story. I just kind of more like a nice little like, hey, we just before we get to the real meat of things that are gonna happen. It's a nice little side story kind of thing. So I'm kind of glad we just kind of did it here, just did the thing, and then called a day after that.
Yep. Which I mean, okay. One of the side bits that I really liked from that was finding out how the 4 fiends came to be.
Yeah.
And how they had their own little side stories. Those were fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, except for the turtle, because he just really liked to fight people, and I was like, okay. Yeah,
okay, whatever.
Fucking checks out. And I was like, that fucking checks out.
This checks out, man.
Fucking checks out. Meanwhile, the other 3 actually have meaningful, well, maybe. The other 2 had meaningful stories.
Right.
Fucking
literal wuss of a Makote.
Right.
God. Wuss.
No, I absolutely did. I get that. Because at the end of the day, it definitely, as I said, it definitely had its moments. It had its ups and downs.
Yes.
But like, I will ask this. Do you think they did Zeromus better here than in the original game? Zeromus.
Zeromus? Oh, okay, that's a question, because Zeromus is... So Zeromus is a key figure in 4. He's the main bad guy.
Right.
You fight 2 different versions. You fight 3 different versions of him, technically. And you don't even do the first version. It's Golbez and Fusoya who fight the first version of him and make him transform into his other version. I actually really liked how they did Zeromus in this one. Because how I'm remembering Zeromus correctly from the advanced version and the 3DS, his design was I don't know how to explain it. It was a bunch of pixels. At least the advanced one looked like a bunch of pixels, and I could not tell what the hell I was looking at.
Okay.
The 3D one, you could kind of tell what you were looking at, but I was also just like, I don't know where the fuck the head is. You get into this one in 14. Oh my god, that detail.
Yeah.
Holy crap, that detail. And that music?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I felt like I was fighting a legendary Pokemon at that point. I was like, shit!
Right.
Holy shit, legendary Pokemon, let's go fighting Giratina.
Yeah, I was thinking about more like, I think what was interesting about it is how he kind of was involved in the story. I kind of remember Zeromus just kind of coming out of nowhere, where I felt like with Zeromus, he in 14 was a little more built up a bit better, I feel. Like, definitely
I think the hype for him was built up better, because I do agree. In 4, he's just kind of puppet master. He's in the shadows. Nobody really knows what the fuck he's doing.
Right.
And then you free Golbez, and he's like, Zeromus, and you're like, who the fuck is that?
Right. It's Zeromus' fault.
And he's like, you gotta go to the moon on the lunar way. I'm like, what?
What, bruh? I just got
going to the moon?
I'm going to the moon.
I'm going to the moon?
and then you gotta fight the friggin' giant of Babel in order to get to them. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, no, it definitely was definitely a weird twist when it came to that. I even tried. I'm just like, okay, man, whatever. I guess we'll go do this thing. I suppose I'm here, but like definitely was Aromas when it comes to like definitely 14's interpretation. I definitely thought it was definitely better.
Very good.
Very good.
Very fleshed out interpretation. I could actually see what I was looking at.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're like, okay, I know what's going on here.
You're like, oh my god, this thing is horrifying.
Now with that, we're gonna go ahead and this will wrap up the Endwalker portion. We're gonna get ready for Dawn Trail. So stick on by. We're all gonna let ads play out before we begin our session. So we'll be back, guys.
Okay. All right.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are now on Dawn Trail, the current expansion. So with that, we got a bunch of things to go through here. First question I have. Female Rothgar was just released. Did you change immediately?
No, not really.
Okay.
As you can see right now, I am one, but that was a little later.
Okay. That's fair.
But I do like them.
Yeah. Alright.
I think they're great.
Yeah. That's definitely a fun race. Next up, but I personally won't be playing one, but it's fun to see people who play it. Alright. Next up, Viper and Picto were announced. Did you pick them up as soon as possible?
Picto, yeah. Viper, not so much.
Right.
Picto was one I was looking forward to because I get to draw silly little fucking paintings, as you can see. I'm
Yes.
sitting here in my Pictomancer. It was the one class that I was actually not sure how to play, and then I picked it up, and I was just like, wait, I really like this class. This is a fun caster. And then they nerfed it to the floor, and I got sad. But I still played it.
Oh yeah, of course. You gotta play it if you enjoy it.
Fight people.
Yeah. Next up on the list, this is actually, we haven't actually got in the game yet, but Beastmaster was announced, and we're gonna get that sometime actually pretty much soon. What are your feelings about Beastmaster being added to 14 as a limited job?
I think it's fun. I know that it's a limited job like Blue Mage, but it's a job that I remember back from 5 that was actually really fun and intuitive to play. I really like that they kept with the sheep motif because that's just, you dress as a sheep when you play Beastmaster. That was just normal for me. You just wear sheep.
All right.
And I thought it was cute.
Right. All right. Next up, yeah, for me, it's definitely gonna be interesting. I look to see what they plan to do with it. It's mostly, I'm one of those persons like, okay, we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what we do.
Yeah. All right. Next up in the question here is, basically, this is the expansion. Now you can glam anything on your character, including the fact that you can wear glasses and have a hat on at the same time. What are your feelings that you finally get to glam anything, really?
Fucking finally. Sorry, that's the only thing I can say at this point is finally.
That's fair.
I feel like the guy who was chasing SpongeBob and Patrick when they were selling chocolate, that was me. It was me chasing Yoshi P and Koji Fox. And I think everybody else who was just like, give us glam everything, please.
All right, please do this thing. Yeah.
Just that I got you where I want you.
Right.
I'd like to pay for another sub, please. You have to play your game because you allow me to glam everything.
Right.
That's how I felt.
Okay, that's understandable. It was a really nice touch. I think it really definitely let people now be more diverse with all the jobs we play. So it's really a really nice change that's been overdue.
Hell yeah.
Next on the list here, basically now we have it to where all the trusts are now available in all MSQ dungeons from Rumbleborn all the way currently to Dawn Trail. And they recently did the non-MSQ dungeons, such as Cutter's Cry and Arm and Veil, from Rumbleborn. Do you have any feelings on the non-MSQ portions?
Fucking finally. It's been 87 years.
The beep. It's been 87 years.
It's been 87 years. I feel like the freaking what's her face from Titanic. I'm like, dang, it took you this long. Oh,
God.
Dang. I'm gonna throw the heart of the ocean into the freaking Atlantic at this point. God.
Right, God damn, man. All right. All right. Next up, I need to ask about is the Cosmic Exploration. Did you touch it?
Barely.
Okay.
It was felt like Diadem all over again, but I was also just burnt out. I had done so much in Endwalker, I kind of burnt myself. Or this is Dawn Trail. This is Dawn Trail. I was burnt. I just wanted to do the story, and I think I just called it after that.
That's fair. Okay. So, all right. So we'll go. Since we kind of see where things are going here. With a quick dude. This is another Monster Hunter question here. Monster Hunter Wilds collab was a thing. Did you try out the Arkveld fight?
Arkveld, yay.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Arkveld was actually a really fun fight. Again, I like that they changed up and they decided to follow. They didn't do the Monster Hunter mechanics. Understandable. It was rough with Rathalos.
Right.
And it's already rough enough as it is if you try to fight Arkveld.
Yeah. Exactly.
Fucking that fight in Wilds. Oh my god.
Yeah, the fight.
That's a fight.
That is definitely a fight, considering.
That's a horrible fight.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy. Definitely not easy.
Especially Arc-Tempered Arc-Tempered,
yeah,
freaking Arkveld. I'm like, no thanks.
Yeah, I'm good. You know,
I'm good.
Oh my goodness.
I get one shot almost immediately. I'm like, I'm good. I don't want to be here no more.
No, completely fair, and I understand that. And I know, like I said, definitely there was the EX version as well. Did you have to jump into the EX version of the fight, or?
I did not. Luki did. Luki did and told me it was really simple. Like, it was straight up like the normal fight, just a couple different mechanic changes. And I was like, okay, that sounds pretty simplistic. He's like, yeah, it's nothing terrible. I was like, yeah, it's Arkveld. Arkveld's Arkveld. This is just a regular one. This isn't even a Guardian.
All
a regular baby.
All right. Next up, Then, yeah. I said I only tried the X once, and that was that. I
Yeah,
hope to
it's
go
kind of
back
like a
into it.
one-time.
Well, I didn't, like, finish it. I need to go back and look at it at one point. Next
Yeah.
up is, strategy boards came to life at 7.4. What were your feelings on this? Did you jump on the memes?
I didn't make any memes, but I got a bunch of memes sent to me. And I was like, these are great. This is the most amazing thing ever. I don't know if Yoshi P had the idea that that was going to happen, but I sure hope he loves it because it has been a hoot and a holler. You just randomly see strategy boards with just random fucking memes, and I'm like, people have too much time on their hands, and I love you guys for it.
Right, exactly. Just like, yeah,
So
man.
please keep doing this. This is great.
This was a very, very smart decision for them to make it easier, more accessible too. Especially people who might not, like, don't have ways to immediately pull up PC or pull up their phone to look at a strategy. Or, like,
Absolutely.
So.
Me looking at the one strategy for the Shadow Dog and Eden. That was freaking fun.
Yeah. To touch on this quickly, because I think I already know the answer to it, but we're gonna ask this anyway. The relic weapon in Dawn Trail. Have you touched it?
In Occult Crescent?
Just not Occult Crescent, just a relic weapon in general. Like, have you even like touched it?
I thought it was just Occult Crescent had the relic weapon.
Well, the Occult Crescent starts it.
Yeah, so I touched it a little bit and then kind of gave up.
Okay. But you can do other content to get the relic done. You don't have to do Occult Crescent just to do it.
Oh yeah, that's right. You could do and do stuff outside of the Occult Crescent to get it done. I gave up.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah.
Again, it was I gave up because be real honest, it was giving me Realm Reborn vibes all over again, and I just went, I'm not doing that.
That's fair. Completely
Not
understandable.
doing
You know, that is totally understandable, and I totally get behind that. With that though, we'll go ahead and jump into some more side story stuff here real quick. The next thing I have to ask about is the new variant dungeon, Merchant's Tale. What were your feelings on that?
That one. I like that we had that the secret boss was the Dan, and I nearly shat myself because that's a terrifying fish.
Right.
Because Luki was telling, like, because me and Luki, whenever the new variant dungeon comes out, we often go and do it together to get all the endings and just get all the stuff out of the way, just so that it's done. When we saved the Dan one for last, and that was the most terrifying thing in the world. Luki was telling me, like, hey, we got to go do this, and I was just like, Luki, where are we going? And he's like, don't worry about it. We're not there yet. I'm like, what do you mean we're not there yet? He's like, we'll get there. And I'm just like, what the fuck are we getting to? Where are we going? Like, where are we going? So we get to the arena for the Dan fight, and he's just like, all right, Iggy, I need you to stay close as possible to me. I'm like, what? What? He's like, I need you to stay as close as possible to me because this fish is scary. I was like, how scary can a fish? And then I watched it do the thing where it swims and like swallows half of the friggin' arena. I'm like, okay.
Yes, devour.
That's a fucking fish.
Yes, that's devour. Congratulations. Devour.
Yeah, he told me the last time he ran that solo, he got hit by that and it just insta-killed him. And I was just like, oh, that's fucking great.
Oh, it's bad. It was brutal. Even trying to do it with me and my wife, we were like stuck with that fight for a while till we finally were like, okay, this is how we handle this mechanic. Jesus Christ.
Freaking Dan.
It was so
That's a magic
bad.
card, by the way. That's a magic card and a magic format.
Hell yeah.
Funny ass one.
Yeah, alright. The next thing I should ask about, have you touched any extremes this expansion?
I've only touched, I'm gonna be real with you, I've only touched 2 extremes.
That's fair.
And then called it. I've only touched the first 2 that you get.
From 7.0? Okay.
Yep.
That's fair.
I did the normals for everybody else, and then I called it a day because I'm not gonna lie, I was not feeling it. I was like,
Okay.
Nah.
All right.
Like the normals were fun.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the extremes are super fun.
Nah, I gotcha. Sometimes.
But I'm like,
All right. So with that though, we'll go ahead and touch base on story stuff. First thing I'm going to talk about is we'll start with the Alliance raids. These were the Final Fantasy Alliance raids, the Echoes of Vana'diel.
Ah, yes, the 11 ones. They were good.
Okay.
I liked them. I liked the 11 ones a lot. I liked how much of a love letter it was to 11 and how much 11 has basically influenced 14 and got 14 where it is today. It's kind of like the big brother to 14, and it's so nice that they did that for the 11 crew. It's such a wonderful love letter to them that I was sitting there grinning at the end screen. I was like, this is so nice.
Oh man, I was crying the moment I got to that
It's so
scene.
beautiful.
It was beautiful. It was one I said, this was probably the most thing I was just most excited about. Was definitely when they added Final Fantasy XI to be part of the Alliance raids. I honestly thought Final Fantasy XI would still just be the sprinkles like they give. Like I did mention it, and Walker. The first the 6.1 dungeon you go through, as is the under like the sea ruins. Kind of was a reference to Final Fantasy XI, and there was actually
that's actually pretty cool. I like that.
So
that's one of my favorite dungeons. I do like that dungeon.
Yeah, it's a really cool one. So if you ever go through, it's literally a reference to that.
I like that.
So when you go through, and it's so funny because I watched your video of you guys going through the Windurst walk, and I was laughing because I'm like, yeah, that's Alexander. You guys have no idea. They're like, wait, is Alexander here again? I'm like, yeah, that's Alexander. That's the Alexander you know of.
Man, that's a lot of Omega signs.
Yeah, he was definitely an interesting creature when he played, because actually it was him and Odin were like as a fun fact, because I'll kind of bring up a quick 11 fact. Odin, Thyrsis, and Alexander were basically like the light and dark in the expansion called Treasures of Argon. They would kind of like go against each other, and one of the characters was kind of like a like played as their like they kind of like just their pawn for the actual deity. It was pretty unique. So yeah, like Odin and Alexander were always like fighting against each other.
That's so interesting that they took that route, because they took the opposite, because that was the opposite in 8, which is really, really funny.
Yeah, because it's the way they. Yeah, but like, that's what it kind of was. But basically, so in general though, when you looked at everything in 11, definitely I think definitely they did a fantastic job. There are moments where the story might seem a little rough around the edges, but I do understand where they were going with it, and the fact that they were using nothing but Final Fantasy XI music throughout was what gave me pure joy throughout the entirety of it.
I do love the 11 music, because it gave me Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire vibes because of the trumpets, and I can appreciate that. I was like, yay, I like my trumpets.
Yes,
trumpets.
All right. Next on the list here is the Arcadian. We're gonna go to the 8-man stuff. What's your feelings about the Arcadian?
Fight Club.
Fight Club.
Yeah, let's go to Fight Club. Yeah, I liked it. I liked it for its originality. I did like the idea behind it just basically being it's just Fight Club. You don't when we talk about Fight Club. And the whole premise behind it, where it's just like you fight and then maybe gain immortality. I liked the twist at the end. That was a good one. It was a really good one. I like that they got the guy from freaking Rage Against the Machines to do a song. I was like, holy shit.
Oh, that was so Tom Morello, dude.
I was not expecting that. When that song came on, I was just like, yo, hello?
Yeah, he was like,
this is good.
Yeah, he was excited. Apparently, like, according to one of the interviews, he was actually really excited to write a song for 14. So,
I bet.
Yeah, he was really excited. But flat out, yeah, I'm pretty much in agreement. I really loved it. It was a nice, simple, all was about wrestling. It was a lot of wrestling themed, and I love the whole fact that each arena got their own theme song, and not only their own theme song, even the phase 2s of each one got their own theme songs. And I thought that was
really nice.
A nice touch to the whole entire series. Something that you've never seen in some of them you have seen in the series. They dabble a bit, but they didn't really like go full out like they did with Arcadian. I think it really shined in that.
Arcadian was, I think, their best piece so far.
For right now, for all of them, I think honestly, I kind of like Arcadian right now. It's probably one of the better of the raid series.
Arcadian is sitting up there for me too. Yeah. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I get what you. But yeah, the other I know I touched the Savage version, which I did a lot of Party Finder. I did
the Savage version too.
Yeah. So for me,
I only did the first part, and that was a.
Yeah, I did the first tier. I did the first tier as well, and I
didn't
beat
touch anything after that.
Yeah. Me and my friend Crypty, we actually beat the we beat the first tier on week 5.
Nice.
We were hitting it hard. Like we did the first two fights. Me and him did separately, but we managed to beat 1 and 2 in week 1.
Mhm.
And then M3S was done on week 2.
Dang.
I was surprised. I was like, whoa, wait, I'm actually going through
busy.
this tier. I was busy. I was actually hitting this. I'm actually doing it. The fudge?
You're
I was
doing
not
great, sweetie.
I was not expected to get through. Well, the M3S story is just simple as me and Crypty both were like, we had some other friends. So we had 2 other friends join us, Alec and our friend Revan. And it was the 4 of us. And it was last pull magic. Literally, one of us was like, okay, I'm getting tired, I'm getting fatigued. This has got to be the last one. I'm going to have to call it. We went, we cleared it. It was like, what?
There you go.
And then I skipped the second tier because I was burnt out because I tried to jump into Fru after finishing the first tier and whatnot.
Yeah, mood.
Then I jumped in and started slowly doing the current tier, but I wasn't going as quickly on the third tier and whatnot because I was doing other things at the time.
It's a whole aspect right there.
Yeah,
I just kind of stopped after the first tier. I was just like, I think I'm good. I don't think I want to do this anymore.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
I'm on my long ass hiitus of doing 7 because I realized how bad it was for my mental health. So I said, no, I'm good.
Yeah, of course. And you gotta take that time to realize things for yourself.
Oh God, yeah.
So with that though, let's go ahead and start wrapping up this portion of it. We're gonna go ahead and talk about the MSQ of 7.0. Your feelings.
What a mess. I'm sorry. I'm gonna outright state what a freaking mess of a story. Oh my God. All right. I understand that there's a lot of like a lot of people will be like, oh no. Now that I've watched it, it's actually really good. Listen, I don't know. I think the first half of the story where we're doing the runaround thing kind of reminds me too much of 12-2 or 10-2.
Okay.
And running around grabbing dress spheres. And I'm just like, ugh.
Okay.
I have so many I have so many mixed feelings about freaking Don't Trail. God, it's so bad. But the second half when you get to Alexandria, I thought was fine.
Okay.
That was great. That was another great sprinkle of here's some fucking 9 references. I was like, cool. Thank you for feeding me, Father. That's how I felt. I was like, you're so gracious.
Okay.
After shoving 4 down my throat, God, I could use some 9.
Just sprinkles, right? Yeah.
It was sprinkles. It was sprinkles. And then I wasn't expecting it to go in the way it did, where it straight up went from fantasy to sci-fi fantasy. And I was like, hold up. Back up.
Yeah.
When did we get to Tron? Was my first initial thought. When did we get to... How did we go from space travel to Tron?
Right.
In a number of seconds.
Uh-huh.
This makes... This confuses me. You confuse me, Yoshida.
Right.
That was my biggest gripe, was how fast we went from fantasy to sci-fi.
Okay.
I was like, I'd like my sci-fi sprinkled in a little bits of ways, not immediately. Like, introduced to me by bit, please. Not almost immediately. Like, okay, we just got done with things. Yay, we completed... Oh, there's a big thunderclap. Like, oh, we just completed, like, this great thing. Suddenly, robots are attacking the town and stealing people's lives to put inside a weird-looking regulator to give to other people so that they can live longer. How did we get to this conclusion? It's the Kronk thing. It's just like, there's no freaking conclusive steps that we took to go to this place.
Right.
Excuse me? How did we get to this? And then we went to Mad Max Thunderdome.
Right.
Like, what's happening?
What happened? This was so quick. So...
That's what I mean by it felt like a mess. It just point to where are we? Is how I felt the entire time. I was like, where am I?
Okay.
I'm confused.
Now, with that though, what is the so after like obviously we talk about 7.0 itself. What about the post stuff that's happening after?
I like the post stuff a little bit more.
Okay.
It's sad. No, it's not, because the post stuff kind of fixes things. It feels like every single time we get in expansion, the post MSQ fixes all the questions that I'm left with from the MSQ. If it makes sense in a weird way. Also,
Right.
where the fuck did the iPad kid come from is my question.
You know, totally fair.
Who is this iPad kid? Where did
Yeah.
he come from? Am I supposed to know who Calyx is?
Right.
Is he as important to the MSQ? No, he shot me with a lightning bolt and I didn't die.
Right.
Wouldn't be a first time for fucking anything at that point. Like, okay, iPad kid, you're on my shit list. Die.
Right. No, I understand that. Yeah.
And then they did the thing that literally has been not in the game for a while, which was ritual summoning a fucking primal. And I went, excuse me, hold up, back up. We aren't doing that anymore.
Right.
Here's Necron. I'm like, that is anticlimactic as fuck. Necron is an imposing figure who is literally the embodiment of death from 9. He literally showed up after Kuja literally fucking blew up everything. Because he feared death. That's why Necron appeared. He was like, yo, I'm the embodiment of death. Kuja doesn't want to die, so I am here to showcase how death actually works. And that's literally how it is. Why is Necron here? Why does it have a sensor bar over its face?
Yeah, I think it was something like for him, he was like, I think they were like, okay, like he does kind of fear death because he likes to be endless, and then he kind of appears. But yeah, I kind of do. It kind of still is a little iffy, I will agree.
It was very like, excuse me? Also, we had a Resident Evil moment as well in one of the dungeons. I'm sitting here going, what?
Right.
Pick a genre?
Pick a genre, please, yeah.
I'm literally sitting here going, pick a fucking genre? When did we go Resident Evil? Back into whatever sci-fi crap we're in. Like, what is happening?
Right.
Can we have a consistent genre? And the problem is that the writer for this expansion is the same writer who did the post stuff for Endwalker. And I knew this was going to be a problem because his plot points are all over the place.
Ah, okay.
And it was very telling.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah.
In the Endwalker stuff. I was like, uh-oh.
Gotcha.
This is bad. I mean, granted, I'm not even annoyed at the characters. None of the characters. I'm not annoyed at any of the characters in Endwalker. I'm annoyed with the story, the pacing, everything that has been going on. I'm like, where am I?
All right. Yeah.
I feel like a dementia patient just walking around in Endwalker. Like, what subplot am I on now? Is Godzilla gonna show up now?
God,
might as well just have a giant kaiju show up at this point. This is just fucking weird.
Yeah.
And then, well, you know, then we... Okay. And then... I won't deny that there was Asians missing from the Brady bunch at this point.
Right.
But I don't know if anybody else noticed how many Asians Gaius killed.
Yeah.
Hanging off of his belt. Oh, here comes Hammerot. I'm like, for fuck's sakes. You're alive.
Yeah.
How did you talk to your employers? Like, I love the idea. I love the concept she has. Where it's like, oh yeah, all the shards are now trying to like fuse in together, but like if they do, the planet will fucking cease to or like die and shit. I'm like, well, that sucks. That really sucks.
Right.
So their whole plan kind of goes up in smoke at the end of the day. So like all they did was for naught.
Right. Yeah.
It's just gonna be a shit show.
Yeah.
So
we're gonna,
there was that.
Yeah. All right.
And then there's the void bit. Oh my god.
Yeah. So I think before we're just gonna go ahead and we're gonna take a little small break and we'll get ready for basically Evercold. We'll get ready for the final portion of things. So, folks, we'll be right back. All right, ladies. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. We are at the final stretch. We are now going to talk about some stuff about Evercold, and then we're going to do some wrap-up questions.
Yeah.
So, the first question I have here, just because Evercold sounds like it's going to be that expansion that's going to change the way we're probably potentially playing this game and everything that's kind of coming up for the future. So the first thing we're going to ask about, dailies becoming weeklies. What are your feelings about this?
Hold up, dailies becoming weeklies.
So that is something, yeah, that's going to be a thing. It was one of the things in the first key post note. They talked about how basically they're kind of like, you still like get tomestones, there's other guys to still grind, I believe. But they're still kind of, they're talking about how they're adding a point system. They're kind of doing like it ain't no season pass or anything like that. He wants it to be clear, no battle pass or anything like that. No. It's not being anything like that.
No, we're not going on the bang bus or whatever the heck it's. We're not getting on the battle bus.
I gotta say, that is not gonna be a thing. But it's just more like the dailies turning weekly, so now instead of having to like do your, you gotta do your dailies to keep up, you can kind of like, you don't do your weeklies, you catch up. So what are your feelings on that?
That's really fascinating that they decided to do that. That's gonna make a huge change in how people get onto the game, I feel, in a weird way, because it's going to incentivize wanting to get stuff done early, and then you just fuck off and don't do anything except for story and maybe other side things. Because the whole reason why I like doing dailies is because, like, I get extra XP doing it. Not because I get the extra tomes and all that other stuff, like you get the tomes and shit. It's just a great way to just blow off like a day with buddies, where you're just like, shit, I just want to play just want to do a daily where I just go into a dungeon. Granted, what's stopping me from just going into a dungeon in general?
Right, yeah, exactly.
I think it's the rewards.
Yeah,
in my opinion. So I'll just have to see. I'll have to wait and form an opinion.
Yeah, it's usually
when I play the game.
Yeah, exactly. What it comes down to. Usually how it goes. Then we got announcement about a new battle system. So we have the evolved combat system and the reborn combat system. What are your feelings about that?
I have a low-key feeling that is their way of introducing subclasses into the game. Low-key.
Okay.
It's just a hunch. It's a feeling, because I was discussing it before with people, that we have a feeling that the reason why they're wanting to do this is to implement older classes from other Final Fantasy games into these subclasses kind of ordeal, so that it's kind of like a Realm Reborn, where you can like put levels into them and gain their abilities. You don't have to use them; won't be a detriment, but you can have them low key, in a way. Because like one of the major things that I was really wanting out of this expansion was, like, I understand Yoshi P wants to do originality with a lot of his classes, but there's a lot of classes in Final Fantasy, like in Final Fantasy as a whole, that have not seen the light of day in God knows how long. Okay. And I feel like this will be a nice. I'll have to see, pass my judgment. Am I salty that we didn't get Spellblade? Maybe. I don't know. I've been really banking on getting Spellblade.
I gotcha. Yeah, because
it's such a cool class.
So I think at the end of the day, it looks like what's basically they're trying to do is make it more simplified. They're also getting rid of what's called the 2-minute burst window that we deal with now. They're trying to removing that entirely.
Okay, people are gonna find a way around that.
Well, yeah, of course. They're gonna have a system of sorts. We'll just have to see what kind of abilities they have, what is involved, and whatnot. But right now, that's what they talked about. They try to remove the 2-minute burst window entirely because they're just removing it. They're trying to completely, I think, try to let you just do your rotation the way you want to.
The problem is that if you get rid of the 2-minute burst window, how is that going to affect bosses in the long run? How's that going to affect Savage? How's that going to affect?
Yeah, it's a lot of questions that we don't have answered. There could be potentially answered at the Japan Fan Fest, or we might not see till Evercold. It just really comes down to just gotta kind of wait and see.
Yeah, a lot of things we don't really get to see until we actually benchmark the game and actually see it through fruition.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of I'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. Next up on there is the new tank, and there's gonna be a new Fizz range. The new tank was Bastion, which is someone called Bulwark, and then there is potentially called the Falconeer, is what people are predicting is the Fizz range.
Bird up. That's a class. That's a dress sphere from 10-2.
Okay.
And it was the coolest dress sphere because you got a fucking big ass bird.
So it sounds like that may be happening.
A lot of they played the music, they played the sounds, and I literally went, "Bird up, bitches! I'm gonna play the bird up class." And I swear to God, I'm gonna make my LB just yell "bird up."
Hell yeah, there you go.
I hope it's Falconeer. I hope it's like a pet system, like Summoner, but for Fizz range, where you throw a bird at people.
We'll love to see.
I want to reenact the scene in Legend of Zelda, except I'm the chickens and the enemy is Link at this point. I would love to reenact that. Give me the ability to do this. I want to beat the shit out of them. I want to summon a bunch of cuckoos to beat the shit out of people. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I hope it is.
All right. Next up, anything you're looking forward to in regards to the 8.0 storyline?
Okay. So, given the factor that we are going to be on an ice planet, I am hoping for at least. So here's my little gripes that I have. So I know that each of the shards are a reflection of the source. Understandable, it's a reflection of everything. I'm hoping that in this one, we get maybe sprinkles of 7. At this point, I'm like, maybe a little bit of sprinkles of 7. Not looking forward to whatever the heck they're going on with that raid series. I digress.
Gotcha.
Maybe little bits of 7. Maybe little bits of some of the other ones that we haven't very well seen. Maybe more of freaking 10. Give me Blitzball. God dang it. We're up in the sky. Give me Sin. Watch Sin appear. I'm waiting for Sin.
Right.
That thing, I saw one of the creatures. One of those things does look like Sin. And I'm literally sitting here like, they're not beating that allegation of Sin's gonna show up. I swear to God.
Okay,
If Sin shows up, I will eat a bar of soap.
Oh God. Be
I'm
careful
not holding
that.
myself to that. I'm not holding myself to that. But
Okay.
if we get something reminiscent to 10, I'm really hoping we get more representation for 10. Because 10 was one of the last games that Nobuya Uematsu worked on, music-wise.
Right.
Before he retired.
Mm-hmm.
And I personally love the story of 10 a lot. I feel like the story of 10 has a better concept of grief and how to handle grief.
Okay. Versus,
I hate to say it, versus 7. Because I know 7 was Nomura's, like, he was going through a hard time because his grandmother was dying. Understandable. And I know that 7 was kind of a way for him to resolve that grief. And that's great. But 10 hits you in a way different light.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm being real. Because the way Tidus narrates the story on top of everything else that's happening, that's not something you see in games. Like, I don't games in Final Fantasy games. When was the last time you had the protagonist narrating at the same time as going through the actions?
True.
Exactly. I don't fucking remember.
Neither do I.
Despite the really bad laugh scene and all the really bad voice acting, it was relatively very good at telling a story about how to cope with grief and loss.
Okay.
And I think I want to see that in Evercold. Is I want to see them tackle grief and loss in that kind of light.
Okay.
Like how 10 tackles it.
All right. Okay. I definitely would like to. That'd be very interesting to see how they'll tackle that. That's when we look at it.
Like I know they're gonna probably go with a Norse kind of mythology kind of ordeal because that's what they're fucking.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Also, if Ben Starr shows up, I'm putting that on my bingo stamp card. I swear to God, Ben is gonna show up, and I'm gonna just be like, approved. Here comes Ben. Yeah, fuck it.
All right.
Ben might as well be in here.
Right.
But no, I'm genuinely curious to see how they're gonna do this story.
Okay. Next up, actually, before I go to the other two things about the raid series stuff, job action skill changes. So the ability to make your teleport look like, instead of like normal teleport, you could have like a light blue teleport.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
that was cool. I thought that was neat. It just seems like they're trying to beat the mod allegations at this point. Like, oh, look at this. We can do this for you. Please stop using mods.
Right.
And I'll just stand there and just go, no. As I secretly use mods just to change my dances, and that's it. That's all I do. I don't even do it for any other purpose. I just do it for silly dances.
No, that's fair and valid. Like, I get that. I think a lot.
I don't ever use mods for like actual game changing purposes, and I don't think that there should be mods that do that, in my opinion.
Well,
I think that's selfish.
Yeah, that puts you into the community. It's like, come on. But and some people.
Oh yes, and I did just admit that I do use mods, but I actually really don't. I barely get on this game.
Alright, no.
They won't even work in freaking Evercold, so what's the point? Go back on the normal launcher.
That's fine. Next up, why not we go ahead and talk about the new Alliance raid series they announced. What are your feelings on that?
Evangelion, fucking Christ. That man also just wants fucking money. Let's be real. That man made a series during his height of depression, and then he just banked on it and made more money. And I was like, okay. This man just wanted to make money. I see. I have weird mixed feelings about Evangelion. I've never seen Evangelion. I've seen bits and pieces, and I know the story of Evangelion.
Right.
I'm just wondering how the hell that's gonna work. Waba, get in the fucking mech. You're in the goddamn robot.
I'll go in the robot. Fine, I'm going
in the robot.
Go in the robot, God.
Okay, sorry. Evangelion in and of itself, if we're looking at it from a story perspective, you can't say it's gonna be like that.
So, okay.
If we're gonna be honest, Evangelion in and of itself is a story that also is, weirdly enough, about grief and loss, but coping in the wrong way. I don't know if you've seen Evangelion. It's
I have
very
not.
Screwed up. It's very screwed up. I would suggest, if you get the chance, you watch the movie End of Evangelion. You don't have to watch the series. You could just look at the synopsis of how it's explained. I wouldn't watch any of the newer movies. The older movies explain way better than the newer ones do.
Okay, gotcha. I'll keep that in mind. I think a lot of people do talk about the older stuff anyway.
The older stuff is more of the really creepy, like, effed up versions of a lot of things going on. Like, there's a lot of themes being talked about in Evangelion. I have no idea how they're going to translate that into 14.
We'll just have to find out, right?
Oh yeah, we'll find out. That's for freaking sure.
Alright, so the last thing about Evercold itself, before we go to some wrapping questions, the 8-man raid being about the Final Fantasy VII Remake.
They could have done anything other than the Final Fantasy VII Remake. Why can't we just have the normal Final? Why can't we just have normal 7? Can we just have Silly Cloud where he just goes, "Let's mosey," and twirls his hands around? Woo! Why can't we have Silly Cloud?
Gotcha.
I don't know. Maybe it will color me surprised. Maybe we'll go blow up Shinra or some shit. I don't know. We'll go be a part of Avalanche and go blow up a Mako reactor.
Gotcha. Okay, and I get that. Like
That's
I said,
all I can think of at this point. Is just like 7 is just so. And I know people will roast me in the comments, being like, 7 is the best prodigy that ever existed. Yes, I know. But when you've milked it into 13 or 14 million other things that it's a part of, it gets really old really fast. Everybody knows the tale of Cloud and Sephiroth and Tifa and Aerith and Barrett and Red 13 and Cid and all of them fuckers. Like, we know. You've shoved it down our throats. Please.
Yeah, there's a lot. I will definitely admit that 7 definitely gets a lot of, like,
it gets more love than any other Final Fantasy game I've seen.
No, definitely.
And I hate that. I really hate that.
Yeah, there's a lot that, I think a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of stuff referencing Saturn. And like I said, I kind of get what their angle was going, but at the same time, yeah, I said I'm gonna kind of see where it goes.
Yeah,
it would be very
that's what I'm
interesting to see.
getting at.
I think the best point of that is definitely see where it goes. I hope that it works out. It'd be fun, but kind of gotta wait.
If freaking Genova appears, I swear, I'm going to literally just throw my controller against the ground and be like, fucking Genova's here. Okay, that's cool.
That's cool, thanks.
That's so cool. Here comes Genova. I'm just gonna be like, great, here comes Grandma.
So, with that though, we're gonna go ahead and do some wrap-up questions.
Alrighty.
I got 3 to ask here. The
Yeah.
first one I'm gonna ask, this is gonna be 3 expansions you could choose upon. What is your favorite
Ooh.
expansions between A Realm Reborn all the way to Dawn Trail? Your top 3.
Fudge. Okay. Alright, so number one for me will be Shadowbringers.
Okay.
Straight up. Shadowbringers. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Number 2. This is a hard one for me. It's a toss-up, but I'm gonna have to do it. Heavensward.
Okay.
Heavensward was the first impressionable expansion I had, and I really liked it.
Okay.
And then the third one, I love you, Endwalker, but I gotta give it to Stormblood. I
Okay.
have to give it to Stormblood because Endwalker, you were good. Everything after that was didn't earn your brownie points.
Gotcha. Okay.
I love you for, but not that much.
That's fair.
But Stormblood is my third favorite at this point.
Okay.
Because, well, nostalgia.
Right.
But that's just me.
All right, next up I do have to ask, do you own at least one physical collector's edition of any expansion? Just one. You don't have to tell me what it is.
No.
Okay, that's all.
No,
need
I
to know.
own the digital collector's edition. I own nearly all of them, but physical collector's edition, absolutely the fuck not.
Because I have,
Getting a hold of that, good freaking luck.
I actually do have one. Is Dawn Trails. That's the only one I got.
Now,
So-
now, if we are talking like just like figures in general,
Yeah.
like if we want to go that route, I do have one specific, very special figure that I pre-ordered forever ago, and it's the Final Fantasy XIV Ultima figure, which gives
Okay.
you the Ultima emote. So I do have that. And she
Okay.
is looking absolutely drop dead gorgeous.
But other than that, you pretty much don't have any physical collector's editions.
But no, I could not get a hold of it even if I tried.
All right. And now the final question. I think this is a very important one.
Yes.
So, what advice would you give a new player joining Final Fantasy for the first time and they're new to the MMO?
Okay. My advice to a new player who has just joined is to have fun. Just have fun. Don't overthink too many things about the story. You'll get there when you get there. Take it nice and slow. Learn your class. You could play whatever class you want at the end of the day. You don't have to know it from top to bottom. At this point, play whatever you feel like. Just so long as you are having fun in this MMO and you are enjoying it to the fullest extent, whether it be story, content, side bits, raiding, PvP, whatever your heart's desires when it comes to this game. If you are having fun, that is the whole point of playing an MMO. It's a multiplayer online experience with multiple people. And I want that person, whoever you are, you go out there with a bang and you have the best time of your gosh darn dang life. You do whatever you want. The sky is not the limit. You go above and beyond when it comes to playing 14. You have the best time of your entire life. And if you take a break, perfectly fine. You just pick it up later.
All right. Okay. I like that. That's some good advice. I said. That is going to be the wrap up for this episode. Iggy, I do want to thank you very much, and I got to learn. I do get to learn a lot about the music quality. That was something completely new for the series. So I do appreciate that. That was some fun information.
You're very much welcome. Thank you for having me today.
Yeah,
I greatly
of course.
appreciate it.
So, with that, before I go through my spiel, I want you guys to do me a favor. Go ahead and give Iggy here some love. I know they stream quite some content from time to time, so go ahead and please go give them a follow. I know they stream all sorts of stuff. So as it shows last time, they were playing Genshin Impact.
Yeah, that was me. I was playing on my daughter's account.
I got you. All right. So with that, that is going to be it for me for the whole day. So I do want to thank everybody for coming in and hanging out. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. If you guys aren't already, make sure you're following the channel here. That's a way to keep informed and go live. If you're on YouTube side of things, go ahead and subscribe on YouTube. That's another way to keep informed when I go live. I do also have a Discord server. If you want to join that, there's a link right there. I do also have Twitter, Blue Sky. For Twitch side of things, here's my YouTube link. If you're not on, if you're on YouTube, hi, you might want to come follow me on Twitch as well. I'll also help you know when I go live with all the fun shenanigans. And last but not least, the coffee. If you guys would like to help the channel out, but you guys don't want to use the ways of Twitch, coffee is another way to help out as well. Anything that goes through, any subs through Twitch or anything that's through the coffee right now is to help me and Lark out for a little bit here and there just to stay afloat. But other than that, again, you don't have to, only if you can, if you want to. And again, thank y'all for coming by hanging out. I appreciate it. We're gonna go find someone to raid. Let's see if anybody is streaming this late. Let's see. There's somebody usually streaming this late. Somebody on the list.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, I think I know my targets. Yo. Yeah. We'll go raid. You know, we were talking about Nier earlier. Let's go raid Nilly. Nilly's currently playing some Nier Replicant, actually. So, Vanilla Crescent. They're playing, I think, the remake version, so I guess I spelled that wrong. Oops. Try it again.
Oh, shit, I hit my mark.
There we go. Alright, let's go ahead and give Nilly some love, and I will see you guys maybe tomorrow if the body is feeling up for it for 14 shenanigans. Otherwise, I'll see you Thursday with the episode with Shadati. So till then, bye-bye for now.